The Well of Loneliness by Radclyffe Hall. Chapter 1. Not very far from Upton-on-Severn, between it, in fact, and the Malvern Hills, stands the country seat of the Gordons of Bramley. Well-timbered, well-cottaged, well-fenced and well-watered, having, in this latter respect, a stream that forks in exactly the right position to feed two large lakes in the grounds. The house itself is of Georgian red brick, with charming circular windows near the roof. It has dignity and pride without ostentation, self-assurance without arrogance, repose without inertia, and a gentle aloofness that, to those who know its spirit, but adds to its value as a home. It is indeed like certain lovely women who, now old, belong to a bygone generation, women who in youth were passionate but seemly, difficult to win but when won, all-fulfilling. They are passing away, but their homesteads remain, and such an homestead is Morton. To Morton Hall came the Lady Anna Gordon as a bride of just over 20. She was lovely as only an Irish woman can be, having that in her bearing that betokened quiet pride, having that in her eyes that betokened great longing, having that in her body that betokened happy promise, the archetype of the very perfect woman, whom creating God has found good. Sir Philip had met her away in County Clare, Anna Mallory, the slim virgin thing, all chastity, and his weariness had flown to her bosom as a spent bird will fly to its nest. As indeed such a bird had once flown to her, she told him, taking refuge from the perils of a storm. Sir Philip was a tall man and exceedingly well-favoured, but his charm lay less in feature than in a certain wide expression, a tolerant expression that might almost be called noble, and in something sad yet gallant in his deep-set hazel eyes. His chin, which was firm, was very slightly cleft, his forehead intellectual, his hair tinged with auburn. His wide-nostriled nose was indicative of temper, but his lips were well-modelled and sensitive and ardent. They revealed him as a dreamer and a lover. 29 when they had married, he had sown no few wild oats, yet Anna's true instinct made her trust him completely. Her guardian had disliked him, opposing the engagement, but in the end she had had her own way. And as things turned out her choice had been happy, for seldom had two people loved more than they did. They loved with an ardour undiminished by time. As they ripened, so their love ripened with them. Sir Philip never knew how much he longed for a son until, some 10 years after marriage, his wife conceived a child. Then he knew that this thing meant complete fulfillment, the fulfillment for which they had both been waiting. When she told him, he could not find words for expression, and must just turn and weep on her shoulder. It never seemed to cross his mind for a moment that Anna might very well give him a daughter. He saw her only as a mother of sons, nor could her warnings disturb him. He christened the unborn infant Stephen, because he admired the pluck of that saint. He was not a religious man by instinct, being perhaps too much of a student, but he read the Bible for its fine literature, and Stephen had gripped his imagination. Thus he often discussed the future of their child. I think I shall put Stephen down for Harrow, or, I'd rather like Stephen to finish off abroad, it widens one's outlook on life. And listening to him, Anna also grew convinced. His certainty wore down her vague misgivings, and she saw herself playing with this little Stephen, in the nursery, in the garden, in the sweet-smelling meadows. And himself the lovely young man, she would say, thinking of the soft Irish speech of her peasants, and himself with the light of the stars in his eyes, and the courage of a lion in his heart. When the child stirred within her she would think it stirred strongly because of the gallant male creature she was hiding. Then her spirit grew large with a mighty new courage, because a man-child would be born. She would sit with her needlework dropped on her knees, while her eyes turned away to the long line of hills that stretched beyond the Severn Valley. From her favourite seat underneath an old cedar, she would see these Malvern Hills in their beauty, and their swelling slopes seemed to hold a new meaning. They were like pregnant women, full-bosomed, courageous, great green-girdled mothers of splendid sons. Thus through all those summer months, she sat and watched the hills, and Sir Philip would sit with her, they would sit hand in hand. And because she felt grateful she gave much to the poor, and Sir Philip went to church, which was seldom his custom, and the vicar came to dinner, and just towards the end many matrons called to give good advice to Anna. But, man proposes, God disposes, and so it happened that on Christmas Eve, Anna Gordon was delivered of a daughter, a narrow-hipped, wide-shouldered little tadpole of a baby, that yelled and yelled for 3 hours without ceasing, as though outraged to find itself ejected into life. Anna Gordon held her child to her breast, but she grieved while it drank, because of her man who had longed so much for a son. And seeing her grief, Sir Philip hid his chagrin, and he fondled the baby and examined its fingers. "What a hand," he would say. "Why, it's actually got nails on all its 10 fingers, little, perfect, pink nails. Then Anna would dry her eyes and caress it, kissing the tiny hand. He insisted on calling the infant Stephen, nay more, he would have it baptized by that name. "We've called her Stephen so long," he told Anna, "that I really can't see why we shouldn't go on." Anna felt doubtful, but Sir Philip was stubborn, as he could be at times over whims. The vicar said that it was rather unusual, so to mollify him they must add female names. The child was baptized in the village church as Stephen Mary Olivia Gertrude, and she throve, seeming strong, and when her hair grew it was seen to be auburn like Sir Philip's. There was also a tiny cleft in her chin, so small just at first that it looked like a shadow, and after a while when her eyes lost the blueness that is proper to puppies and other young things, Anna saw that her eyes were going to be hazel, and thought that their expression was her father's. On the whole she was quite a well-behaved baby, owing, no doubt, to a fine constitution. Beyond that first energetic protest at birth she had done very little howling. It was happy to have a baby at Morton, and the old house seemed to become more mellow as the child, growing fast now and learning to walk, staggered or stumbled or sprawled on the floors that had long known the ways of children. Sir Philip would come home all muddy from hunting and would rush into the nursery before pulling off his boots. Then down he would go on his hands and knees while Stephen clambered onto his back. Sir Philip would pretend to be well corned up, bucking and jumping and kicking wildly, so that Stephen must cling to his hair or his collar, and thump him with hard little arrogant fists. Anna, attracted by the outlandish hubbub, would find them, and would point to the mud on the carpet. She would say, "Now, Philip, now, Stephen, that's enough. It's time for your tea," as though both of them were children. Then Sir Philip would reach up and disentangle Stephen, after which he would kiss Stephen's mother. The son that they waited for seemed long a-coming. He had not arrived when Stephen was 7. Nor had Anna produced other female offspring. Thus Stephen remained cock of the roost. It is doubtful if any only child is to be envied, for the only child is bound to become introspective. Having no one of its own ilk in whom to confide, it is apt to confide in itself. It cannot be said that at 7 years old a mind is beset by serious problems, but nevertheless it is already groping, may already be subject to small fits of dejection, may already be struggling to get a grip on life, on the limited life of its surroundings. At 7 there are miniature loves and hatreds, which, however, loom large and are extremely disconcerting. There may even be present a dim sense of frustration, and Stephen was often conscious of this sense, though she could not have put it into words. To cope with it, however, she would give way at times to sudden fits of hot temper, working herself up over everyday trifles that usually left her cold. It relieved her to stamp and then burst into tears at the first sign of opposition. After such outbreaks she would feel much more cheerful, would find it almost easy to be docile and obedient. In some vague, childish way she had hit back at life, and this fact had restored her self-respect. Anna would send for her turbulent offspring and would say, "Stephen darling, mother's not really cross. Tell mother what makes you give way to these tempers. She'll promise to try to understand if you'll tell her." But her eyes would look cold, though her voice might be gentle, and her hand when it fondled would be tentative, unwilling. The hand would be making an effort to fondle, and Stephen would be conscious of that effort. Then looking up at the calm, lovely face, Stephen would be filled with a sudden contrition, with a sudden deep sense of her own shortcomings. She would long to blurt all this out to her mother, yet would stand there tongue-tied, saying nothing at all. For these two were strangely shy with each other. It was almost grotesque, this shyness of theirs, as existing between mother and child. Anna would feel it, and through her Stephen, young as she was, would become conscious of it, so that they held a little aloof when they should have been drawing together. Stephen, acutely responsive to beauty, would be dimly longing to find expression for a feeling almost amounting to worship, that her mother's face had awakened. But Anna, looking gravely at her daughter, noting the plentiful auburn hair, the brave hazel eyes that were so like her father's, as indeed were the child's whole expression and bearing, would be filled with a sudden antagonism that came very near to anger. She would awake at night and ponder this thing, scourging herself in an access of contrition, accusing herself of hardness of spirit, of being an unnatural mother. Sometimes she would shed slow, miserable tears, remembering the inarticulate Stephen. She would think, "I ought to be proud of the likeness, proud and happy and glad when I see it." Then back would come flooding that queer antagonism that amounted almost to anger. It would seem to Anna that she must be going mad, for this likeness to her husband would strike her as an outrage, as though the poor, innocent 7-year-old Stephen were in some way a caricature of Sir Philip, a blemished, unworthy, maimed reproduction, yet she knew that the child was handsome. But now there were times when the child's soft flesh would be almost distasteful to her, when she hated the way Stephen moved or stood still, hated a certain largeness about her, a certain crude lack of grace in her movements, a certain unconscious defiance. Then the mother's mind would slip back to the days when this creature had clung to her breast, forcing her to love it by its own utter weakness, and at this thought her eyes must fill again, for she came of a race of devoted mothers. The thing had crept on her like a foe in the dark. It had been slow, insidious, deadly. It had waxed strong as Stephen herself had waxed strong, being part, in some way, of Stephen. Restlessly tossing from side to side, Anna Gordon would pray for enlightenment and guidance, would pray that her husband might never suspect her feelings towards his child. All that she was and had been he knew. In all the world she had no other secret save this one most unnatural and monstrous injustice that was stronger than her will to destroy it. And Sir Philip loved Stephen, he idolized her. It was almost as though he divined by instinct that his daughter was being secretly defrauded, was bearing some unmerited burden. He never spoke to his wife of these things, yet watching them together, she grew daily more certain that his love for the child held an element in it that was closely akin to pity. Chapter 2. At about this time Stephen first became conscious of an urgent necessity to love. She adored her father, but that was quite different. He was part of herself, he had always been there, she could not envisage the world without him. It was other with Collins, the housemaid. Collins was what was called second of three. She might one day hope for promotion. Meanwhile she was florried, full-lipped and full-bosomed, rather ample indeed for a young girl of 20. But her eyes were unusually blue and arresting, very pretty inquisitive eyes. Stephen had seen Collins sweeping the stairs for 2 years, and had passed her by quite unnoticed. But one morning, when Stephen was just over 7, Collins looked up and suddenly smiled. Then all in a moment Stephen knew that she loved her, a staggering revelation. Collins said politely, "Good morning, Miss Stephen." She had always said, "Good morning, Miss Stephen," but on this occasion it sounded alluring, so alluring that Stephen wanted to touch her, and extending a rather uncertain hand she started to stroke her sleeve. Collins picked up the hand and stared at it. "Oh, my!" she exclaimed, "what very dirty nails!" Whereupon their owner flushed painfully crimson and dashed upstairs to repair them. "Put them scissors down this minute, Miss Stephen," came the nurse's peremptory voice, while her charge was still busily engaged on her toilet. But Stephen said firmly, "I'm cleaning my nails 'cause Collins doesn't like them, she says they're dirty." "What impudence!" snapped the nurse, thoroughly annoyed. "I'll thank her to mind her own business." Having finally secured the large cutting-out scissors, Mrs. Bingham went forth in search of the offender. She was not one to tolerate any interference with the dignity of her status. She found Collins still on the top flight of stairs, and forthwith she started to upbraid her, putting her back in her place, the nurse called it, and she did it so thoroughly that in less than 5 minutes the second of three had been told of every fault that was likely to preclude promotion. Stephen stood still in the nursery doorway. She could feel her heart thumping against her side, thumping with anger and pity for Collins, who was answering never a word. There she knelt mute, with her brush suspended, with her mouth slightly open and her eyes rather scared, and when at long last she did manage to speak, her voice sounded humble and frightened. She was timid by nature, and the nurse's sharp tongue was a byword throughout the household. Collins was saying, "Interfere with your child? Oh no, Mrs. Bingham, never. I hope I knows my place better than that. Miss Stephen herself showed me them dirty nails. She said, 'Collins, just look, aren't my nails awful dirty?' And I said, 'You must ask Nanny about that, Miss Stephen. Is it likely that I'd interfere with your work? I'm not that sort, Mrs. Bingham.' Oh, Collins, with those pretty blue eyes and that funny alluring smile." Stephen's own eyes grew wide with amazement, then they clouded with sudden and disillusioned tears, for far worse than Collins's poorness of spirit was the dreadful injustice of those lies. Yet this very injustice seemed to draw her to Collins, since despising, she could still love her. For the rest of that day Stephen brooded darkly over Collins's unworthiness, and yet all through that day she still wanted Collins, and whenever she saw her she caught herself smiling, quite unable, in her turn, to muster the courage to frown her innate disapproval. And Collins smiled too, if the nurse was not looking, and she held up her plump red fingers, pointing to her nails and making a grimace at the nurse's retreating figure. Watching her, Stephen felt unhappy and embarrassed, not so much for herself as for Collins, and this feeling increased, so that thinking about her made Stephen go hot down her spine. In the evening, when Collins was laying the tea, Stephen managed to get her alone. "Collins," she whispered, "you told an untruth. I never showed you my dirty nails." "Course not," murmured Collins. "But I had to say something. You didn't mind, Miss Stephen, did you?" And as Stephen looked doubtfully up into her face, Collins suddenly stooped and kissed her. Stephen stood speechless from a sheer sense of joy, all her doubts swept completely away. At that moment she knew nothing but beauty and Collins, and the two were as one, and the one was Stephen, and yet not Stephen either, but something more vast, that the mind of 7 years found no name for. The nurse came in grumbling, "Now then, hurry up, Miss Stephen. Don't stand there as though you were daft. Go and wash your face and hands before tea. How many times must I tell you the same thing?" "I don't know," muttered Stephen. And indeed she did not. She knew nothing of such trifles at that moment. From now on Stephen entered a completely new world, that turned on an axis of Collins. A world full of constant exciting adventures, of elation, of joy, of incredible sadness, but withal a fine place to be dashing about in like a moth who is courting a candle. Up and down went the days. They resembled a swing that soared high above the treetops, then dropped to the depths, but seldom if ever hung midway. And with them went Stephen, clinging to the swing, waking up in the mornings with a thrill of vague excitement, the sort of excitement that belonged by rights to birthdays, and Christmas, and a visit to the pantomime at Malvern. She would open her eyes and jump out of bed quickly, still too sleepy to remember why she felt so elated. But then would come memory. She would know that this day she was actually going to see Collins. The thought would set her splashing in her sitz bath, and tearing the buttons off her clothes in her haste, and cleaning her nails with such ruthlessness and vigor that she made them quite sore in the process. She began to be very inattentive at her lessons, sucking her pencil, staring out of the window, or what was far worse, not listening at all, except for Collins's footsteps. The nurse slapped her hands, and stood her in the corner, and deprived her of jam, but all to no purpose, for Stephen would smile, hugging closer her secret. It was worth being punished for Collins. She grew restless and could not be induced to sit still even when her nurse read aloud. At one time she had very much liked being read to, especially from books that were all about heroes, but now such stories so stirred her ambition that she longed intensely to live them. She, Stephen, now longed to be William Tell, or Nelson, or the whole charge of Balaclava, and this led to much foraging in the nursery rag-bag, much hunting up of garments once used for charades, much swagger and noise, much strutting and posing, and much staring into the mirror. There ensued a period of general confusion when the nursery looked as though smitten by an earthquake, when the chairs and the floor would be littered with oddments that Stephen had dug out but discarded. Once dressed, however, she would walk away grandly, waving the nurse peremptorily aside, going, as always, in search of Collins, who might have to be stalked to the basement. Sometimes Collins would play up, especially to Nelson. "My, but you do look fine," she would exclaim. And then to the cook, "Do come here, Mrs. Wilson. Doesn't Miss Stephen look exactly like a boy? I believe she must be a boy with them shoulders, and them funny gawky legs she's got on her." And Stephen would say gravely, "Yes, of course I'm a boy. I'm young Nelson, and I'm saying, what is fear? You know, Collins, I must be a boy, 'cause I feel exactly like one. I feel like young Nelson in the picture upstairs." Collins would laugh, and so would Mrs. Wilson, and after Stephen had gone they would get talking, and Collins might say, "She is a queer kid, always dressing herself up and play-acting, it's funny." But Mrs. Wilson might show disapproval. "I don't hold with such nonsense, not for a young lady. Miss Stephen's quite different from other young ladies. She's got none of their pretty little ways, it's a pity." There were times, however, when Collins seemed sulky when Stephen could dress up as Nelson in vain. "Now, don't bother me, miss, I've got my work to see to." Or, "You go and show nurse. Yes, I know you're a boy, but I've got my work to get on with. Run away." And Stephen must slink upstairs thoroughly deflated, strangely unhappy and exceedingly humble, and must tear off the clothes she so dearly loved donning, to replace them by the garments she hated. How she hated soft dresses and sashes, and ribbons, and small coral beads, and openwork stockings. Her legs felt so free and comfortable in breeches. She adored pockets too, and these were forbidden, at least really adequate pockets. She would gloom about the nursery because Collins had snubbed her, because she was conscious of feeling all wrong, because she so longed to be someone quite real, instead of just Stephen pretending to be Nelson. In a quick fit of anger she would go to the cupboard, and getting out her dolls would begin to torment them. She had always despised the idiotic creatures which, however, arrived with each Christmas and birthday. "I hate you. I hate you. I hate you," she would mutter, thumping their innocuous faces. But one day, when Collins had been crosser than usual, she seemed to be filled with a sudden contrition. "It's me housemaid's knee," she confided to Stephen. "It's not you, it's me housemaid's knee, dearie." "Is that dangerous?" demanded the child, looking frightened. Then Collins, true to her class, said, "It may be, it may mean an horrible operation, and I don't want no operation." "What's that?" inquired Stephen. "Why, they'd cut me," moaned Collins. "They'd arve to cut me to let out the water." "Oh, Collins. What water?" "The water in me kneecap. You can see if you press it, Miss Stephen." They were standing alone in the spacious night nursery, where Collins was limply making the bed. It was one of those rare and delicious occasions when Stephen could converse with her goddess undisturbed, for the nurse had gone out to post a letter. Collins rolled down a coarse woolen stocking and displayed the afflicted member. It was blotchy and swollen and far from attractive, but Stephen's eyes filled with quick, anxious tears as she touched the knee with her finger. "There now," exclaimed Collins. "See that dent? That's the water." And she added, "It's so painful it fair makes me sick. It all comes from polishing them floors, Miss Stephen. I didn't ought to polish them floors." Stephen said gravely, "I do wish I'd got it. I wish I'd got your housemaid's knee, Collins, 'cause that way I could bear it instead of you. I'd like to be awfully hurt for you, Collins, the way that Jesus was hurt for sinners." "Suppose I pray hard, don't you think I might catch it? Or supposing I rub my knee against yours?" "Lord bless you," laughed Collins. "It's not like the measles. No, Miss Stephen, it's caught from them floors." That evening Stephen became rather pensive, and she turned to the child's book of scripture stories and she studied the picture of the Lord on his cross, and she felt that she understood him. She had often been rather puzzled about him, since she herself was fearful of pain. When she barked her shins on the gravel in the garden, it was not always easy to keep back her tears, and yet Jesus had chosen to bear pain for sinners, when he might have called up all those angels. Oh, yes, she had wondered a great deal about him, but now she no longer wondered. At bedtime, when her mother came to hear her say her prayers, as custom demanded, Stephen's prayers lacked conviction. But when Anna had kissed her and had turned out the light, then it was that Stephen prayed in good earnest, with such fervor, indeed, that she dripped perspiration in a veritable orgy of prayer. "Please, Jesus, give me a housemaid's knee instead of Collins. Do, Lord Jesus. Please, Jesus, I would like to bear all Collins's pain the way you did, and I don't want any angels. I would like to wash Collins in my blood, Lord Jesus. I would like very much to be a savior to Collins. I love her, and I want to be hurt like you were. Please, dear Lord Jesus, do let me. Please give me a knee that's all full of water, so that I can have Collins's operation. I want to have it instead of her, 'cause she's frightened. I'm not a bit frightened." This petition she repeated until she fell asleep, to dream that in some queer way she was Jesus, and that Collins was kneeling and kissing her hand, because she, Stephen, had managed to cure her by cutting off her knee with a bone paper knife and grafting it onto her own. The dream was a mixture of rapture and discomfort, and it stayed quite a long time with Stephen. The next morning she awoke with the feeling of elation that comes only in moments of perfect faith. But a close examination of her knees in the bath revealed them to be flawless except for old scars and a crisp, brown scab from a recent tumble. This, of course, was very disappointing. She picked off the scab, and that hurt her a little, but not, she felt sure, like a real housemaid's knee. However, she decided to continue in prayer, and not to be too easily downhearted. For more than 3 weeks she sweated and prayed, and pestered poor Collins with endless daily questions. "Is your knee better yet? Don't you think my knee's swollen? Have you faith? 'Cause I have. Does it hurt you less, Collins?" But Collins would always reply in the same way, "It's no better, thank you, Miss Stephen." At the end of the 4th week Stephen suddenly stopped praying, and she said to our Lord, "You don't love Collins, Jesus, but I do, and I'm going to get housemaid's knee." "You see if I don't." Then she felt rather frightened, and added more humbly, I mean, I do want to. You don't mind, do you, Lord Jesus?" The nursery floor was covered with carpet, which was obviously rather unfortunate for Stephen. Had it only been parquet like the drawing room and study, she felt it would better have served her purpose. All the same, it was hard if she knelt long enough. It was so hard, indeed, that she had to grit her teeth if she stayed on her knees for more than 20 minutes. This was much worse than barking one's shins in the garden. It was much worse even than picking off a scab. Nelson helped her a little. She would think, "Now I'm Nelson. I'm in the middle of the Battle of Trafalgar. I've got shots in my knees." But then she would remember that Nelson had been spared such torment. However, it was really rather fine to be suffering. It certainly seemed to bring Collins much nearer. It seemed to make Stephen feel that she owned her by right of this diligent pain. There were endless spots on the old nursery carpet, and these spots Stephen could pretend to be cleaning, always careful to copy Collins's movements, rubbing backwards and forwards while groaning a little. When she got up at last, she must hold her left leg and limp, still groaning a little. Enormous new holes appeared in her stockings, through which she could examine her aching knees, and this led to rebuke. "Stop your nonsense, Miss Stephen. It's scandalous the way you're tearing your stockings." But Stephen smiled grimly and went on with the nonsense, spurred by love to an open defiance. On the 8th day, however, it dawned upon Stephen that Collins should be shown the proof of her devotion. Her knees were particularly scarified that morning, so she limped off in search of the unsuspecting housemaid. Collins stared. "Good gracious, whatever's the matter?" "Whatever have you been doing, Miss Stephen?" Then Stephen said, not without pardonable pride, "I've been getting a housemaid's knee, like you, Collins." And as Collins looked stupid and rather bewildered, "You see, I wanted to share your suffering. I've prayed quite a lot, but Jesus won't listen, so I've got to get housemaid's knee my own way. I can't wait any longer for Jesus." "Oh, hush," murmured Collins, thoroughly shocked. "You mustn't say such things. It's wicked, Miss Stephen." But she smiled a little in spite of herself. Then she suddenly hugged the child warmly. All the same, Collins plucked up her courage that evening and spoke to the nurse about Stephen. "Her knees was all red and swollen, Mrs. Bingham. Did ever you know such a queer fish as she is? Praying about my knee too. She's a caution. And now if she isn't trying to get one. Well, if that's not real loving then I don't know nothing." And Collins began to laugh weakly. After this Mrs. Bingham rose in her might, and the self-imposed torture was forcibly stopped. Collins, on her part, was ordered to lie, if Stephen continued to question. So Collins lied nobly. "It's better, Miss Stephen, it must be your praying. You see, Jesus heard you. I expect he was sorry to see your poor knees. I know as I was when I saw them." "Are you telling me the truth?" Stephen asked her, still doubting, still mindful of that first day of love's young dream. "Why, of course I'm telling you the truth, Miss Stephen." And with this Stephen had to be content. Collins became more affectionate after the incident of the housemaid's knee. She could not but feel a new interest in the child whom she and the cook had now labelled as queer, and Stephen basked in much surreptitious petting, and her love for Collins grew daily. It was spring, the season of gentle emotions, and Stephen, for the first time, became aware of spring. In a dumb, childish way she was conscious of its fragrance, and the house irked her sorely, and she longed for the meadows, and the hills that were white with thorn trees. Her active young body was forever on the fidget, but her mind was bathed in a kind of soft haze, and this she could never quite put into words, though she tried to tell Collins about it. It was all part of Collins, yet somehow quite different. It had nothing to do with Collins's wide smile, nor her hands which were red, nor even her eyes which were blue, and very arresting. Yet all that was Collins, Stephen's Collins, was also a part of these long, warm days, a part of the twilights that came in and lingered for hours after Stephen had been put to bed. A part, too, could Stephen have only known it, of her own quickening childish perceptions. This spring, for the first time, she thrilled to the cuckoo, standing quite still to listen, with her head on one side, and the lure of that faraway call was destined to remain with her all her life. There were times when she wanted to get away from Collins, yet at others she longed intensely to be near her, longed to force the response that her loving craved for, but quite wisely, was very seldom granted. She would say, "I do love you awfully, Collins. I love you so much that it makes me want to cry." And Collins would answer, "Don't be silly, Miss Stephen," which was not satisfactory, not at all satisfactory. Then Stephen might suddenly push her, in anger. "You're a beast. How I hate you, Collins." And now Stephen had taken to keeping awake every night, in order to build up pictures. Pictures of herself companioned by Collins in all sorts of happy situations. Perhaps they would be walking in the garden, hand in hand, or pausing on a hillside to listen to the cuckoo. Or perhaps they would be skimming over miles of blue ocean in a queer little ship with a leg of mutton sail, like the one in the fairy story. Sometimes Stephen pictured them living alone in a low thatched cottage by the side of a mill stream. She had seen such a cottage not very far from Upton, and the water flowed quickly and made talking noises. There were sometimes dead leaves on the water. This last was a very intimate picture, full of detail, even to the red china dogs that stood one at each end of the high mantelpiece, and the grandfather clock that ticked loudly. Collins would sit by the fire with her shoes off. "Me feet's that swollen and painful," she would say. Then Stephen would go and cut rich bread and butter, the drawing-room kind, little bread and much butter, and would put on the kettle and brew tea for Collins, who liked it very strong and practically boiling, so that she could sip it from her saucer. In this picture it was Collins who talked about loving, and Stephen who gently but firmly rebuked her. There, Collins, don't be silly, you are a queer fish." And yet all the while she would be longing to tell her how wonderful it was, like honeysuckle blossom, something very sweet like that, or like fields smelling strongly of new-mown hay, in the sunshine. And perhaps she would tell her, just at the very end, just before this last picture faded. In these days Stephen clung more closely to her father, and this in a way was because of Collins. She could not have told you why it should be so, she only felt that it was. Sir Philip and his daughter would walk on the hillsides, in and out of the blackthorn and young green bracken. They would walk hand in hand with a deep sense of friendship, with a deep sense of mutual understanding. Sir Philip knew all about wild flowers and berries, and the ways of young foxes and rabbits and such people. There were many rare birds, too, on the hills near Malvern, and these he would point out to Stephen. He taught her the simpler laws of nature, which, though simple, had always filled him with wonder. The law of the sap as it flowed through the branches, the law of the wind that came stirring the sap, the law of bird life and the building of nests, the law of the cuckoo's varying call, which in June changed to cuckoo-cook. He taught out of love for both subject and pupil, and while he thus taught he watched Stephen. Sometimes, when the child's heart would feel full past bearing, she must tell him her problems in small, stumbling phrases. Tell him how much she longed to be different, longed to be someone like Nelson. She would say, "Do you think that I could be a man, supposing I thought very hard, or prayed, Father?" Then Sir Philip would smile and tease her a little, and would tell her that one day she would want pretty frocks, and his teasing was always excessively gentle, so that it hurt not at all. But at times he would study his daughter gravely, with his strong, cleft chin tightly cupped in his hand. He would watch her at play with the dogs in the garden, watch the curious suggestion of strength in her movements, the long line of her limbs. She was tall for her age, and the poise of her head on her over-broad shoulders. Then perhaps he would frown and become lost in thought, or perhaps he might suddenly call her. "Stephen, come here." She would go to him gladly, waiting expectant for what he should say, but as likely as not he would just hold her to him for a moment, and then let go of her abruptly. Getting up he would turn to the house and his study, to spend all the rest of that day with his books. A queer mixture, Sir Philip, part sportsman, part student. He had one of the finest libraries in England, and just lately he had taken to reading half the night, which had not hitherto been his custom. Alone in that grave-looking, quiet study, he would unlock a drawer in his ample desk, and would get out a slim volume recently acquired, and would read and re-read it in the silence. The author was a German, Karl Heinrich Ulrichs, and reading, Sir Philip's eyes would grow puzzled. Then groping for a pencil he would make little notes all along the immaculate margins. Sometimes he would jump up and pace the room quickly, pausing now and again to stare at a picture. The portrait of Stephen painted with her mother, by Millais, the previous year. He would notice the gracious beauty of Anna, so perfect a thing, so completely reassuring, and then that indefinable quality in Stephen that made her look wrong in the clothes she was wearing, as though she and they had no right to each other, but above all no right to Anna. After a while he would steal up to bed, being painfully careful to tread very softly, fearful of waking his wife who might question, "Philip darling, it's so late, what have you been reading?" He would not want to answer, he would not want to tell her. That was why he must tread very softly. The next morning, he would be very tender to Anna, but even more tender to Stephen. As the spring waxed more lusty and strode into summer, Stephen grew conscious that Collins was changing. The change was almost intangible at first, but the instinct of children is not mocked. Came a day when Collins turned on her quite sharply, nor did she explain it by a reference to her knee.
"Don't be always under my feet now, Miss Stephen. Don't follow me about, and don't be always staring."
It's being watched. You run up to the nursery. The basement's no place for young ladies. After which such rebuffs were of frequent occurrence, if Stephen went anywhere near her. Miserable enigma. Stephen's mind groped about it like a little blind mole that is always in darkness. She was utterly confounded, while her love grew the stronger for so much hard pruning, and she tried to woo Collins by offerings of bullseyes and chocolate drops, which the maid took because she liked them. Nor was Collins so blameworthy as she appeared, for she, in her turn, was the puppet of emotion. The new footman was tall and exceedingly handsome. He had looked upon Collins with eyes of approval. He had said, "Stop that damned kid hanging around you. If you don't, she'll go blabbing about us." And now Stephen knew very deep desolation because there was no one in whom to confide. She shrank from telling even her father. He might not understand, he might smile, he might tease her. If he teased her, however gently, she knew that she could not keep back her tears. Even Nelson had suddenly become quite remote. What was the good of trying to be Nelson? What was the good of dressing up any more? What was the good of pretending? She turned from her food, growing pasty and languid, until, thoroughly alarmed, Anna sent for the doctor. He arrived, and prescribed a dose of Gregory powder, finding nothing much wrong with the patient. Stephen tossed off the foul brew without a murmur. It was almost as though she liked it. The end came abruptly, as is often the way, and it came when the child was alone in the garden, still miserably puzzling over Collins, who had been avoiding her for days. Stephen had wandered to an old potting shed, and there, whom should she see but Collins and the footman? They appeared to be talking very earnestly together, so earnestly that they failed to hear her. Then a really catastrophic thing happened, for Henry caught Collins roughly by the wrists, and he dragged her towards him, still handling her roughly, and he kissed her full on the lips. Stephen's head felt suddenly hot and dizzy. She was filled with a blind, uncomprehending rage. She wanted to cry out, but her voice failed completely, so that all she could do was to splutter. But the very next moment she had seized a broken flower pot and had hurled it hard and straight at the footman. It struck him in the face, cutting open his cheek, down which the blood trickled slowly. He stood as though stunned, gently mopping the cut, while Collins stared dumbly at Stephen. Neither of them spoke. They were feeling too guilty. They were also too much astonished. Then Stephen turned and fled from them wildly. Away and away, anyhow, anywhere, so long as she need not see them. She sobbed as she ran and covered her eyes, tearing her clothes on the shrubs in passing, tearing her stockings and the skin of her legs as she lunged against intercepting branches. But suddenly the child was caught in strong arms, and her face was pressing against her father, and Sir Philip was carrying her back to the house, and along the wide passage to his study. He held her on his knee, forbearing to question, and at first she crouched there like a little dumb creature that had somehow got itself wounded. But her heart was too young to contain this new trouble. Too heavy it felt, too much overburdened, so the trouble came bubbling up from her heart and was told on Sir Philip's shoulder. He listened very gravely, just stroking her hair. "Yes, yes," he said softly, and then, "Go on, Stephen." And when she had finished he was silent for some moments, while he went on stroking her hair. Then he said, "I think I understand, Stephen. This thing seems more dreadful than anything else that has ever happened, more utterly dreadful. But you'll find that it will pass and be completely forgotten. You must try to believe me, Stephen.
And now I'm going to treat you like a boy. And a boy must always be brave, remember."
"I'm not going to pretend as though you were a coward. Why should I, when I know that you're brave? I'm going to send Collins away tomorrow. Do you understand, Stephen? I shall send her away. I shan't be unkind, but she'll go away tomorrow, and meanwhile I don't want you to see her again. You'll miss her at first, that will only be natural, but in time you'll find that you'll forget all about her. This trouble will just seem like nothing at all."
"I am telling you the truth, dear. I swear it."
"If you need me, remember that I'm always near you. You can come to my study whenever you like. You can talk to me about it whenever you're unhappy, and you want a companion to talk to." He paused, then finished rather abruptly, "Don't worry your mother, just come to me, Stephen." And Stephen, still catching her breath, looked straight at him. She nodded, and Sir Philip saw his own mournful eyes gazing back from his daughter's tear-stained face. But her lips set more firmly, and the cleft in her chin grew more marked with a new, childish will to courage. Bending down, he kissed her in absolute silence. It was like the sealing of a sorrowful pact. Anna, who had been out at the time of the disaster, returned to find her husband waiting for her in the hall. "Stephen's been naughty, she's up in the nursery. She's had one of her fits of temper," he remarked. In spite of the fact that he had obviously been waiting to intercept Anna, he now spoke quite lightly. "Collins and the footman must go," he told her. As for Stephen, he had had a long talk with her already. Anna had better just let the thing drop. It had only been childish temper.
Anna hurried upstairs to her daughter.
She, herself, had not been a turbulent child, and Stephen's outbursts always made her feel helpless. However, she was fully prepared for the worst. But she found Stephen sitting with her chin on her hand and calmly staring out of the window. Her eyes were still swollen and her face very pale. Otherwise she showed no great signs of emotion. Indeed, she actually smiled up at Anna. It was rather a stiff little smile. Anna talked kindly and Stephen listened, nodding her head from time to time in acquiescence. But Anna felt awkward, and as though for some reason the child was anxious to reassure her. That smile had been meant to be reassuring. It had been such a very childish smile. The mother was doing all the talking, she found. Stephen would not discuss her affection for Collins. On this point she was firmly, obdurately silent. She neither excused nor upheld her action in throwing a broken flower pot at the footman. She's trying to keep something back, thought Anna, feeling more nonplussed every moment. In the end, Stephen took her mother's hand gravely and proceeded to stroke it, as though she were consoling. She said, "Don't feel worried. Cause that worries father. I promise I'll try not to get into tempers, but you promise that you won't go on feeling worried." And absurd though it seemed, Anna heard herself saying, "Very well then, I do promise, Stephen." Stephen never went to her father's study in order to talk of her grief over Collins. A reticence strange in so young a child, together with a new, stubborn pride, held her tongue tied, so that she fought out her battle alone, and Sir Philip allowed her to do so. Collins disappeared, and with her the footman, and in Collins's stead came a new second housemaid, a niece of Mrs. Bingham's, who was even more timid than her predecessor, and who talked not at all. She was ugly, having small, round black eyes like currants, not inquisitive blue eyes like Collins. With set lips and tight throat, Stephen watched this intruder as she scuttled to and fro doing Collins's duties. She would sit and scowl at poor Winfred darkly, devising small torments to add to her labours, such as stepping on dustpans and upsetting their contents, or hiding away brooms and brushes and slopcloths, until Winfred, distracted, would finally unearth them from the most inappropriate places. "Over did them slopcloths get in air," she would mutter, discovering them under a nursery cushion. And her face would grow blotched with anxiety and fear as she glanced towards Mrs. Bingham. But at night, when the child lay lonely and wakeful, these acts that had proved a consolation in the morning, having sprung from a desperate kind of loyalty to Collins, these acts would seem trivial and silly and useless, since Collins could neither know of them nor see them, and the tears that had been held in check through the day would well under Stephen's eyelids. Nor could she, in those lonely watches of the night time, pluck up courage enough to reproach the Lord Jesus, who, she felt, could have helped her quite well had he chosen to accord her a housemaid's knee. She would think, "He loves neither me nor Collins, he wants all the pain for himself, he won't share it." And then she would feel contrite, "Oh, I'm sorry, Lord Jesus, 'cause I do know you love all miserable sinners." And the thought that perhaps she had been unjust to Jesus would reduce her to still further tears. Very dreadful indeed were those nights spent in weeping, spent in doubting the Lord and his servant Collins. The hours would drag by in intolerable blackness, that in passing seemed to envelop Stephen's body, making her feel now hot and now cold. The grandfather clock on the stairs ticked so loudly that her head ached to hear its unnatural ticking. When it chimed, which it did at the hours and the half-hours, its voice seemed to shake the whole house with terror, until Stephen would creep down under the bedclothes to hide from she knew not what. But presently, huddled beneath the blankets, the child would be soothed by a warm sense of safety, and her nerves would relax, while her body grew limp with the drowsy softness of bed. Then suddenly a big and most comforting yawn, and another, until darkness and Collins and tall clocks that menaced, and Stephen herself, were all blended and merged into something quite friendly, a harmonious whole, neither fearful nor doubting, the blessed illusion we call sleep. In the weeks that followed on Collins's departure, Anna tried to be very gentle with her daughter, having the child more frequently with her, more diligently fondling Stephen. Mother and daughter would walk in the garden, or wander about together through the meadows, and Anna would remember the son of her dreams, who had played with her in those meadows. A great sadness would cloud her eyes for a moment, an infinite regret as she looked down at Stephen, and Stephen, quick to discern that sadness, would press Anna's hand with small, anxious fingers. She would long to inquire what troubled her mother, but would be held speechless through shyness. The scents of the meadows would move those two strangely, the queer, pungent smell from the hearts of dog daisies, the buttercup smell, faintly green like the grass, and then meadowsweet that grew close by the hedges. Sometimes Stephen must tug at her mother's sleeve sharply, intolerable to bear that thick fragrance alone. One day she had said, "Stand still or you'll hurt it, it's all round us, it's a white smell, it reminds me of you." And then she had flushed, and had glanced up quickly, rather frightened in case she should find Anna laughing. But her mother had looked at her curiously, gravely, puzzled by this creature who seemed all contradictions, at one moment so hard, at another so gentle, gentle to tenderness, even. Anna had been stirred, as her child had been stirred, by the breath of the meadowsweet under the hedges. For in this they were one, the mother and daughter, having each in her veins the warm Celtic blood that takes note of such things. Could they only have divined it, such simple things might have formed a link between them. A great will to loving had suddenly possessed Anna Gordon, there in that sunlit meadow, had possessed them both as they stood together, bridging the gulf between maturity and childhood. They had gazed at each other as though asking for something, as though seeking for something, the one from the other. Then the moment had passed, they had walked on in silence, no nearer in spirit than before. Sometimes Anna would drive Stephen into Great Malvern, to the shops, with lunch at the Abbey Hotel on cold beef and wholesome rice pudding. Stephen loathed these excursions, which meant dressing up, but she bore them because of the honor which she felt to be hers when escorting her mother through the streets, especially Church Street with its long, busy hill, because everyone saw you in Church Street. Hats would be lifted with obvious respect, while a humbler finger might fly to a forelock. Women would bow, and a few even curtsy to the Lady of Morton, women in from the country with speckled sunbonnets that looked like their hens, and kind faces like brown, wrinkled apples. Then Anna must stop to inquire about calves and babies and foals, indeed all such young creatures as prosper on farms, and her voice would be gentle because she loved such young creatures. Stephen would stand just a little behind her, thinking how gracious and lovely she was, comparing her slim and elegant shoulders with the toil-thickened back of old Mrs. Bennet, with the ugly, bent spine of young Mrs. Thompson who coughed when she spoke and then said, "I beg pardon," as though she were conscious that one did not cough in front of a goddess like Anna. Presently Anna would look round for Stephen. "Oh, there you are, darling. We must go into Jackson's and change Mother's books," or, "Nanny wants some more saucers, let's walk on and get them at Langley's." Stephen would suddenly spring to attention, especially if they were crossing the street. She would look right and left for imaginary traffic, slipping a hand under Anna's elbow. "Come with me," she would order, "and take care of the puddles, 'cause you might get your feet wet. Hold on by me, Mother." Anna would feel the small hand at her elbow, and would think that the fingers were curiously strong and efficient they would feel, like Sir Philip's, and this always vaguely displeased her. Nevertheless she would smile at Stephen while she let the child guide her in and out between the puddles. She would say, "Thank you, dear, you're as strong as a lion," trying to keep that displeasure from her voice. Very protective and careful was Stephen when she and her mother were out alone together. Not all her queer shyness could prevent her protecting, nor could Anna's own shyness save her from protection. She was forced to submit to a quiet supervision that was painstaking, gentle but extremely persistent. And yet was this love? Anna often wondered. It was not, she felt sure, the trusting devotion that Stephen had always felt for her father. It was more like a sort of instinctive admiration, coupled with a large, patient kindness. "If she'd only talk to me as she talks to Philip, I might get to understand her," Anna would muse. "It's so odd not to know what she's feeling and thinking, to suspect that something's always being kept in the background." Their drives home from Malvern were usually silent, for Stephen would feel that her task was accomplished, her mother no longer needing her protection now that the coachman had the care of them both, he, and the arrogant-looking grey cobs that were yet so mannerly and gentle. As for Anna, she would sigh and lean back in her corner, weary of trying to make conversation. She would wonder if Stephen were tired or just sulky, or if, after all, the child might be stupid. Ought she, perhaps, to feel sorry for the child? She could never quite make up her mind. Meanwhile, Stephen, enjoying the comfortable brougham, would begin to indulge in kaleidoscopic musings, those musings that belong to the end of the day, and occasionally visit children. Mrs. Thompson's bent spine, it looked like a bow, not a rainbow but one of the archery kind. If you stretched a tight string from her feet to her head, could you shoot straight with Mrs. Thompson? China dogs, they had nice China dogs at Langley's, that made you think of someone. Oh, yes, of course, Collins and a cottage with red China dogs. But you tried not to think about Collins. There was such a queer light slanting over the hills, a kind of gold glory, and it made you feel sorry. Why should a gold glory make you feel sorry when it shone that way on the hills? Rice pudding, almost as bad as tapioca, not quite though, because it was not so slimy. Tapioca evaded your efforts to chew it, it felt horrid, like biting down on your own gum. The lanes smelt of wetness, a wonderful smell. Yet when Nanny washed things they only smelt soapy. But then, of course, God washed the world without soap. Being God, perhaps he didn't need any. You needed a lot, especially for hands. Did God wash his hands without soap? Mother, talking about calves and babies, and looking like the Virgin Mary in church, the one in the stained glass window with Jesus, which reminded you of Church Street, not a bad place after all. Church Street was really rather exciting. What fun it must be for men to have hats that they could take off, instead of just smiling. A bowler must be much more fun than a Leghorn. You couldn't take that off to Mother. The brougham would roll smoothly along the white road, between stout leafy hedges starred with dog roses. Blackbirds and thrushes would be singing loudly, so loudly that Stephen could hear their voices above the quick clip, clip, of the cobs and the muffled sounds of the carriage. Then from under her brows she must glance across at Anna, who she knew loved the songs of blackbirds and thrushes. But Anna's face would be hidden in shadow, while her hands lay placidly folded. And now the horses, nearing their stables, would redouble their efforts as they swung through the gates, the tall iron gates of the parklands of Morton, faithful gates that had always meant home. Old trees would fly past, then the paddocks with their cattle, Worcestershire cattle with uncanny white faces, then the two quiet lakes where the swans reared their cygnets, then the lawns, and at last the wide curve in the drive, near the house, that would lead to the massive entrance. The child was too young to know why the beauty of Morton would bring a lump to her throat when seen thus in the gold haze of late afternoon, with its thoughts of evening upon it. She would want to cry out in a kind of protest that was very near tears, stop it, you're hurting. But instead she would blink hard and shut her lips tightly, unhappy yet happy. It was a queer feeling. It was too big for Stephen, who was still rather little when it came to affairs of the spirit. For the spirit of Morton would be part of her then, and would always remain somewhere deep down within her, aloof and untouched by the years that must follow, by the stress and the ugliness of life. In those after years certain scents would evoke it, the scent of damp rushes growing by water, the kind, slightly milky odor of cattle, the smell of dried rose leaves and orris root and violets, that together with a vague suggestion of beeswax always hung about Anna's rooms. Then that part of Stephen that she still shared with Morton would know what it was to feel terribly lonely, like a soul that wakes up to find itself wandering, unwanted, between the spheres. Anna and Stephen would take off their coats, and go to the study in search of Sir Philip, who would usually be there waiting. "Hello, Stephen," he would say in his pleasant, deep voice, but his eyes would be resting on Anna. Stephen's eyes invariably followed her father's, so that she too would stand looking at Anna, and sometimes she must catch her breath in surprise at the fullness of that calm beauty. She never got used to her mother's beauty. It always surprised her each time she saw it. It was one of those queerly unbearable things, like the fragrance of meadowsweet under the hedges.
Anna might say, "What's the matter, Stephen? For goodness sake, darling, do stop staring."
And Stephen would feel hot with shame and confusion because Anna had caught her staring. Sir Philip usually came to her rescue. "Stephen, here's that new picture book about hunting," or, "I know of a really nice print of young Nelson. If you're good, I'll order it for you tomorrow." But after a little he and Anna must get talking, amusing themselves irrespective of Stephen, inventing absurd little games, like two children, which games did not always include the real child. Stephen would sit there silently watching, but her heart would be a prey to the strangest emotions, emotions that 7 years old could not cope with, and for which it could find no adequate names. All she would know was that seeing her parents together in this mood would fill her with longings for something that she wanted yet could not define, a something that would make her as happy as they were. And this something would always be mixed up with Morton, with grave, stately rooms like her father's study, with wide views from windows that let in much sunshine, and the sense of a spacious garden. Her mind would go groping about for a reason, and would find no reason, unless it were Collins, but Collins would refuse to fit into these pictures. Even Love must admit that she did not belong there any more than the brushes and buckets and slopcloths belonged in that dignified study. Presently Stephen must go off to her tea, leaving the two grown-up children together, secretly divining that neither of them would miss her, not even her father. Arrived in the nursery she would probably be cross, because her heart felt very empty and tearful, or because, having looked at herself in the glass, she had decided that she loathed her abundant long hair. Snatching at a slice of thick bread and butter, she would upset the milk jug, or break a new teacup, or smear the front of her dress with her fingers, to the fury of Mrs. Bingham. If she spoke at such times it was usually to threaten, "I shall cut all my hair off, you see if I don't." Or, "I hate this white dress and I'm going to burn it, it makes me feel idiotic." But once launched she would dig up the grievances of months, going back to the time of the would-be young Nelson, loudly complaining that being a girl spoilt everything, even Nelson. The rest of the evening would be spent in grumbling, because one does grumble when one is unhappy, at least one does grumble when one is 7, later on it may seem rather useless. At last the hour of the bath would arrive, and still grumbling, Stephen must submit to Mrs. Bingham, fidgeting under the nurse's rough fingers like a dog in the hands of a trimmer. There she would stand pretending to shiver, a strong little figure, narrow-hipped and wide-shouldered, her flanks as wiry and thin as a greyhound's and even more ceaselessly restless. "God doesn't use soap," she might suddenly remark. At which Mrs. Bingham must smile, none too kindly. "Maybe not, Miss Stephen, he don't ave to wash you, if he did he'd need plenty of soap, I'll be bound." The bath over, and Stephen garbed in her nightgown, a long pause would ensue, known as "waiting for Mother," and if Mother, for some reason, did not happen to arrive, the pause could be spun out for quite 20 minutes, or for half an hour even, if luck was with Stephen, and the nursery clock not too precise and old-maidish. "Now come on, say your prayers," Mrs. Bingham would order, "and you'd better ask the dear Lord to forgive you, impious I calls it, and you a young lady. Carrying on because you can't be a boy." Stephen would kneel by the side of the bed, but in such moods as these her prayers would sound angry. The nurse would protest, "Not so loud, Miss Stephen. Pray slower, and don't shout at the Lord, he won't like it." But Stephen would continue to shout at the Lord in a kind of impotent defiance. The sorrows of childhood are mercifully passing, for it is only when maturity has rendered soil mellow that grief will root very deeply. Stephen's grief for Collins, in spite of its violence, or perhaps because of that very violence, wore itself out like a passing tempest and was all but spent by the autumn. By Christmas, the gusts when they came were quite gentle, rousing nothing more disturbing than a faint melancholy. By Christmas it required quite an effort of will to recapture the charm of Collins. Stephen was nonplussed and rather uneasy, to have loved so greatly and now to forget. It made her feel childish and horribly silly, as though she had cried over cutting her finger. As on all grave occasions, she considered the Lord, remembering his love for miserable sinners. "Teach me to love Collins your way," prayed Stephen, trying hard to squeeze out some tears in the process. "Teach me to love her 'cause she's mean and unkind and won't be a proper sinner that repenteth." But the tears would not come, nor was prayer what it had been. It lacked something, she no longer sweated when she prayed. Then an awful thing happened, the maid's image was fading, and try as she would Stephen could not recall certain passing expressions that had erstwhile allured her. Now she could not see Collins's face at all clearly even if she willed very hard in the dark. Thoroughly disgruntled, she bethought her of books of fairy tales, hitherto not much in favour, especially of those that treated of spells, incantations, and other unlawful proceedings. She even requested the surprised Mrs. Bingham to read from the Bible. "You know where," coaxed Stephen. "It's the place they were reading in church last Sunday, about Saul and a witch with a name like Edna, the place where she makes some person come up, 'cause the king had forgotten what he looked like." But if prayer had failed Stephen, her spells also failed her. Indeed they behaved as spells do when said backwards, making her see, not the person she wished to, but a creature entirely different. For Collins now had a most serious rival, one who had lately appeared at the stables. He was not possessed of a real housemaid's knee, but instead of 4 deeply thrilling brown legs, he was 2 up on legs, and 1 up on a tail, which was rather unfair on Collins. That Christmas, when Stephen was 8 years old, Sir Philip had bought her a hefty bay pony. She was learning to ride him, could ride him already, being naturally skillful and fearless. There had been quite a heated discussion with Anna, because Stephen had insisted on riding astride. In this she had shown herself very refractory, falling off every time she tried the side saddle. Quite obvious, of course, this falling off process, but enough to subjugate Anna. And now Stephen would spend long hours at the stables, swaggering largely in corduroy breeches, hobnobbing with Williams, the old stud groom, who had a soft place in his heart for the child. She would say, "Come up, horse," in the same tone as Williams, or, pretending to acknowledge she was far from possessing, "Is that fetlock a bit puffy? It looks to me puffy, supposing we put on a nice wet bandage." Then Williams would rub his rough chin as though thinking, "Maybe yes, maybe no," he would temporize, wisely. She grew to adore the smell of the stables. It was far more enticing than Collins's perfume, the Erasmic she had used on her afternoons out, and which had once smelt so delicious.
And the pony.
So strong, so entirely fulfilling, with his round, gentle eyes, and his heart big with courage. He was surely more worthy of worship than Collins, who had treated you badly because of the footman. And yet, you owed something to Collins, just because you had loved her, though you couldn't any more. It was dreadfully worrying, all this hard thinking, when you wished to enjoy a new pony. Stephen would stand there rubbing her chin in an almost exact imitation of Williams. She could not produce the same scrabbly sound, but in spite of this drawback the movement would soothe her. Then one morning she had a bright inspiration. "Come up, horse," she commanded, slapping the pony. "Come up, horse, and let me get close to your ear, 'cause I'm going to whisper something dreadfully important." Laying her cheek against his firm neck she said softly, "You're not you any more, you're Collins." So Collins was comfortably transmigrated. It was Stephen's last effort to remember. Came the day when Stephen rode out with her father to a meet, a glorious and memorable day. Side by side the two of them jogged through the gates, and the lodgekeeper's wife must smile to see Stephen sitting her smart bay pony astride, and looking so comically like Sir Philip. "It do be a pity as her isn't a boy, our young lady," she told her husband. It was one of those still, slightly frosty mornings when the landing is tricky on the north side of the hedges, when the smoke from farm chimneys rises straight as a ramrod, when the scent of log fires or of burning brushwood, though left far behind, still persists in the nostrils. A crystal clear morning, like a draught of spring water, and such mornings are good when one is young. The pony tugged hard and fought at his bridle. He was trembling with pleasure, for he was no novice. He knew all about signs and wonders in stables, such as large feeds of corn administered early, and extra long groomings, and pink coats with brass buttons, like the hunt coat Sir Philip was wearing. He frisked down the road, a mass of affectation, demanding some skill on the part of his rider. But the child's hands were strong yet exceedingly gentle. She possessed that rare gift, perfect hands on a horse. "This is better than being young Nelson," thought Stephen, "'cause this way I'm happy just being myself." Sir Philip looked down at his daughter with contentment. She was good to look upon, he decided. And yet his contentment was not quite complete, so that he looked away again quickly, sighing a little, because, somehow these days, he had taken to sighing over Stephen. The meet was a large one. People noticed the child. Colonel Antrim, the master, rode up and spoke kindly. "You've a fine pony there, but he'll need a bit of holding." And then to her father, "Is she safe astride, Philip? Violet's learning to ride, but side saddle, I prefer it. I never think girl children get the grip astride. They aren't built for it, haven't the necessary muscle. Still, no doubt she'll stick on by balance." Stephen flushed. No doubt she'll stick on by balance. The words rankled. Oh, very deeply they rankled. Violet was learning to ride side saddle, that small, flabby lump who squealed if you pinched her, that terrified creature of muslins and ribbons and hair that curled over the nurse's finger. Why, Violet could never come to tea without crying, could never play a game without getting herself hurt. She had fat, wobbly legs too, just like a rag doll, and you, Stephen, had been compared to Violet. Ridiculous, of course, and yet all of a sudden you felt less impressive in your fine riding breeches. You felt, well, not foolish exactly, but self-conscious, not quite at your ease, a little bit wrong. It was almost as though you were playing at young Nelson again, were only pretending. But you said, "I've got muscles, haven't I, father? Williams says I've got riding muscles already." Then you dug your heels sharply into the pony, so that he whisked round, bucking and rearing. As for you, you stuck to his back like a limpet. Wasn't that enough to convince them?
"Steady on, Stephen. came Sir Philip's voice, warning.
Then the master's. She's got a fine seat. I'll admit it, Violet's a little bit scared on a horse, but I think she'll get confidence later, I hope so. And now hounds were moving away towards cover, tails waving, they looked like an army with banners.
Hi, Starbright. Fancy. Get in, little bitch.
Hi, Frolic. Get on with it, Frolic. The long lashes shot out with amazing precision, stinging a flank or stroking a shoulder, while the four-legged Amazons closed up their ranks for the serious business ahead.
Hi, Starbright.
Whips cracked and horses grew restless. Stephen's mount required undivided attention. She had no time to think of her muscles or her grievance, but only of the creature between her small knees.
All right, Stephen. Yes, father.
Well, go steady at your fences. It may be a little bit slippery this morning. But Sir Philip's voice did not sound at all anxious. Indeed, there was a note of deep pride in his voice. He knows that I'm not just a ragdoll, like Violet. He knows that I'm different to her, thought Stephen. The strange, implacable, heartbroken music of hounds giving tongue as they break from cover. The cry of the huntsman as he stands in his stirrups. The thud of hooves pounding ruthlessly forward over long, green, undulating meadows. The meadows flying back as though seen from a train, the meadows streaming away behind you. The acrid smell of horse sweat caught in passing. The smell of damp leather, of earth and bruised herbage, all sudden, all passing. Then the smell of wide spaces, the air smell, cool yet as potent as wine. Sir Philip was looking back over his shoulder. All right, Stephen.
Oh, yes. Stephen's voice sounded breathless.
Steady on. Steady on. They were coming to a fence, and Stephen's grip tightened a little. The pony took the fence in his stride, very gaily. For an instant he seemed to stay poised in mid-air as though he had wings, then he touched earth again, and away without even pausing.
All right, Stephen.
Yes, yes. Sir Philip's broad back was bent forward over the shoulder of his hunter. The crisp auburn hair in the nape of his neck showed bright where the winter sunshine touched it, and as the child followed that purposeful back, she felt that she loved it utterly, entirely. At that moment it seemed to embody all kindness, all strength, and all understanding. They killed not so very far from Worcester. It had been a stiff run, the best of the season. Colonel Antrim came jogging along to Stephen, whose prowess had amused and surprised him. Well, well, he said, grinning. So here you are, madam, still with a leg on each side of your horse. I'm going to tell Violet she'll have to buck up. By the way, Philip, can Stephen come to tea on Monday, before Roger goes back to school? She can.
Oh, splendid.
And now where's that brush? I think our young Stephen here takes it. Strange it is, but unforgettable moments are often connected with very small happenings, happenings that assume fictitious proportions, especially when we are children. If Colonel Antrim had offered Stephen the crown of England on a red velvet cushion, it is doubtful whether her pride would have equaled the pride that she felt when the huntsman came forward and presented her with her first hunting trophy, the rather pathetic, bedraggled little brush that had weathered so many hard miles. Just for an instant the child's heart misgave her, as she looked at the soft, furry thing in her hand, but the joy of attainment was still hot upon her, and that incomparable feeling of elation that comes from the knowledge of personal courage, so that she forgot the woes of the fox in remembering the prowess of Stephen. Sir Philip fastened the brush to her saddle. You rode well, he said briefly, then turned to the master. But she knew that that day she had not failed him, for his eyes had been bright when they rested on hers. She had seen great love in those melancholy eyes, together with a curiously wistful expression of which her youth lacked understanding. And now many people smiled broadly at Stephen, patting her pony and calling him a flyer. One old farmer remarked, "He do be a good plucked UN, and so be his rider, begging your pardon." At which Stephen must blush and grow slightly mendacious, pretending to give all the credit to the pony, pretending to feel very humble of spirit, which she knew she was far from feeling. "Come along," called Sir Philip. "No more today, Stephen, your poor little fellow's had enough for one day." Which was true, since Collins was all of a tremble, what with excitement and straining short legs to keep up with vainglorious hunters. Whips touched hats. "Goodbye, Stephen, come out soon again, see you on Tuesday, Sir Philip," with the croom. And the field settled down to the changing of horses, before drawing yet one more cover. Father and daughter rode home through the twilight, and now there were no dog roses in the hedges. The hedges stood leafless and grey with frost rime, a network of delicate branches. The earth smelt as clean as a newly washed garment. It smelt of God's washing, as Stephen called it, while away to the left, from a distant farmhouse, came the sound of a yard dog barking. Small lights were glowing in cottage windows as yet uncurtained, as yet very friendly, and beyond, where the great hills of Malvern showed blue against the pale sky, many small lights were burning, lights of home newly lit on the altar of the hills to the God of both hills and homesteads. No birds were singing in the trees by the roadside, but a silence prevailed, more lovely than bird song, the thoughtful and holy silence of winter, the silence of trustfully waiting furrows. For the soil is the greatest saint of all ages, knowing neither impatience, nor fear, nor doubting, knowing only faith, from which spring all blessings that are needful to nurture man. Sir Philip said, "Are you happy, my Stephen?" And she answered, "I'm dreadfully happy, father. I'm so dreadfully happy that it makes me feel frightened, 'cause I mayn't always last happy, not this way." He did not ask why she might not last happy, he just nodded, as though he admitted of a reason, but he laid his hand over hers on the bridle for a moment, a large and comforting hand. Then the peace of the evening took possession of Stephen, that and the peace of a healthy body tired out with fresh air and much vigorous movement, so that she swayed a little in her saddle and came near to falling asleep. The pony, even more tired than his rider, jogged along with neck drooping and reins hanging slackly, too weary to shy at the ogreish shadows that were crouching ready to scare him. His small mind was doubtless concentrated on fodder, on the bucket of water nicely seasoned with gruel, on the groom's soothing hiss as he rubbed down and bandaged, on the warm blanket clothing, so pleasant in winter, and above all on that golden bed of deep straw that was sure to be waiting in his stable. And now a great moon had swung up very slowly, and the moon seemed to pause, staring hard at Stephen, while the frost rime turned white with the whiteness of diamonds, and the shadows turned black and lay folded like velvet round the feet of the drowsy hedges. But the meadows beyond the hedges turned silver, and so did the road to Morton. It was late when they reached the stables at last, and old Williams was waiting in the yard with a lantern. "Did you kill?" he inquired, according to custom. Then he saw Stephen's trophy and chuckled. Stephen tried to spring easily out of the saddle as her father had done, but her legs seemed to fail her. To her horror and chagrin her legs hung down stiffly as though made of wood. She could not control them, and to make matters worse, Collins now grew impatient and began to walk off to his loose box. Then Sir Philip put two strong arms around Stephen, and he lifted her bodily as though she were a baby, and he carried her, only faintly protesting, right up to the door of the house and beyond it. Right up indeed, to the warm pleasant nursery where a steaming hot bath was waiting. Her head fell back and lay on his shoulder, while her eyelids drooped, heavy with well-earned sleep. She had to blink very hard several times over in order to get the better of that sleep. "Happy, darling," he whispered, and his grave face bent nearer. She could feel his cheek, rough at the end of the day, pressed against her forehead, and she loved that kind roughness, so that she put up her hand and stroked it. "So dreadfully, dreadfully happy, father," she murmured. "So dreadfully happy." Chapter 5. On the Monday that followed Stephen's first day out hunting she woke with something very like a weight on her chest. In less than 2 minutes she knew why this was. She was going to tea with the Antrims. Her relations with other children were peculiar. She thought so herself, and so did the children. They could not define it, and neither could Stephen, but there it was all the same. A high-spirited child, she should have been popular, and yet she was not, a fact which she divined, and this made her feel ill at ease with her playmates, who in their turn felt ill at ease. She would think that the children were whispering about her, whispering and laughing for no apparent reason. But although this had happened on one occasion, it was not always happening as Stephen imagined. She was painfully hypersensitive at times, and she suffered accordingly. Of all the children that Stephen most dreaded, Violet and Roger Antrim took precedence. Especially Roger, who was 10 years old, and already full to the neck of male arrogance. He had just been promoted to Eton's that winter, which added to his overbearing pride. Roger Antrim had round, brown eyes like his mother, and a short, straight nose that might one day be handsome. He was rather a thick-set, plump little boy, whose buttocks looked too large in a short Eton jacket, especially when he stuck his hands in his pockets and strutted, which he did very often. Roger was a bully. He bullied his sister, and would dearly have loved to bully Stephen, but Stephen nonplussed him. Her arms were so strong, he could never wrench Stephen's arms backwards like Violet's. He could never make her cry or show any emotion when he pinched her, or tugged roughly at her new hair ribbon, and then Stephen would often beat him at games, a fact which he deeply resented. She could bowl at cricket much straighter than he could. She climbed trees with astonishing skill and prowess, and even if she did tear her skirts in the process, it was obviously cheek for a girl to climb at all. Violet never climbed trees. She stood at the bottom admiring the courage of Roger. He grew to hate Stephen as a kind of rival, a kind of intruder into his especial province. He was always longing to take her down a peg, but being slow-witted he was foolish in his methods. No good daring Stephen, she responded at once, and usually went one better. As for Stephen, she loathed him, and her loathing was increased by a most humiliating consciousness of envy. Yes, despite his shortcomings she envied young Roger with his thick, clumping boots, his cropped hair and his Etons, envied his school and his masculine companions of whom he would speak grandly as, all the other fellows, envied his right to climb trees and play cricket and football, his right to be perfectly natural. Above all she envied his splendid conviction that being a boy constituted a privilege in life. She could well understand that conviction, but this only increased her envy. Stephen found Violet intolerably silly. She cried quite as loudly when she bumped her own head as when Roger applied his most strenuous torments. But what irritated Stephen was the fact that she suspected that Violet almost enjoyed those torments. "He's so dreadfully strong," she had confided in Stephen, with something like pride in her voice. Stephen had longed to shake her for that. "I can pinch quite as hard as he can," she had threatened. "If you think he's stronger than I am, I'll show you." At which Violet had rushed away screaming. Violet was already full of feminine poses. She loved dolls, but not quite so much as she pretended. People said, "Look at Violet, she's like a little mother. It's so touching to see that instinct in a child." Then Violet would become still more touching. She was always thrusting her dolls upon Stephen, making her undress them and put them to bed. "Now you're Nanny, Stephen, and I'm Gertrude's mother, or you can be mother this time if you'd rather. Oh, be careful, you'll break her. Now you've pulled off a button. I do think you might play more like I do." And then Violet knitted, or said that she knitted. Stephen had never seen anything but knots. "Can't you knit?" she would say, looking scornfully at Stephen. "I can, mother called me a dear little housewife." Then Stephen would lose her temper and speak rudely. "You're a dear little sop, that's what you are." For hours she must play stupid doll games with Violet, because Roger would not always play real games in the garden. He hated to be beaten, yet how could she help it? Could she help throwing straighter than Roger? They had nothing whatever in common, these children, but the Antrams were neighbours, and even Sir Philip, indulgent though he was, insisted that Stephen should have friends of her own age to play with. He had spoken quite sharply on several occasions when the child had pleaded to be allowed to stay at home. Indeed, he spoke sharply that very day at luncheon. "Eat your pudding, please, Stephen. Come now, finish it quickly. If all this fuss is about the little Antrams, then father won't have it. It's ridiculous, darling." So Stephen had hastily swallowed her pudding, and escaped upstairs to the nursery. The Antrams lived 1/2 mile from Ledbury, on the other side of the hills. It was quite a long drive to their house from Morton. Stephen was driven over in the dog-cart. She sat beside Williams in gloomy silence, with the collar of her coat turned up to her ears. She was filled with a sense of bitter injustice. Why should they insist on this stupid expedition? Even her father had been cross at luncheon because she preferred to stay at home with him. Why should she be forced to know other children? They didn't want her nor she them. And above all the Antrams. That idiotic Violet who was learning to ride side-saddle, and Roger strutting about in his Etons, and bragging, always bragging because he was a boy, and their mother who was quite sure to patronize Stephen, because being grown up made her put on a manner. Stephen could hear her infuriating voice, the voice she reserved for children. "Here you are, Stephen. Now then, little people, run along and have a good feed in the schoolroom. There's plenty of cake. I knew Stephen was coming. We all know Stephen's capacity for cake." Stephen could hear Violet's timorous giggle and Roger's guffaw as they greeted this sally. She could feel his fat fingers pinching her arm, pinching cruelly, slyly, as he strutted beside her. Then his whisper, "You're a pig. You eat much more than I do, mother said so today, and boys need more than girls." Then Violet, "I'm not very fond of plum cake, it makes me feel sicky, mother says it's indigestion. I could never eat big bits of plum cake like Stephen. Nanny says I'm a dainty feeder." Then Stephen herself, saying nothing at all, but glaring sideways at Roger. The dog-cart was slowly climbing British Camp, that long, steep hill out of Little Malvern. The cold air grew colder, but marvelously pure it was, up there above the valleys. The peak of the camp stood out clearly defined by snow that had fallen lightly that morning, and as they breasted the crest of the hill, the sun shone out on the snow. Away to the right lay the valley of the Wye, a long, lovely valley of deep blue shadows, a valley of small homesteads and mothering trees, of soft undulations and wide, restful spaces leading away to a line of dim mountains, leading away to the mountains of Wales, that lay just over the border. And because she loved this kind English valley, Stephen's sulky eyes must turn and rest upon it. Not all her apprehension and sense of injustice could take from her eyes the joy of that seeing. She must gaze and gaze, she must let it possess her, the peace, the wonder that lay in such beauty, while the unwilling tears welled up under her lids, she not knowing why they had come there. And now they were trotting swiftly downhill. The valley had vanished, but the woods of Eastnor stood naked and lovely, and the forms of their trees were more perfect than forms that are made with hands, unless with the hands of God. Stephen's eyes turned again. She could not stay sulky, for these were the woods where she drove with her father. Twice every spring they drove up to these woods and through them to the stretching parkland beyond. There were deer in the park. They would sometimes get out of the dog cart so that Stephen could feed the does. She began to whistle softly through her teeth, an accomplishment in which she took a great pride. Impossible to go on feeling resentful when the sun was shining between the bare branches, when the air was as clear and as bright as crystal, when the cob was literally flying through the air, taking all William's strength to hold him. Steady, boy. Steady on. He be feeling the weather, gets into his blood and makes him that skittish. Now go quiet, you young blight. Just look at him, will you, he's got himself all of a lather. Let me drive, pleaded Stephen. Oh, please, please, Williams. But Williams shook his head as he grinned at her broadly. I've got old bones, Miss Stephen, and old bones breaks quick when it's frosty, so I've heard tell. Mrs. Antrim was waiting for Stephen in the lounge. She was always waiting to waylay her in the lounge, or so it appeared to Stephen. The lounge was a much overdressed apartment, full of small, useless tables and large, clumsy chairs. You bumped into the chairs and tripped over the tables. At least you did if you were Stephen. There was one deadly pitfall you never could avoid, a huge polar bear skin that lay on the floor. Its stuffed head protruded at a most awkward angle. You invariably stubbed your big toe on that head. Stephen, true to tradition, stubbed her toe rather badly as she blundered towards Mrs. Antrim. Dear me, remarked her hostess, you are a great girl. Why, your feet must be double the size of Violet's. Come here and let me have a look at your feet. Then she laughed as though something amused her. Stephen was longing to rub her big toe, but she thought better of it, enduring in silence. Children, called Mrs. Antrim, here's Stephen. I'm sure she's as hungry as a hunter. Violet was wearing a pale blue silk frock. Even at 7 she was vain of her appearance. She had cried until she had got permission to wear that particular pale blue frock, which was usually reserved for parties. Her brown hair was curled into careful ringlets, and tied with a very large bow of blue ribbon. Mrs. Antrim glanced quickly from Stephen to Violet with a look of maternal pride. Roger was bulging inside his Etons. His round cheeks were puffed, very pink and aggressive. He eyed Stephen coldly from above a white collar that was obviously fresh from the laundry. On their way upstairs he pinched Stephen's leg, and Stephen kicked backwards, swiftly and neatly. I suppose you think you can kick, grunted Roger, who was suffering acutely at that moment from his shin. You've not got the strength of a flea. I don't feel it. At Violet's request they were left alone for tea. She liked playing the hostess, and her mother spoilt her. A special small teapot had to be unearthed, in order that Violet could lift it. Sugar, she inquired with tongs poised in mid-air, and milk, she added, imitating her mother. Mrs. Antrim always said, and milk, in that tone. It made you feel that you must be rather greedy. Oh, chuck it, growled Roger, whose shin was still aching. You know I want milk and 4 lumps of sugar. Violet's underlip began to tremble, but she held her ground with unexpected firmness. May I give you a little more milk, Stephen dear? Or would you prefer no milk, only lemon? There isn't any lemon and you know it, bawled Roger. Here, give me my tea or I'll spoil your hair ribbon. He grabbed at his cup and nearly upset it. Oh, oh, shrilled Violet, my dress. They settled down to the meal at last, but Stephen observed that Roger was watching. Every mouthful she ate she could feel him watching, so that she grew self-conscious. She was hungry, not having eaten much luncheon, but now she could not enjoy her cake. Roger himself was stuffing like a grampus, but his eyes never left her face. Then Roger, the slow-witted in his dealings with Stephen, all but choked in the throes of a great inspiration. "I say, you," he began, with his mouth very full, "what about a certain young lady out hunting? What about a fat leg on each side of her horse like a monkey on a stick, and everybody laughing?" "They were not," exclaimed Stephen, growing suddenly red. "Oh, yes, but they were, though," mocked Roger. Now had Stephen been wise she would have let the thing drop, for no fun is derived from a one-sided contest, but at 8 years old one is not always wise, and moreover her pride had been stung to the quick. She said, "I'd like to see you get the brush. Why you can't stick on just riding round the paddock? I've seen you fall off jumping nothing but a hurdle. I'd like to see you out hunting." Roger swallowed some more cake. There was now no great hurry. He had thrown his sprat and had landed his mackerel. He had very much feared that she might not be drawn. It was not always easy to draw Stephen. "Well now, listen," he drawled, "and I'll tell you something. You thought they admired you squatting on your pony. You thought you were being very grand, I'll bet, with your new riding breeches and your black velvet cap. You thought they'd suppose that you looked like a boy, just because you were trying to be one. As a matter of fact, if you really want to know, they were busting their sides. Why, my father said so. He was laughing all the time at your looking so funny on that rotten old pony that's as fat as a porpoise. Why, he only gave you the brush for fun, because you were such a small kid, he said so. He said, I gave Stephen Gordon the brush because I thought she might cry if I didn't." "You're a liar," breathed Stephen, who had turned very pale. "Oh, am I? Well, you ask father."
"Do stop," whimpered Violet, beginning to cry. "You're horrid, you're spoiling my party."
But Roger was launched on his first perfect triumph. He had seen the expression in Stephen's eyes, and my mother said, he continued more loudly, that your mother must be funny to allow you to do it. She said it was horrid to let girls ride that way. She said she was awfully surprised at your mother. She said that she'd have thought that your mother had more sense. She said that it wasn't modest, she said. Stephen had suddenly sprung to her feet. "How dare you? How dare you, my mother?" she spluttered. And now she was almost beside herself with rage, conscious only of one overwhelming impulse, and that to belabor Roger. A plate crashed to the ground and Violet screamed faintly. Roger, in his turn, had pushed back his chair. His round eyes were staring and rather frightened. He had never seen Stephen quite like this before. She was actually rolling up the sleeves of her smock. "You cad," she shouted. "I'll fight you for this." And she doubled up her fist and shook it at Roger while he edged away from the table. She stood there an enraged and ridiculous figure in her Liberty smock, with her hard, boyish forearms. Her long hair had partly escaped from its ribbon, and the bow sagged down limply, crooked and foolish. All that was heavy in her face sprang into view, the strong line of the jaw, the square, massive brow, the eyebrows, too thick and too wide for beauty. And yet there was a kind of large splendor about her. Absurd though she was splendid at that moment, grotesque and splendid, like some primitive thing conceived in a turbulent age of transition. "Are you going to fight me, you coward?" she demanded, as she stepped round the table and faced her tormentor. But Roger thrust his hands deep into his pockets. "I don't fight with girls," he remarked very grandly. Then he sauntered out of the schoolroom. Stephen's own hands fell and hung at her sides. Her head drooped, and she stood staring down at the carpet. The whole of her suddenly drooped and looked helpless, as she stood staring down at the carpet. "How could you?" began Violet, who was plucking up courage. "Little girls don't have fights. I don't, I'd be frightened." But Stephen cut her short. "I'm going," she said thickly. "I'm going home to my father." She went heavily downstairs and out into the lobby, where she put on her hat and coat. Then she made her way round the house to the stables, in search of old Williams and the dog-cart. "You're home very early, Stephen," said Anna, but Sir Philip was staring at his daughter's face. "What's the matter?" he inquired, and his voice sounded anxious. "Come here and tell me about it." Then Stephen quite suddenly burst into tears, and she wept as she stood there before them, and she poured out her shame and humiliation, telling all that Roger had said about her mother, telling all that she, Stephen, would have done to defend her, had it not been that Roger would not fight with a girl. She wept without any restraint, scarcely knowing what she said, at that moment not caring. And Sir Philip listened with his head on his hand, and Anna listened bewildered and dumbfounded. She tried to kiss Stephen, to hold her to her, but Stephen, still sobbing, pushed her away. In this orgy of grief she resented consolation, so that in the end Anna took her to the nursery and delivered her over to the care of Mrs. Bingham, feeling that the child did not want her. When Anna went quietly back to the study, Sir Philip was still sitting with his head on his hand. She said, "It's time you realized, Philip, that if you're Stephen's father, I'm her mother. So far you've managed the child your own way, and I don't think it's been successful. You've treated Stephen as though she were a boy. Perhaps it's because I've not given you a son." Her voice trembled a little, but she went on gravely. "It's not good for Stephen, I know it's not good, and at times it frightens me, Philip." "No, no," he said sharply. But Anna persisted. "Yes, Philip, at times it makes me afraid. I can't tell you why, but it seems all wrong. It makes me feel strange with the child." He looked at her out of his melancholy eyes. "Can't you trust me? Won't you try to trust me, Anna?" But Anna shook her head. "I don't understand. Why shouldn't you trust me, Philip?" And then in his terror for this well-beloved woman, Sir Philip committed the first cowardly action of his life. He who would not have spared himself pain, could not bear to inflict it on Anna. In his infinite pity for Stephen's mother, he sinned very deeply and gravely against Stephen, by withholding from that mother his own conviction that her child was not as other children. "There's nothing for you to understand," he said firmly, "but I like you to trust me in all things." After this they sat talking about the child, Sir Philip very quiet and reassuring. "I've wanted her to have a healthy body," he explained. "That's why I've let her run more or less wild. But perhaps we'd better have a governess now, as you say, a French governess, my dear, if you'd prefer one. Later on I've always meant to engage a bluestocking, some woman who's been to Oxford. I want Stephen to have the finest education that care and money can give her." But once again Anna began to protest. "What's the good of it all for a girl?" she argued. "Did you love me any less because I couldn't do mathematics?
Do you love me less now because I count on my fingers?"
He kissed her. "That's different, you're you," he said, smiling, but a look that she knew well had come into his eyes, a cold, resolute expression, which meant that all persuasion was likely to be unavailing. Presently they went upstairs to the nursery, and Sir Philip shaded the candle with his hand, while they stood together gazing down at Stephen. The child was heavily asleep.
"Look, Philip," whispered Anna, pitiful and shaken. "Look, Philip, she's got 2 big tears on her cheek."
He nodded, slipping his arm around Anna. "Come away," he muttered. "We may wake her." Chapter 6. Mrs. Bingham departed unmourned and unmourning, and in her stead reigned Mademoiselle Duffet, a youthful French governess with a long, pleasant face that reminded Stephen of a horse. This equine resemblance was fortunate in one way. Stephen took to Mademoiselle Duffet at once, but it did not make for respectful obedience. On the contrary, Stephen felt very familiar, kindly familiar, and quite at her ease. She petted Mademoiselle Duffet. Mademoiselle Duffet was lonely and homesick, and it must be admitted that she liked being petted. Stephen would rush off to get her a cushion, or a footstool, or her glass of milk at 11. Comme elle est gentille, cette drôle de petite fille, elle a si bon cœur, would think Mademoiselle Duffet, and somehow geography would not seem to matter quite so much, or arithmetic either. In vain did Mademoiselle try to be strict, her pupil could always beguile her. Mademoiselle Duffet knew nothing about horses, in spite of the fact that she looked so much like one, and Stephen would complacently entertain her with long conversations anent splints and spavins, cow hocks and colic, all mixed up together in a kind of wild veterinary jumble. Had Williams been listening, he might well have rubbed his chin, but Williams was not there to listen. As for Mademoiselle Duffet, she was genuinely impressed. "Mais quel type, she was always exclaiming.
Vous êtes déjà une vraie petite Amazone, Steven.
"N'est-ce pas?" agreed Stephen, who was picking up French.
The child showed a real ability for French, and this delighted her teacher. At the end of 6 months she could gabble quite freely, making quick little gestures and shrugging her shoulders. She liked talking French, it rather amused her, nor was she averse to mastering the grammar. What she could not endure were the long, foolish dictées from the edifying Bibliothèque Rose. Weak in all other respects with Stephen, Mademoiselle Duffet clung to these dictées. The Bibliothèque Rose became her last trench of authority, and she held it. "Les petites filles models," Mademoiselle would announce, while Stephen yawned out her ineffable boredom. "Maintenant nous allons retrouver Sophie. Where to did we arrive?"
Ah, oui, irremembé. Cette preuve de confiance toucha Sophie et augmenta encore son regret d'avoir été si méchante. Comment, se dit-elle, ai-je pu me livrer à une telle colère? Comment ai-je été si méchante avec des amies aussi bonnes que celles que j'ai ici, et si hardie envers une personne aussi douce, aussi tendre que Madame de Fleurville?
From time to time, the program would be varied by extracts of an even more edifying nature, and Les Bons Enfants would be chosen for dictation, to the scorn and derision or Stephen.
La maman. Donne-lui ton cœur, mon Henri, c'est ce que tu pourras lui donner de plus agréable. Mon cœur? Dit Henri en déboutonnant son habit et en ouvrant sa chemise. Mais comment faire? Il me faudrait un couteau.
At which Stephen would giggle. One day she had added a comment of her own in the margin. Little beast, he was only shamming. And Mademoiselle, coming on this unawares, had been caught in the act of laughing by her pupil. After which there was naturally less discipline than ever in the schoolroom, but considerably more friendship. However, Anna seemed quite contented, since Stephen was becoming so proficient in French, and observing that his wife looked less anxious these days, Sir Philip said nothing, biding his time. This frank, jaunty slacking on the part of his daughter should be checked later on, he decided. Meanwhile, Stephen grew fond of the mild-faced Frenchwoman, who in her turn adored the unusual child. She would often confide her troubles to Stephen, those family troubles in which governesses abound. Her Marmon was old and delicate and needy. Her sister had a wicked and spendthrift husband, and now her sister must make little bags for the grand shops in Paris that paid very badly. Her sister was gradually losing her eyesight through making those little bead bags for the shops that cared nothing, and paid very badly. Mademoiselle sent Marmon a part of her earnings, and sometimes, of course, she must help her sister. Her Marmon must have her chicken on Sundays. Bon Dieu, Illinois Fort Viva, Illinois Fort Manger, au moins, and afterwards that chicken came in very nicely for Petite Marmite, which was made from his carcass and a few leaves of cabbage. Marmon loved Petite Marmite, the warmth of it eased her old gums. Stephen would listen to these long dissertations with patience and with apparent understanding.
She would nod her head wisely. Mais c'est dur, she would comment. C'est terriblement dur, la vie.
But she never confided her own special troubles, and Mademoiselle Duffet sometimes wondered about her. Est-elle heureuse, cette étrange petite? She would wonder.
Sera-t-elle heureuse plus tard? Qui sait?
Idleness and peace had reigned in the schoolroom for more than 2 years, when ex-Sergeant Smiley sailed over the horizon and proceeded to announce that he taught gymnastics and fencing. From that moment peace ceased to reign in the schoolroom, or indeed anywhere in the house for that matter. In vain did Mademoiselle Duffet protest that gymnastics and fencing thicken the ankles. In vain did Anna express disapproval. Stephen merely ignored them and consulted her father. I want to go in for sandoing, she informed him, as though they were discussing a career. He laughed. Sandoing? Well, and how will you start it? Then Stephen explained about ex-Sergeant Smiley. I see, nodded Sir Philip. You want to learn fencing. And how to lift weights with my stomach, she said quickly. Why not with your large front teeth? He teased her. Oh, well, he added, there's no harm in fencing or gymnastics either, provided, of course, that you don't try to wreck Morton Hall like a Samson wrecking the house of the Philistines. I foresee that might easily happen. Stephen grinned. But it mightn't if I cut off my hair.
May I cut off my hair? Oh, do let me, father.
Certainly not, I prefer to risk it, said Sir Philip, speaking quite firmly. Stephen went pounding back to the schoolroom. I'm going to those classes, she announced in triumph. I'm going to be driven over to Malvern next week. I'm going to begin on Tuesday, and I'm going to learn fencing so as I can kill your brother-in-law who's a beast to your sister. I'm going to fight duels for wives in distress, like men do in Paris, and I'm going to learn how to lift pianos on my stomach by expanding something, the diapan muscles, and I'm going to cut my hair off, she mendaciously concluded, glancing sideways to observe the effect of this bombshell.
Bon Dieu, soyez clément, breathed Mademoiselle Duffet, casting her eyes to heaven.
It was not very long before ex-Sergeant Smiley discovered that in Stephen he had a star pupil. Some day you ought to make a champion fencer, if you work really hard at it, miss, he told her. Stephen did not learn to lift pianos with her stomach, but as time went on she did become quite an expert gymnast and fencer, and as Mademoiselle Duffet confided to Anna, it was after all very charming to watch her, so supple and young and quick in her movements. And she fenced like an angel, said Mademoiselle fondly. She fence now almost as well as she ride. Anna nodded. She herself had seen Stephen fencing many times, and had thought it a fine performance for so young a child, but the fencing displeased her, so that she found it hard to praise Stephen. I hate all that sort of thing for girls, she said slowly. But she fence like a man, with such power and such grace, babbled Mademoiselle Duffet, the tactless. And now life was full of new interest for Stephen, an interest that centered entirely in her body. She discovered her body for a thing to be cherished, a thing of real value since its strength could rejoice her, and young though she was, she cared for her body with great diligence, bathing it night and morning in dull, tepid water. Cold baths were forbidden, and hot baths, she had heard, sometimes weakened the muscles. For gymnastics she wore her hair in a pigtail, and somehow that pigtail began to intrude on other occasions. In spite of protests, she always forgot and came down to breakfast with a neat, shining plait, so that Anna gave in the end and said, sighing, "Have your pigtail do, child, if you feel that you must, but I can't say it suits you, Stephen."
And Mademoiselle Duffet was foolishly loving.
Stephen would stop in the middle of lessons to roll back her sleeves and examine her muscles. Then Mademoiselle Duffet, instead of protesting, would laugh and admire her absurd little biceps. Stephen's craze for physical culture increased, and now it began to invade the schoolroom. Dumbbells appeared in the schoolroom bookcases, while half-worn-out gym shoes skulked in the corners. Everything went by the board but this passion of the child's for training her body. And what must Sir Philip elect to do next, but to write out to Ireland and purchase a hunter for his daughter to ride, a real, thoroughbred hunter? And what must he say but, "That's one for young Roger"? So that Stephen found herself comfortably laughing at the thought of young Roger, and that laugh went a long way towards healing the wound that had rankled within her. Perhaps this was why Sir Philip had written out to Ireland for that thoroughbred hunter. The hunter, when he came, was grey-coated and slender, and his eyes were as soft as an Irish morning, and his courage was as bright as an Irish sunrise, and his heart was as young as the wild heart of Ireland, but devoted and loyal and eager for service, and his name was sweet on the tongue as you spoke it, being Raftery, after the poet.
Stephen loved Raftery, and Raftery loved Stephen.
It was love at first sight, and they talked to each other for hours in his loose box, not in Irish or English, but in a quiet language having very few words but many small sounds and many small movements, which to both of them meant more than words. And Raftery said, "I will carry you bravely, I will serve you all the days of my life." And she answered, "I will care for you night and day, Raftery, all the days of your life." Thus Stephen and Raftery pledged their devotion, alone in his fragrant, hay-scented stable. And Raftery was 5 and Stephen was 12 when they solemnly pledged their devotion. Never was rider more proud or more happy than Stephen, when first she and Raftery went a-hunting, and never was youngster more wise or courageous than Raftery proved himself at his fences, and never can Bellerophon have thrilled to more daring than did Stephen, astride of Raftery that day, with the wind in her face and a fire in her heart that made life a thing of glory. At the very beginning of the run the fox turned in the direction of Morton, actually crossing the big north paddock before turning once more and making for Upton. In the paddock was a mighty, upstanding hedge, a formidable place concealing timber, and what must they do, these two young creatures, but go straight at it and get safely over? Those who saw Raftery fly that hedge could never afterwards doubt his valor. And when they got home there was Anna waiting to pat Raftery, because she could not resist him. Because, being Irish, her hands loved the feel of fine horseflesh under their delicate fingers, and because she did very much want to be tender to Stephen, and understanding. But as Stephen dismounted, bespattered and dishevelled, and yet with that perversive look of her father, the words that Anna had been planning to speak died away before they could get themselves spoken. She shrank back from the child, but the child was too overjoyed at that moment to perceive it. Happy days, splendid days of childish achievements, but they passed all too soon, giving place to the seasons, and there came the winter when Stephen was 14. On a January afternoon of bright sunshine, Mademoiselle Duffet sat dabbing her eyes. For Mademoiselle Duffet must leave her loved Stephen, must give place to a rival who could teach Greek and Latin. She would go back to Paris, the poor Mademoiselle Duffet, and take care of her aging Marmon. Meanwhile, Stephen, very angular and lanky at 14, was standing before her father in his study. She stood still, but her glance kept straying to the window, to the sunshine that seemed to be beckoning through the window. She was dressed for riding in breeches and gaiters, and her thoughts were with Raftery. "Sit down," said Sir Philip, and his voice was so grave that her thoughts came back with a leap and a bound. "You and I have got to talk this thing out, Stephen." What thing, father? She faltered, sitting down abruptly.
Your idleness, my child.
The time has now come when all play and no work will make a dull Stephen, unless we pull ourselves together. She rested her large, shapely hands on her knees and bent forward, searching his face intently. What she saw there was a quiet determination that spread from his lips to his eyes. She grew suddenly uneasy, like a youngster who objects to the rather unpleasant process of mouthing. I speak French, she broke out. I speak French like a native. I can read and write French as well as mademoiselle does. And beyond that you know very little, he informed her. It's not enough, Stephen, believe me. There ensued a long silence, she tapping her leg with her whip, he speculating about her. Then he said, but quite gently, I've considered this thing, I've considered this matter of your education. I want you to have the same education, the same advantages as I'd give to my son, that is as far as possible, he added, looking away from Stephen. But I'm not your son, father, she said very slowly, and even as she said it her heart felt heavy, heavy and sad as it had not done for years, not since she was quite a small child. And at this he looked back at her with love in his eyes, love and something that seemed like compassion, and their looks met and mingled and held for a moment, speechless yet somehow expressing their hearts. Her own eyes clouded and she stared at her boots, ashamed of the tears that she felt might flow over. He saw this and went on speaking more quickly, as though anxious to cover her confusion. You're all the son that I've got, he told her. You're brave and strong-limbed, but I want you to be wise. I want you to be wise for your own sake, Stephen, because the best life requires great wisdom. I want you to learn to make friends of your books. Someday you may need them, because, he hesitated, because you mayn't find life at all easy, we none of us do, and books are good friends. I don't want you to give up your fencing and gymnastics or your riding, but I want you to show moderation. You've developed your body, now develop your mind. Let your mind and your muscles help, not hinder each other. It can be done, Stephen, I've done it myself, and in many respects you're like me. I've brought you up very differently from most girls. You must know that, look at Violet Antrim. I've indulged you, I suppose, but I don't think I've spoilt you, because I believe in you absolutely.
I believe in myself too, where you're concerned. I believe in my own sound judgment.
But you've now got to prove that my judgment's been sound. We've both got to prove it to ourselves and to your mother. She's been very patient with my unusual methods. I'm going to stand trial now, and she'll be my judge. Help me, I'm going to need all your help. If you fail, then I fail. We shall go down together. But we're not going to fail. You're going to work hard when your new governess comes, and when you're older you're going to become a fine woman. You must, dear, I love you so much that you can't disappoint me. His voice faltered a little, then he held out his hand. And Stephen, come here, look me straight in the eyes. What is honor, my daughter? She looked into his anxious, questioning eyes. You are honor, she said quite simply. When Stephen kissed Mademoiselle Duffert goodbye, she cried, for she felt that something was going that would never come back, irresponsible childhood. It was going, like Mademoiselle Duffert. Kind Mademoiselle Duffert, so foolishly loving, so easily coerced, so glad to be persuaded, so eager to believe that you were doing your best, in the face of the most obvious slacking. Kind Mademoiselle Duffert who smiled when she shouldn't, who laughed when she shouldn't, and now she was weeping, but weeping as only a Latin can weep, shedding rivers of tears and sobbing quite loudly. Sherry, mon bibi, petit cho, she was sobbing, as she clung to the angular Stephen. The tears ran down onto Mademoiselle's tippet, and they wet the poor fur which already looked jaded, and the fur clogged together, turning black with those tears, so that Mademoiselle tried to wipe it. But the more she wiped it the wetter it grew, since her handkerchief only augmented the trouble. Nor was Stephen's large handkerchief very dry either, as she found when she started to help. The old station fly that had come out from Malvern drove up, and the footman seized Mademoiselle's luggage. It was such meagre luggage that he waved back assistance from the driver, and lifted the trunk single-handed. Then Mademoiselle Duffert broke out into English, heaven only knew why, perhaps from emotion. It's not farewell, it shall not be forever, she sobbed. You come, but I feel it, to Paris. We meet once more, Stephen, my poor little baby, when you grow up bigger, we two meet once more. And Stephen, already taller than she was, longed to grow small again, just to please Mademoiselle. Then, because the French are practical people even in moments of real emotion, Mademoiselle found her handbag, and groping in its depths she produced a half-sheet of paper. "The address of my sister in Paris," she said, snuffling. "The address of my sister who makes little bags, if you should hear of anyone, Stephen, any lady who would care to buy one little bag." "Yes, yes, I'll remember," muttered Stephen. At last she was gone. The fly rumbled away down the drive and finally turned the corner. To the end a wet face had been thrust from the window. A wet handkerchief waved despondently at Stephen. The rain must have mingled with Mademoiselle's tears, for the weather had broken and now it was raining. It was surely a desolate day for departure, with the mist closing over the Severn Valley and beginning to creep up the hillsides. Stephen made her way to the empty schoolroom, empty of all save a general confusion. The confusion that stalks in some people's trail, it had always stalked Mademoiselle Duffet. On the chairs, which stood crooked, lay odds and ends meaning nothing. Crumpled paper, a broken shoehorn, a well-worn brown glove that had lost its fellow and likewise two of its buttons. On the table lay a much-abused pink blotting pad, from which Stephen had torn off the corners, unchidden. It was crossed and recrossed with elegant French script until its scarred face had turned purple. And there stood the bottle of purple ink, half empty, and green round its neck with dribbles, and a pen with a nib as sharp as a pinpoint, a thin, peevish nib that jabbed at the paper. Chock-a-block with the bottle of purple ink lay a little piety card of Saint Joseph that had evidently slipped out of Mademoiselle's missal. Saint Joseph looked very respectable and kind, like the fishmonger in Great Malvern. Stephen picked up the card and stared at Saint Joseph. Something was written across his corner. Looking closer she read the minute handwriting, "Priez pour ma petite Stephen." She put the card away in her desk. The ink and the blotter she hid in the cupboard together with the peevish steel nib that jabbed paper, and that richly deserved cremation. Then she straightened the chairs and threw away the litter, after which she went in search of a duster. One by one she dusted the few remaining volumes in the bookcase, including the Bibliothèque Rose. She arranged her dictation notebooks in a pile with others that were far less accurately written. Books of sums, mostly careless and marked with a cross. Books of English history, in one of which Stephen had begun to write the history of the horse. Books of geography with Mademoiselle's comments in strong purple ink, Grand Manque d'attention. And lastly she collected the torn lesson books that had lain on their backs, on their sides, on their bellies, anyhow, anywhere in drawers or in cupboards, but not very often in the bookcase. For the bookcase was harbouring quite other things, a motley and most unstudious collection. Dumbbells, wooden and iron, of varying sizes, some Indian clubs, one split off at the handle, cotton laces, for gym shoes, the belt of a tunic. And then stable keepsakes, including a headband that Raftery had worn on some special occasion, a miniature horseshoe kicked sky-high by Collins, a half-eaten carrot, now withered and mouldy, and two hunting crops that had both lost their lashes and were waiting to visit the saddler. Stephen considered, rubbing her chin, a habit which by now had become automatic. She finally decided on the ample box sofa as a seemly receptacle. Remained only the carrot, and she stood for a long time with it clasped in her hand, disturbed and unhappy. This clearing of decks for stern mental action was certainly very depressing. But at last she threw the thing into the fire, where it shifted distressfully, sizzling and humming. Then she sat down and stared rather grimly at the flames that were burning up Raftery's first carrot. Chapter 7. Soon after the departure of Mademoiselle Duffet, there occurred two distinct innovations at Morton. Miss Puddleton arrived to take possession of the schoolroom, and Sir Philip bought himself a motor car. The motor was a Panhard, and it caused much excitement in the neighbourhood of Upton-on-Severn. Conservative, suspicious of all innovations, people had abstained from motors in the Midlands, and, incredible as it now seems to look back on, Sir Philip was regarded as a kind of pioneer. The Panhard was a high-shouldered, snub-nosed abortion with a loud, vulgar voice and an uncertain temper. It suffered from frequent fits of dyspepsia, brought about by an unhealthy spark plug. Its seats were the very acme of discomfort, its primitive gears unhandy and noisy, but nevertheless it could manage to attain to a speed of about 15 miles per hour, given always that, by God's good grace and the chauffeurs, it was not in the throes of indigestion. Anna felt doubtful regarding this new purchase. She was one of those women who, having passed 40, were content to go on placidly driving in their broughams, or, in summer, in their charming little French Victorias. She detested the look of herself in large goggles, detested being forced to tie on her hat, detested the heavy, mannish coat of rough tweed that Sir Philip insisted she must wear when motoring. Such things were not of her. They offended her sense of the seemly, her preference for soft, clinging garments, her instinct for quiet, rather slow, gentle movements, her love of the feminine and comely. For Anna at 44 was still slender, and her dark hair, as yet, was untouched with grey, and her blue Irish eyes were as clear and candid as when she had come as a bride to Morton. She was beautiful still, and this fact rejoiced her in secret, because of her husband. Yet Anna did not ignore middle age. She met it halfway with dignity and courage, and now her soft dresses were of reticent colours, and her movements a little more careful than they had been, and her mind more severely disciplined and guarded. Too much guarded these days, she was gradually growing less tolerant as her interests narrowed. And the motor, an unimportant thing in itself, served nevertheless to crystallize in Anna a certain tendency towards retrogression, a certain instinctive dislike of the unusual, a certain deep-rooted fear of the unknown. Old Williams was openly disgusted and hostile. He considered the car to be an outrage to his stables, those immaculate stables with their spacious coach-houses, their wide plats of straw neatly interwoven with yards of red and blue saddler's tape, and their fine stable-yard hitherto kept so spotless. Came the Panhard, and behold, pools of oil on the flagstones, greenish, bad-smelling oil that defied even scouring, and a medley of odd-looking tools in the coach-house, all greasy, all soiling your hands when you touched them, and large tins of what looked like black Vaseline, and spare tires for which nails had been knocked into the woodwork, and a bench with a vice for the motor's insides which were frequently being dissected. From this coach-house the dog-cart had been ruthlessly expelled, and now it must stand chock-a-block with the phaeton, so that room might be made for the garish intruder together with its young body-servant. The young body-servant was known as a chauffeur. He had come down from London and wore clothes made of leather. He talked Cockney, and openly spat before Williams in the coach-house, then rubbed his foot over the spittle. "I'll have none of your expectoration air in me coach-house, I tells 'ee," bawled Williams, apoplectic with temper. "Oh, come off it, do, grandpa, we're not in the Ark," was how the new blood answered Williams. There was war to the knife between Williams and Burton, who expressed large disdain of the horses. "Your time's up now, grandpa," he was constantly remarking. "It's all up with the G's, better learn to be a shover." "Ops, I'll die afore ever I demean myself that way, you young blight," bawled the outraged Williams. Very angry he grew, and his dinner fermented, dilating his stomach and causing discomfort, so that his wife became anxious about him.
"Now don't 'ee go worryin', Arth Thursday," she coaxed. "Us be old, me and you, and the world be progressin'."
"It be goin' to the devil, that's what it be doing," groaned Williams, rubbing his stomach. To make matters worse, Sir Philip's behaviour was that of a schoolboy with some horrid new contraption. He was caught by his stud-groom lying flat on his back with his feet sticking out beneath the bonnet of the motor, and when he emerged there was soot on his cheekbones, on his hair, and even on the tip of his nose. He looked terribly sheepish, and as William said later to his wife, it was something awful to see him all mucked up, and him such a neat gentleman, and him in a filthy old coat of that Burton's, and that Burton a-grinning at me and just pointing, silent, because the master couldn't see him, and the master calling up familiar-like to Burton, "I say, she's got something all wrong with exhaust pipe," and Burton contradicting the master. "It's that piston," says he, as cool as you're please. Nor was Stephen less thrilled by the car than was her father. Stephen made friends with the execrable Burton, and Burton, who was only too anxious to gain allies, soon started to teach her the parts of the engine. He taught her to drive too, Sir Philip being willing, and off they would go, the three of them together, leaving Williams to glare at the disappearing motor. "And a such a fine 'orsewoman and all," he would grumble, rubbing a disconsolate chin. It is not too much to say that Williams felt heartbroken. He was like a very unhappy old baby. Quite infantile he was in his fits of bad temper, in his mouthings and his grindings of toothless gums. And all about nothing, for Sir Philip and his daughter had the lure of horseflesh in their very bones. And then there was Raftery, and Raftery loved Stephen, and Stephen loved Raftery. The motoring, of course, was the most tremendous fun, but, and it was a very large but indeed, when Stephen got home to Morton and the schoolroom, a little grey figure would be sitting at the table correcting an exercise book, or preparing some task for the following morning. The little grey figure might look up and smile, and when it did this its face would be charming. But if it refrained from smiling, then its face would be ugly, too hard and too square in formation, except for the brow, which was rounded and shiny like a bare intellectual knee. If the little grey figure got up from the table, you were struck by the fact that it seemed square all over, square shoulders, square hips, a flat, square line of bosom, square tips to the fingers, square toes to the shoes, and all tiny. It suggested a miniature box that was neatly spliced at the corners. Of uncertain age, pale, with iron grey hair, grey eyes, and invariably dressed in dark grey, Miss Puddleton did not look very inspiring, not at all as one having authority, in fact. But on close observation it had to be admitted that her chin, though minute, was extremely aggressive. Her mouth, too, was firm, except when its firmness was melted by the warmth and humour of her smile, a smile that mocked, pitied, and questioned the world, and perhaps Miss Puddleton as well. From the very first moment of Miss Puddleton's arrival, Stephen had had an uncomfortable conviction that this queer little woman was going to mean something, was going to become a fixture. And sure enough, she had settled down at once, so that in less than 2 months it seemed to Stephen that Miss Puddleton must always have been at Morton, must always have been sitting at the large walnut table, must always have been saying in that dry, toneless voice with the Oxford accent, "You've forgotten something, Stephen," and then, "The books can't walk to the bookcase, but you can, so suppose that you take them with you." It was truly amazing, the change in the schoolroom, not a book out of place, not a shelf in disorder. Even the box lounge had to be opened and its dumbbells and clubs paired off nicely together. Miss Puddleton always liked things to be paired, perhaps an unrecognized matrimonial instinct. And now Stephen found herself put into harness for the first time in her life, and she loathed the sensation. There were so many rules that a very large timesheet had to be fastened to the blackboard in the schoolroom. "Because," said Miss Puddleton as she pinned the thing up, "even my brain won't stand your complete lack of method, it's infectious. This timesheet is my antitoxin, so please don't tear it to pieces." Mathematics and algebra, Latin and Greek, Roman history, Greek history, geometry, botany, they reduced Stephen's mind to a species of beehive in which every bee buzzed on the least provocation. She would gaze at Miss Puddleton in a kind of amazement, that tiny, square box to hold all this grim knowledge. And seeing that gaze, Miss Puddleton would smile her most warm, charming smile, and would say as she did so, "Yes, I know, but it's only the first effort, Stephen. Presently your mind will get neat like the schoolroom, and then you'll be able to find what you want without all this rummaging and bother." But her tasks being over, Stephen must often slip away to visit Raftery in the stables. "Oh, Raftery, I'm hating it so," she would tell him. "I feel like you'd feel if I put you in harness, hard wooden shafts and a kicking strap, Raftery, but my darling, I'd never put you into harness." And Raftery would hardly know what he should answer, since all human creatures, so far as he knew them, must run between shafts. Godlike though they were, they undoubtedly had to run between shafts. Nothing but Stephen's great love for her father helped her to endure the first 6 months of learning, that and her own stubborn, arrogant will that made her hate to be beaten. She would swing clubs and dumbbells in a kind of fury, consoling herself with the thought of her muscles, and, finding her at it, Miss Puddleton had laughed. "You must feel that your teacher's some sort of midge, Stephen, a tiresome midge that you want to brush off." Then Stephen had laughed too. "Well, you are little, Puddle, oh, I'm sorry." "I don't mind," Miss Puddleton had told her. "Call me Puddle if you like, it's all one to me." After which Miss Puddleton disappeared somehow, and Puddle took her place in the household. An insignificant creature this Puddle, yet at moments unmistakably self-assertive. Always willing to help in domestic affairs, such as balancing Anna's chaotic account books, or making out library lists for Jackson's, she was nevertheless very guardful of her rights, very quick to assert and maintain her position. Puddle knew what she wanted and saw that she got it, both in and out of the schoolroom. Yet everyone liked her. She took what she gave and she gave what she took, yes, but sometimes she gave just a little bit more, and that little bit more is the whole art of teaching, the whole art of living, in fact, and Miss Puddleton knew it. Thus gradually, oh, very gradually at first, she wore down her pupils' unconscious resistance. With small, dexterous fingers she caught Stephen's brain, and she stroked it and modelled it after her own fashion. She talked to that brain and showed it new pictures, she gave it new thoughts, new hopes and ambitions, she made it feel certain and proud of achievement. Nor did she belittle Stephen's muscles in the process. Never once did Puddle make game of the athlete. Never once did she show by so much as the twitch of an eyelid that she had her own thoughts about her pupil. She appeared to take Stephen as a matter of course. Nothing surprised or even amused her, it seemed, and Stephen grew quite at ease with her. "I can always be comfortable with you, Puddle," Stephen would say in a tone of satisfaction. "You're like a nice chair, though you are so tiny yet one's got room to stretch, I don't know how you do it." Then Puddle would smile, and that smile would warm Stephen while it mocked her a little, but it also mocked Puddle. They would share that warm smile with its fun and its kindness, so that neither of them could feel hurt or embarrassed. And their friendship took root, growing strong and verdant, and it flourished like a green bay tree in the schoolroom. Came the time when Stephen began to realize that Puddle had genius, the genius of teaching, the genius of compelling her pupil to share in her own enthusiastic love of the classics. "Oh, Stephen, if only you could read this in Greek," she would say, and her voice would sound full of excitement. "The beauty, the splendid dignity of it, it's like the sea, Stephen, rather terrible but splendid. That's the language, it's far more virile than Latin." And Stephen would catch that sudden excitement, and determine to work even harder at Greek. But Puddle did not live by the ancients alone. She taught Stephen to appreciate all literary beauty, observing in her pupil a really fine judgment, a great feeling for balance in sentences and words. A vast tract of new interest was thus opened up, and Stephen began to excel in composition. To her own deep amazement, she found herself able to write many things that had long lain dormant in her heart. All the beauty of nature, for instance, she could write it. Impressions of childhood, gold light on the hills, the first cuckoo, mysterious, strangely alluring, those rides home from hunting together with her father, bare furrows, the meaning of those bare furrows. And later, how many queer hopes and queer longings, queer joys, and even more curious frustrations.
Joy of strength, splendid physical strength and courage. Joy of health and sound sleep and refreshed awakening. Joy of Raftery leaping under the saddle. Joy of wind racing backward as Raftery leapt forward.
And then, what?
A sudden impenetrable darkness, a sudden vast void, all nothingness and darkness, a sudden sense of acute apprehension. I'm lost, where am I?
Where am I? I'm nothing, yes I am, I'm Stephen, but that's being nothing, then that horrible sense of apprehension. Writing, it was like a heavenly balm, it was like the flowing out of deep waters, it was like the lifting of a load from the spirit. It brought with it a sense of relief, of assuagement. One could say things in writing without feeling self-conscious, without feeling shy and ashamed and foolish. One could even write of the days of young Nelson, smiling a very little as one did so. Sometimes Puddle would sit alone in her bedroom reading and rereading Stephen's strange compositions, frowning, or smiling a little in her turn, at those turbulent, youthful outpourings. She would think, here's real talent, real red-hot talent, interesting to find it in that great, athletic creature. But what is she likely to make of her talent?
She's up egg in the world, if she only knew it.
Then Puddle would shake her head and look doubtful, feeling sorry for Stephen and the world in general. This then was how Stephen conquered yet another kingdom, and at 17 was not only athlete but student. 3 years under Puddle's ingenious tuition, and the girl was as proud of her brains as of her muscles. A trifle too proud, she was growing conceited, she was growing self-satisfied, arrogant even, and Sir Philip must tease her. Ask Stephen, she'll tell us.
Stephen, what's that reference to Adimantus? Something about a mind fixed on true being. Doesn't it come in Euripides, somewhere?
Oh, no, I'm forgetting, of course it's Plato, really my Greek is disgracefully rusty. Then Stephen would know that Sir Philip was laughing at her, but very kindly. In spite of her newly acquired book learning, Stephen still talked quite often to Raftery. He was now 10 years old and had grown much in wisdom himself, so he listened with care and attention. You see, she would tell him, it's very important to develop the brain as well as the muscles. I'm now doing both. Stand still, will you, Raftery? Never mind that old corn bin, stop rolling your eye round. It's very important to develop the brain because that gives you an advantage over people. It makes you more able to do as you like in this world, to conquer conditions, Raftery. And Raftery, who was not really thinking of the corn bin, but rolling his eye in an effort to answer, would want to say something too big for his language, which at best must consist of small sounds and small movements, would want to say something about a strong feeling he had that Stephen was missing the truth. But how could he hope to make her understand the age-old wisdom of all the dumb creatures? The wisdom of plains and primeval forests, the wisdom come down from the youth of the world. Chapter 8. At 17 Stephen was taller than Anna, who had used to be considered quite tall for a woman, but Stephen was nearly as tall as her father, not a beauty this, in the eyes of the neighbours. Colonel Antrim would shake his head and remark, I like 'em plump and compact, it's more taking. Then his wife, who was certainly plump and compact, so compact in her stays that she felt rather breathless, would say, but then Stephen is very unusual, almost a wee bit unnatural, such a pity, poor child, it's a terrible drawback, young men do hate that sort of thing, don't they? But in spite of all this Stephen's figure was handsome in a flat, broad-shouldered and slim-flanked fashion, and her movements were purposeful, having fine poise. She moved with the easy assurance of the athlete. Her hands, although large for a woman, were slender and meticulously tended. She was proud of her hands. In face she had changed very little since childhood, still having Sir Philip's wide, tolerant expression. What change there was only tended to strengthen the extraordinary likeness between father and daughter, for now that the bones of her face showed more clearly, as the childish fullness had gradually diminished, the formation of the resolute jaw was Sir Philip's. His too the strong chin with its shade of a cleft, the well-modelled, sensitive lips were his also. A fine face, very pleasing, yet with something about it that went ill with the hats on which Anna insisted. Large hats trimmed with ribbons or roses or daisies, and supposed to be softening to the features. Staring at her own reflection in the glass, Stephen would feel just a little uneasy. Am I queer looking or not? She would wonder. Suppose I wore my hair more like mother's? And then she would undo her splendid, thick hair, and would part it in the middle and draw it back loosely. The result was always far from becoming, so that Stephen would hastily plait it again. She now wore the plait screwed up very tightly in the nape of her neck with a bow of black ribbon. Anna hated this fashion and constantly said so, but Stephen was stubborn. I've tried your way, mother, and I look like a scarecrow. You're beautiful, darling, but your young daughter isn't, which is jolly hard on you. She makes no effort to improve her appearance, Anna would reproach, very gravely. These days there was constant warfare between them on the subject of clothes. Quite a seemly warfare, for Stephen was learning to control her hot temper, and Anna was seldom anything but gentle. Nevertheless it was open warfare, the inevitable clash of two opposing natures who sought to express themselves in apparel, since clothes, after all, are a form of self-expression. The victory would be now on this side, now on that. Sometimes Stephen would appear in a thick woolen jersey, or a suit of rough tweeds surreptitiously ordered from the excellent tailor in Malvern. Sometimes Anna would triumph, having journeyed to London to procure soft and very expensive dresses, which her daughter must wear in order to please her, because she would come home quite tired by such journeys. On the whole, Anna got her own way at this time, for Stephen would suddenly give up the contest, reduced to submission by Anna's disappointment, always more efficacious than mere disapproval. Here, give it to me, she would say rather gruffly, grabbing the delicate dress from her mother. Then off she would rush and put it on all wrong, so that Anna would sigh in a kind of desperation, and would pat, readjust, unfasten and fasten, striving to make peace between wearer and model, whose inimical feelings were evidently mutual. Came a day when Stephen was suddenly outspoken. It's my face, she announced. Something's wrong with my face. Nonsense, exclaimed Anna, and her cheeks flushed a little, as though the girl's words had been an offense. Then she turned away quickly to hide her expression. But Stephen had seen that fleeting expression, and she stood very still when her mother had left her, her own face growing heavy and somber with anger, with a sense of some uncomprehended injustice. She wrenched off the dress and hurled it from her, longing intensely to rend it, to hurt it, longing to hurt herself in the process, yet filled all the while with that sense of injustice. But this mood changed abruptly to one of self-pity. She wanted to sit down and weep over Stephen. On a sudden impulse she wanted to pray over Stephen as though she was someone apart, yet terribly personal too in her trouble. Going over to the dress she smoothed it out slowly. It seemed to have acquired an enormous importance. It seemed to have acquired the importance of prayer, the poor, crumpled thing lying crushed and dejected. Yet Stephen, these days, was not given to prayer. God had grown so unreal, so hard to believe in since she had studied comparative religion. Engrossed in her studies she had somehow mislaid him. But now, here she was, very wishful to pray, while not knowing how to explain her dilemma. I'm terribly unhappy, dear, improbable God, would not be a very propitious beginning. And yet at this moment she was wanting a God, and a tangible one, very kind and paternal. A God with a white flowing beard and wide forehead, a benevolent parent who would lean out of heaven and turn his face sideways the better to listen from his cloud, upheld by cherubs and angels. What she wanted was a wise old family God, surrounded by endless heavenly relations. In spite of her troubles she began to laugh weakly, and the laughter was good for it killed self-pity. Nor can it have offended that venerable person whose image persists in the hearts of small children. She donned the new dress with infinite precaution, pulling out its bows and arranging its ruffles. Her large hands were clumsy, but now they were willing, very penitent hands full or deep resignation. They fumbled and paused, then continued to fumble with the endless small fastenings so cunningly hidden. She sighed once or twice, but the sighs were quite patient, so perhaps in this wise, after all, Stephen prayed. Anna worried continually over her daughter. For one thing, Stephen was a social disaster, yet at 17 many a girl was presented, but the bare idea of this had terrified Stephen, and so it had had to be abandoned. At garden parties she was always a failure, seemingly ill at ease and ungracious. She shook hands much too hard, digging rings into fingers, this from sheer automatic nervous reaction. She spoke not at all, or else gabbled too freely, so that Anna grew vague in her own conversation. All eyes and ears she would be as she listened. It was certainly terribly hard on Anna. But if hard on Anna, it was harder on Stephen, who dreaded these festive gatherings intensely. Indeed, her dread of them lacked all proportion, becoming a kind of unreasoning obsession. Every vestige of self-confidence seemed to desert her, so that Puddle, supposing she happened to be present, would find herself grimly comparing this Stephen with the graceful, light-footed, proficient young athlete, with the clever and somewhat opinionated student who was fast outstripping her own powers as a teacher. Yes, Puddle would sit there grimly comparing, and would feel not a little uneasy as she did so. Then something of her pupil's distress would reach her, so that perforce she would have to share it, and as like as not she would want to shake Stephen. Good Lord, she would think, why can't she hit back? It's absurd, it's outrageous to be so disgruntled by a handful of petty, half-educated yokels. A girl with her brain too, it's simply outrageous. She'll have to tackle life more forcibly than this, if she's not going to let herself go under. But Stephen, completely oblivious of Puddle, would be deep in the throes of her old suspicion, the suspicion that had haunted her ever since childhood. She would fancy that people were laughing at her. So sensitive was she, that a half-heard sentence, a word, a glance, made her inwardly crumble. It might well be that people were not even thinking about her, much less discussing her appearance. No good, she would always imagine that the word, the glance, had some purely personal meaning. She would twitch at her hat with inadequate fingers, or walk clumsily, slouching a little as she did so, until Anna would whisper, "Hold your back up, you're stooping." Or Puddle exclaim crossly, "What on earth's the matter, Stephen?" All of which only added to Stephen's tribulation by making her still more self-conscious. With other young girls she had nothing in common, while they, in their turn, found her irritating. She was shy to primness regarding certain subjects, and would actually blush if they happened to be mentioned. This would strike her companions as queer and absurd. After all, between girls, surely everyone knew that at times one ought not to get one's feet wet, that one didn't play games, not at certain times. There was nothing to make all this fuss about, surely. To see Stephen Gordon's expression of horror if one so much as threw out a hint on the subject, was to feel that the thing must in some way be shameful, a kind of disgrace, a humiliation. And then she was odd about other things too. There were so many things that she didn't like mentioned. In the end, they completely lost patience with her, and they left her alone with her fads and her fancies, disliking the check that her presence imposed, disliking to feel that they dare not allude to even the necessary functions of nature without being made to feel immodest. But at times Stephen hated her own isolation, and then she would make little awkward advances, while her eyes would grow rather apologetic, like the eyes of a dog who has been out of favor. She would try to appear quite at ease with her companions, as she joined in their light-hearted conversation. Strolling up to a group of young girls at a party, she would grin as though their small jokes amused her, or else listen gravely while they talked about clothes or some popular actor who had visited Malvern. As long as they refrained from too intimate details, she would fondly imagine that her interest passed muster. There she would stand with her strong arms folded, and her face somewhat strained in an effort of attention. While despising these girls, she yet longed to be like them. Yes, indeed, at such moments she longed to be like them. It would suddenly strike her that they seemed very happy, very sure of themselves as they gossiped together. There was something so secure in their feminine conclaves, a secure sense of oneness, of mutual understanding. Each in turn understood the other's ambitions. They might have their jealousies, their quarrels even, but always she discerned, underneath, that sense of oneness. Poor Stephen. She could never impose upon them. They always saw through her as though she were a window. They knew well enough that she cared not so much as a jot about clothes and popular actors. Conversation would falter, then die down completely. Her presence would dry up their springs of inspiration. She spoilt things while trying to make herself agreeable. They really liked her better when she was grumpy. Could Stephen have met men on equal terms, she would always have chosen them as her companions. She preferred them because of their blunt, open outlook, and with men she had much in common, sport for instance. But men found her too clever if she ventured to expand, and too dull if she suddenly subsided into shyness. In addition to this, there was something about her that antagonized slightly, an unconscious presumption. Shy though she might be, they sensed this presumption. It annoyed them, it made them feel on the defensive. She was handsome but much too large and unyielding both in body and mind, and they liked clinging women. They were oak trees, preferring the feminine ivy. It might cling rather close, it might finally strangle, it frequently did, and yet they preferred it, and this being so, they resented Stephen, suspecting something of the acorn about her. Stephen's worst ordeals at this time were the dinners given in turn by a hospitable county. They were long, these dinners, overloaded with courses. They were heavy, being weighted with polite conversation. They were stately, by reason of the family silver. Above all, they were firmly conservative in spirit, as conservative as the marriage service itself, and almost as insistent upon sex distinction.
"Captain Ramsay, will you take Miss Gordon in to dinner?"
A politely crooked arm. "Delighted, Miss Gordon." Then the solemn and very ridiculous procession, animals marching into Noah's Ark 2 by 2, very sure of divine protection. Male and female created he them. Stephen's skirt would be long and her foot might get entangled, and she with but one free hand at her disposal, the procession would stop and she would have stopped it. Intolerable thought. She had stopped the procession.
"I'm so sorry, Captain Ramsay."
"I say, can I help you?" "No, it's really, all right, I think I can manage." But oh, the utter confusion of spirit, the humiliating feeling that someone must be laughing, the resentment at having to cling to his arm for support, while Captain Ramsay looked patient. "Not much damage, I think you've just torn the frill, but I often wonder how you women manage. Imagine a man in a dress like that, too awful to think of, imagine me in it." Then a laugh, not unkindly but a trifle self-conscious, and rather more than a trifle complacent. Safely steered to her seat at the long dinner table, Stephen would struggle to smile and talk brightly, while her partner would think, "Lord, she's heavy in hand, I wish I had the mother, now there's a lovely woman." And Stephen would think, "I'm a bore, why is it?" Then, "But if I were he I wouldn't be a bore, I could just be myself, I'd feel perfectly natural." Her face would grow splotched with resentment and worry. She would feel her neck flush and her hands become awkward. Embarrassed, she would sit staring down at her hands, which would seem to be growing more and more awkward. No escape. No escape. Captain Ramsay was kind-hearted. He would try very hard to be complimentary. His grey eyes would try to express admiration, polite admiration as they rested on Stephen. His voice would sound softer and more confidential, the voice that nice men reserve for good women, protective, respectful, yet a little sex-conscious, a little expectant of a tentative response. But Stephen would feel herself growing more rigid with every kind word and gallant allusion. Openly hostile she would be feeling, as poor Captain Ramsay or some other victim was manfully trying to do his duty. In such a mood as this she had once drunk champagne, one glass only, the first she had ever tasted. She had gulped it all down in sheer desperation. The result had not been Dutch courage but hiccups. Violent, insistent, incorrigible hiccups had echoed along the whole length of the table. One of those weird conversational lulls had been filled, as it were, to the brim with her hiccups. Then Anna had started to talk very loudly. Mrs. Antrim had smiled, and so had their hostess. Their hostess had finally beckoned to the butler. "Give Miss Gordon a glass of water," she had whispered. After that Stephen shunned champagne like the plague. Better hopeless depression, she decided, than hiccups. It was strange how little her fine brain seemed able to help her when she was trying to be social. In spite of her confident boasting to Raftery, it did not seem able to help her at all. Perhaps his was the clothes, for she lost all conceit the moment she was dressed as Anna would have her. At this period clothes greatly influenced Stephen, giving her confidence or the reverse. But be that as it might, people thought her peculiar, and with them that was tantamount to disapproval. And thus, it was being borne in upon Stephen, that for her there was no real abiding city beyond the strong, friendly old gates of Morton, and she clung more and more to her home and to her father. Perplexed and unhappy, she would seek out her father on all social occasions and would sit down beside him. Like a very small child, this large muscular creature would sit down beside him because she felt lonely, and because youth most rightly resents isolation, and because she had not yet learnt her hard lesson. She had not yet learnt that the loneliest place in this world is the no-man's land of sex. Chapter 9. Sir Philip and his daughter had a new common interest, They could now discuss books and the making of books and the feel and the smell and the essence of books, a mighty bond this, and one full of enchantment. They could talk of these things with mutual understanding. They did so for hours in the father's study, and Sir Philip discovered a secret ambition that had lain in the girl like a seed in deep soil, and he, the good gardener of her body and spirit, hoed the soil and watered this seed of ambition. Stephen would show him her queer compositions, and would wait very breathless and still while he read them. Then one evening he looked up and saw her expression, and he smiled. "So that's it. You want to be a writer? Well, why not? You've got plenty of talent, Stephen. I should be a proud man if you were a writer." After which their discussions on the making of books held an even more vital enchantment. But Anna came less and less often to the study, and she would be sitting alone and idle. Puddle, upstairs at work in the schoolroom, might be swatting at her Greek to keep pace with Stephen, but Anna would be sitting with her hands in her lap in the vast drawing-room so beautifully proportioned, so restfully furnished in old polished walnut, so redolent of beeswax and orris root and violets. All alone in its vastness would Anna be sitting, with her white hands folded and idle. A lovely and most comfortable woman she had been, and still was, in spite of her gentle aging, but not learned, oh, no, very far from learned. That, indeed, was why Sir Philip had loved her, that was why he had found her so infinitely restful, that was why he still loved her after very many years. Her simplicity was stronger to hold him than learning. But now Anna went less and less often to the study. It was not that they failed to make her feel welcome, but rather that they could not conceal their deep interest in subjects of which she knew little or nothing. What did she know of or care for the classics? What interest had she in the works of Erasmus? Her theology needed no erudite discussion. Her philosophy consisted of a home swept and garnished, and as for the poets, she liked simple verses. For the rest her poetry lay in her husband. All this she well knew and had no wish to alter, yet lately there had come upon Anna an aching, a tormenting aching that she dared give no name to. It nagged at her heart when she went to that study and saw Sir Philip together with their daughter, and knew that her presence contributed nothing to his happiness when he sat reading to Stephen. Staring at the girl she would see the strange resemblance, the invidious likeness of the child to the father. She would notice their movements so grotesquely alike. Their hands were alike, they made the same gestures, and her mind would recoil with that nameless resentment, the while she reproached herself, penitent and trembling. Yet penitent and trembling though Anna might be, she would sometimes hear herself speaking to Stephen in a way that would make her feel secretly ashamed. She would hear herself covertly, cleverly jibing, with such skill that the girl would look up at her bewildered, with such skill that even Sir Philip himself could not well take exception to what she was saying. Then, as like as not, she would laugh if off lightly, as though all the time she had only been jesting, and Stephen would laugh too, a big, friendly laugh. But Sir Philip would not laugh, and his eyes would seek Anna's, questioning, amazed, incredulous and angry. That was why she now went so seldom to the study when Sir Philip and his daughter were together. But sometimes, when she was alone with her husband, Anna would suddenly cling to him in silence. She would hide her face against his hard shoulder, clinging closer and closer, as though she were frightened, as though she were afraid for this great love of theirs. He would stand very still, forbearing to move, forbearing to question, for why should he question? He knew already, and she knew that he knew. Yet neither of them spoke it, this most unhappy thing, and their silence spread round them like a poisonous miasma. The spectre that was Stephen would seem to be watching, and Sir Philip would gently release himself from Anna, while she, looking up, would see his tired eyes, not angry any more, only very unhappy. She would think that those eyes were pleading, beseeching. She would think, "He's pleading with me for Stephen." Then her own eyes would fill with tears of contrition, and that night she would kneel long in prayer to her Maker. "Give me peace," she would entreat, "and enlighten my spirit, so that I may learn how to love my own child." Sir Philip looked older now than his age, and seeing this, Anna could scarcely endure it. Everything in her cried out in rebellion so that she wanted to thrust back the years, to hold them at bay with her own weak body. Had the years been an army of naked swords, she would gladly have held them at bay with her body. He would constantly now remain in his study right into the early hours of the morning. This habit of his had been growing on him lately, and Anna, waking to find herself alone, and feeling uneasy, would steal down to listen. Backwards and forwards, backwards and forwards. She would hear his desolate-sounding footsteps. Why was he pacing backwards and forwards, and why was she always afraid to ask him? Why was the hand she stretched out to the door always fearful when it came to turning the handle? Oh, But it was strong, this thing that stood between them, strong with the strength of their united bodies. It had drawn its own life from their youth, their passion, from the splendid and purposeful meaning of their passion. That was how it had leapt full of power into life, and now it had thrust in between them. They were aging, they had little left but their loving, that gentler loving, perhaps the more perfect, and their faith in each other, which was part of that loving, and their peace, which was part of the peace of Morton. Backwards and forwards, backwards and forwards. Those incessant and desolate-sounding footsteps. Peace? There was surely no peace in that study, but rather some affliction, menacing, prophetic. Yet prophetic of what? She dared not ask him, she dared not so much as turn the door handle. A haunting premonition of disaster would make her creep away with her question unasked. Then something would draw her, not back to her bedroom, but on up the stairs to the room of their daughter. She would open that door very gently, by inches. She would hold her hand so that it shaded the candle, and would stand looking down at the sleeping Stephen as she and her husband had done long ago. But now there would be no little child to look down on, no small helplessness to arouse mother pity. Stephen would be lying very straight, very large, very long, underneath the neatly drawn covers. Quite often an arm would be outside the bedspread, the sleeve having fallen away as it lay there, and that arm would look firm and strong and possessive, and so would the face by the light of the candle. She slept deeply. Her breathing would be even and placid. Her body would be drinking in its fill of refreshment. It would rise up clean and refreshed in the morning. It would eat, speak, move, it would move about Morton. In the stables, in the gardens, in the neighbouring paddocks, in the study, it would move about Morton. In tolerable dispensation of nature, Anna would stare at that splendid young body, and would feel, as she did so, that she looked on a stranger. She would scourge her heart and her anxious spirit with memories drawn from this stranger's beginnings. "Little, you were so very little," she would whisper, "and you sucked from my breast because you were hungry, little and always so terribly hungry, a good baby though, a contented little baby." And Stephen would sometimes stir in her sleep as though she were vaguely conscious of Anna. It would pass and she would lie quiet again, breathing in those deep, placid draughts of refreshment. Then Anna, still ruthlessly scourging her heart and her anxious spirit, would stoop and kiss Stephen, but lightly and very quickly on the forehead, so that the girl should not be awakened. So that the girl should not wake and kiss back, she would kiss her lightly and quickly on the forehead. The eye of youth is very observant. Youth has its moments and keen intuition, even normal youth, but the intuition of those who stand midway between the sexes is so ruthless, so poignant, so accurate, so deadly, as to be in the nature of an added scourge, and by such an intuition did Stephen discover that all was not well with her parents. Their outward existence seemed calm and unruffled, so far nothing had disturbed the outward peace of Morton. But their child saw their hearts with the eyes of the spirit, flesh of their flesh, she had sprung from their hearts, and she knew that those hearts were heavy. They said nothing, but she sensed that some deep, secret trouble was afflicting them both. She could see it in their eyes. In the words that they left unspoken she could hear it. It would be there, filling the small gaps of silence. She thought that she discerned it in her father's slow movements. Surely his movements had grown slower of late? And his hair was quite grey. It was quite grey all over. She realized this with a slight shock one morning as he sat in the sunlight. It had used to look auburn in the nape of his neck when the sun fell upon it, and now it was dull grey all over. But this mattered little. Even their trouble mattered little in comparison with something more vital, with their love. That, she felt, was the only thing that mattered, and that was the thing that now stood most in danger. This love of theirs had been a great glory. All her life she had lived with it side by side, but never until it appeared to be threatened did she feel that she had really grasped its true meaning. The serene and beautiful spirit of Morton clothed in flesh, yes, that had been its true meaning. Yet that had been only part of its meaning for her. It had meant something greater than Morton. It had stood for the symbol of perfect fulfillment. She remembered that even as a very small child she had vaguely discerned that perfect fulfillment. This love had been glowing like a great friendly beacon, a thing that was steadfast and very reassuring. All unconscious, she must often have warmed herself at it, must have thawed out her doubts and her vague misgivings. It had always been their love, the one for the other. She knew this, and yet it had been her beacon. But now those flames were no longer steadfast. Something had dared to blemish their brightness. She longed to leap up in her youth and strength and cast this thing out of her holy of holies. The fire must not die and leave her in darkness. And yet she was utterly helpless, and she knew it. All that she did seemed inadequate and childish. When I was a child, I spake as a child, I understood as a child, I thought as a child. Remembering St. Paul, she decided grimly that surely she had remained as a child. She could sit and stare at them, these poor, stricken lovers, with eyes that were scared and deeply reproachful. You must not let anything spoil your loving, I need it. Her eyes could send them that message. She could love them in her turn, possessively, fiercely. You're mine, 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 the one perfect thing about me.
You're one and you're mine. I'm frightened. I need you.
Her thoughts could send them that message. She could start to caress them, awkwardly, shyly, stroking their hands with her strong, bony fingers. First his hand, then hers, then perhaps both together, so that they smiled in spite of their trouble. But she dared not stand up before them accusing, and say, I'm Stephen, I'm you, for you bred me. You shall not fail me by failing yourselves. I've a right to demand that you shall not fail me. No, she dared not stand up and speak such words as these. She had never demanded anything from them. Sometimes she would think them quietly over as two fellow creatures whom chance had made her parents. Her father, her mother, a man, a woman, and then she would be amazed to discover how little she knew of this man and this woman. They had once been babies, and later small children, ignorant of life and utterly dependent. That seemed so curious, ignorant of life. Her father utterly weak and dependent. They had come to adolescence even as she had, and perhaps at times they too had felt unhappy. What had their thoughts been, those thoughts that lie hidden, those nebulous misgivings that never get spoken? Had her mother shrunk back resentful, protesting, when the seal of her womanhood had been stamped upon her? Surely not, for her mother was somehow so perfect, that all that befell her must in its turn be perfect. Her mother gathered nature into her arms and embraced it as a friend, as a well-loved companion. But she, Stephen, had never felt friendly like that, which must mean, she supposed, that she lacked some fine instinct. There had been those young years of her mother's in Ireland. She spoke of them sometimes but only vaguely, as though they were now very far away, as though they had never seriously counted. And yet she had been lovely, lovely Anna Molloy, much admired, much loved and constantly courted. And her father, he too had been in the world, in Rome, in Paris, and often in London. He had not lived much at Morton in those days. And how queer it seemed, there had been a time when her father had actually not known her mother. They had been completely unconscious of each other, he for 29 years, she for just over 20, and yet all the while had been drawing together, in spite of themselves, always nearer together. Then had come that morning away in County Clare, when those two had suddenly seen each other, and had known from that moment the meaning of life, of love, just because they had seen each other. Her father spoke very seldom of such things, but this much he had told her, it had all grown quite clear. What had it felt like when they realized each other? What did it feel like to see things quite clearly, to know the innermost reason for things? Morton. Her mother had come home to Morton, to wonderful, gently enfolding Morton. She had passed for the first time through the heavy white doorway under the shining semicircular fanlight. She had walked into the old square hall with its bearskins, and its pictures of funny, dressed-up-looking Gordons. The hall with the whip-rack where Stephen kept her whips. The hall with the beautiful iridescent window that looked over the lawns and herbaceous borders. Then, perhaps hand in hand, they had passed beyond the hall, her father a man, her mother a woman, with their destiny already upon them, and that destiny of theirs had been Stephen. 10 years. For 10 years they had just had each other and Morton. Surely wonderful years. But what had they been thinking about all those years? Had they perhaps thought a little about Stephen? Oh, but what could she hope to know of these things, their thoughts, their feelings, their secret ambitions? She, who had not even been conceived, she, who had not yet come into existence. They had lived in a world that her eyes had not looked on. Days and nights had slipped into the weeks, months, and years. Time had existed, but she, Stephen, had not. They had lived through that time, it had gone to their making. Their present had been the result of its travail, had sprung from its womb as she from her mother's, only she had not been a part of that travail, as she had been a part of her mother's. Hopeless. And yet she must try to know them, these two, every inch of their hearts, of their minds, and knowing them, she must then try to guard them. But him first, oh, him first. She did not ask why, she only knew that because she loved him as she did, he would always have to come first. Love was simply like that, it just followed its impulse and asked no questions, it was beautifully simple. But for his sake she must also love the thing that he loved, her mother, though this love was somehow quite different. It was less hers than his, he had thrust it upon her, it was not an integral part of her being. Nevertheless it too must be served, for the happiness of one was that of the other. They were indivisible, one flesh, one spirit, and whatever it was that had crept in between them was trying to tear asunder this oneness. That was why she, their child, must rise up and help them if she could, for was she not the fruit of their oneness? There were times when she would think that she must have been mistaken, that no trouble was overshadowing her father. These would be when they two were sitting in his study, for then he would seem contented. Surrounded by his books, caressing their bindings, Sir Philip would look carefree again and light-hearted. No friends in the world like books, he would tell her. Look at this fellow in his old leather jacket. There were times, too, out hunting when he seemed very young, as Raftery had been that first season. But the 10-year-old Raftery was now wiser than Sir Philip, who would often behave like a foolhardy schoolboy. He would give Stephen leads over hair-raising places, and then, she safely landed, turn round and grin at her. He liked her to ride the pick of his hunters these days, and would slyly show off her prowess. The sport would bring back the old light to his eyes, and his eyes would look happy as they rested on his daughter. She would think, I must have been terribly mistaken, and would feel a great peace surge over her spirit. He might say, as they slowly jogged home to Morton, did you notice my youngster here take that stiff timber? Not bad for a 5-year-old, he'll do nicely. And perhaps he might add, put a 3 on that 5, and then tell your old sire that is not so bad either. I'm 53, Stephen, I'll be going in the wind if I don't knock off smoking quite soon, and that's certain. Then Stephen would know that her father felt young, very young, and was wanting her to flatter him a little. But this mood would not last. It had often quite changed by the time that the two of them reached the stables. She would notice with a sudden pain in her heart that he stooped when he walked, not much yet, but a little. And she loved his broad back, she had always loved it, a kind, reassuring, protective back. Then the thought would come that perhaps its great kindness had caused it to stoop as though bearing a burden, and the thought would come, he is bearing a burden, not his own, it's someone else's, but whose? Chapter 10. Christmas came and with it the girl's 18th birthday, but the shadows that clung round her home did not lessen, nor could Stephen, groping about in those shadows, find a way to win through to the light. Everyone tried to be cheerful and happy, as even sad people will do at Christmas, while the gardeners brought in huge bundles of holly with which to festoon the portraits of Gordons, rich, red-berried holly that came from the hills, and that year after year would be sent down to Morton. The courageous-eyed Gordons looked out from their wreaths unsmiling, as though they were thinking of Stephen. In the hall stood the Christmas tree of her childhood, for Sir Philip loved the old German custom which would seem to insist that even the aged be as children and play with God on his birthday. At the top of the tree swung the little wax Christ-child in his spangled nightgown with gold and blue ribbons, and the little wax Christ-child bent downwards and sideways because, although small, he was rather heavy, or, as Stephen had thought when she too had been small, because he was trying to look for his presents. In the morning they all went to church in the village, and the church smelt of coldness and freshly bruised green stuff, of the laurel and holly and pungent pine branches, that wreathed the oak pulpit and framed the altar, and the anxious-faced eagle who must carry the scriptures on his wings, he too was looking quite festive. Very redolent of England it was, that small church, with its apple-cheeked choir-boys in newly washed garments, with its young Oxford parson who in summer played cricket to the glory of God and the good of the county, with its trim congregation of neighbouring gentry who had recently purchased an excellent organ, so that now they could hear the opening bars of the hymns with a feeling of self-satisfaction, but with something else too that came nearer to heaven, because of those lovely old songs of Christmas. The choir raised their sexless, untroubled voices, while shepherds watched their flocks, sang the choir, and Anna's soft mezzo mingled and blended with her husband's deep boom and puddle soprano. Then Stephen sang too for the sheer joy of singing, though her voice at best was inclined to be husky, while shepherds watched their flocks by night, caroled Stephen, for some reason thinking of Raftery. After church the habitual Christmas greetings, Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas. Same to you, many of them. Then home to Morton and the large midday dinner, turkey, plum pudding with its crisp brandy butter, and the mince pies that invariably gave Puddle indigestion. Then dessert with all sorts of sweet fruits out of boxes, crystallized fruits that made your hands sticky, together with fruit from the Morton greenhouses, and from somewhere that no one could ever remember, the elegant miniature lady apples that you ate skins and all in 2 bites if you were greedy. A long afternoon spent in waiting for darkness when Anna could light the Christmas tree candles, and no ringing of bells to disturb the servants, not until they must all file in for their presents, which were piled up high round the base of the tree on which Anna would light the small candles. Dusk, draw the curtains. It was dark enough now, and someone must go and fetch Anna the taper, but she must take care of the little wax Christ child, who liked many lights even though they should melt him. Stephen, climb up, will you, and tie back the Christ child, his toe is almost touching that candle. Then Anna applying the long lighted taper from branch to branch, very slowly and gravely, as though she accomplished some ritual, as though she herself were a ministering priestess, Anna very slender and tall in a dress whose soft folds swept her limbs and lay round her ankles.
Ring 3 times, will you, Philip?
I think they're all lighted. No, wait, all right now, I'd missed that top candle. Stephen, begin to sort out the presents. Please, dear, your father's just rung for the servants. Oh, and Puddle, you might push over the table, I may need it. No, not that one, the table by the window.
A subdued sound of voices, a stifled giggle.
The servants filing in through the green baize door, and only the butler and footman familiar in appearance, the others all strangers, in mufti. Mrs. Wilson, the cook, in black silk with jet trimming, the scullery maid in electric blue cashmere, one housemaid in mauve, another in green, and the upper of 3 in dark terracotta, while Anna's own maid wore an old dress of Anna's. Then the men from outside, from the gardens and stables, men bareheaded who were usually seen in their caps, old Williams displaying a widening bald patch and wearing tight trousers instead of his breeches. Old Williams walking stiffly because his new suit felt like cardboard, and because his white collar was too high, and because his hard, made-up black bow would slip crooked. The grooms and the boys, all exceedingly shiny from their neatly oiled heads to their well-polished noses. The boys very awkward, short-sleeved and rough-handed, shuffling a little because trying not to. And the gardeners led in by the grave Mr. Hopkins, who wore black of a Sunday and carried a church service, and whose knowledge of the ills that all grapeflesh is heir to, had given his face a patient, pained expression. Men smelling of soil these, in spite of much scrubbing, men whose necks and whose hands were crossed and recrossed by a network of tiny and earth-clogged furrows, men whose backs would bend early from tending the earth. There they stood in the wake of the grave Mr. Hopkins, with their eyes on the big, lighted Christmas tree, while they never so much as glanced at the flowers that had sprung from many long hours of their labor. No, instead they must just stand and gape at the tree, as though with its candles and Christ child and all, it was some strange exotic plant in Kew Gardens. Then Anna called her people by name, and to each one she gave the gifts of that Christmas, and they thanked her, thanked Stephen and thanked Sir Philip, and Sir Philip thanked them for their faithful service, as had always been the good custom at Morton for more years than Sir Philip himself could remember. Thus the day had passed by in accordance with tradition, every one from the highest to the lowest remembered. Nor had Anna forgotten her gifts for the village: warm shawls, sacks of coal, cough mixture, and sweets. Sir Philip had sent a cheque to the vicar, which would keep him for a long time in cricketing flannels, and Stephen had carried a carrot to Raftery and 2 lumps of sugar to the fat, aged Collins, who because he was all but blind of one eye, had bitten her hand in place of his sugar. And Puddle had written at great length to a sister who lived down in Cornwall and whom she neglected, except on such memory-jogging occasions as Christmas, when somehow we always remember. And the servants had gorged themselves to repletion, and the hunters had rested in their hay-scented stables, while out in the fields, seagulls, come far inland, had feasted in their turn on humbler creatures, grubs and slugs, and other unhappy small fry, much relished by birds and hated by farmers. Night closed down on the house, and out of the darkness came the anxious young voices of village schoolchildren. Noel, Noel, piped the anxious young voices, lubricated by sweets from the Lady of Morton. Sir Philip stirred the logs in the hall to a blaze, while Anna sank into a deep chair and watched them. Her hands that were wearied by much ministration lay over the arms of the chair in the firelight, and the firelight sought out the rings on her hands, and it played with the whiter flames in her diamonds. Then Sir Philip stood up, and he gazed at his wife, while she stared at the logs, not appearing to notice him. But Stephen, watching in silence from her corner, seemed to see a dark shadow that stole in between them. Beyond this her vision was mercifully dim, otherwise she must surely have recognized that shadow. On New Year's Eve Mrs. Antrim gave a dance in order, or so she said, to please Violet, who was still rather young to attend the hunt balls, but who dearly loved gaiety, especially dancing. Violet was plump, pert, and adolescent, and had lately insisted on putting her hair up. She liked men, who in consequence always liked her, for like begets like when it comes to the sexes, and Violet was full of what people call allure, or in simpler language, of sexual attraction. Roger was home for Christmas from Sandiest, so that he would be there to assist his mother. He was now nearly 20, a good-looking youth with a tiny moustache which he tentatively fingered. He assumed the grand air of the man of the world who has actually weathered about 19 summers. He was hoping to join his regiment quite soon, which greatly augmented his self-importance. Could Mrs. Antrim have ignored Stephen Gordon's existence, she would almost certainly have done so. She disliked the girl. She had always disliked her. What she called Stephen's queerness aroused her suspicion. She was never quite clear as to what she suspected, but felt sure that it must be something outlandish. A young woman of her age to ride like a man, I call it preposterous, declared Mrs. Antrim. It can safely be said that Stephen at 18 had in no way outgrown her dread of the Antrims. There was only one member of that family who liked her, she knew, and that was the small, hen-pecked colonel. He liked her because, a fine horseman himself, he admired her skill and her courage out hunting. It's a pity she's so tall, of course, he would grumble. But she does know a horse and how to stick on one. Now my children might have been brought up at Margate, they're just about fitted to ride the beach donkeys. But Colonel Antrim would not count at the dance. Indeed, in his own house he very seldom counted. Stephen would have to endure Mrs. Antrim and Violet, and then Roger was home from Sandiest. Their antagonism had never quite died, perhaps because it was too fundamental. Now they covered it up with a cloak of good manners, but these two were still enemies at heart, and they knew it. No, Stephen did not want to go to that dance, though she went in order to please her mother. Nervous, awkward, and apprehensive, Stephen arrived at the Antrims that night, little thinking that fate, the most expert of tricksters, was waiting to catch her just round the corner. Yet so it was, for during that evening Stephen met Martin and Martin met Stephen, and their meeting was great with portent for them both, though neither of them could know it. It all happened quite simply as such things will happen. It was Roger who introduced Martin Hallam. It was Stephen who explained that she danced very badly. It was Martin who suggested that they sit out their dances. Then, how quickly it occurs if the thing is predestined, they suddenly knew that they liked each other, that some chord had been struck to a pleasant vibration, and this being so they sat out many dances, and they talked for quite a long while that evening. Martin lived in British Columbia, it seemed, where he owned several farms and a number of orchards. He had gone out there after the death of his mother, for 6 months, but had stayed on for love of the country. And now he was having a holiday in England. That was how he had got to know young Roger Antrim. They had met up in London and Roger had asked him to come down for a week, and so here he was, but it felt almost strange to be back again in England. Then he talked of the vastness of that new country that was yet so old, of its snow-capped mountains, of its canyons and gorges, of its deep, princely rivers, of its lakes, above all of its mighty forests. And when Martin spoke of those mighty forests, his voice changed, it became almost reverential. For this young man loved trees with a primitive instinct, with a strange and inexplicable devotion. Because he liked Stephen he could talk of his trees, and because she liked him she could listen while he talked, feeling that she too would love his great forests. His face was very young, clean-shaven and bony. He had bony, brown hands with spatulate fingers. For the rest, he was tall with a loosely knit figure, and he slouched a little when he walked, from much riding. But his face had a charming quality about it, especially when he talked of his trees. It glowed, it seemed to be inwardly kindled, and it asked for a real and heartfelt understanding of the patience and the beauty and the goodness of trees. It was eager for your understanding. Yet in spite of this touch of romance in his make-up, which he could not keep out of his voice at moments, he spoke simply, as one man will speak to another, very simply, not trying to create an impression. He talked about trees as some men talk of ships, because they love them and the element they stand for. And Stephen, the awkward, the bashful, the tongue-tied, heard herself talking in her turn, quite freely, heard herself asking him endless questions about forestry, farming and the care of vast orchards. Thoughtful questions, unromantic but apt, such as one man will ask of another. Then Martin wished to learn about her, and they talked of her fencing, her studies, her riding, and she told him about Raftery who was named for the poet. And all the while she felt natural and happy because here was a man who was taking her for granted, who appeared to find nothing eccentric about her or her tastes, but who quite simply took her for granted. Had you asked Martin Hallam to explain why it was that he accepted the girl at her own valuation, he would surely have been unable to tell you. It had happened, that was all, and there the thing ended. But whatever the reason, he felt drawn to this friendship that had leapt so suddenly into being. Before Anna left the dance with her daughter, she invited the young man to drive over and see them, and Stephen felt glad of that invitation, because now she could share her new friend with Morton. She said to Morton that night in her bedroom, "I know you're going to like Martin Hallam." Chapter 11. Martin went to Morton. He went very often, for Sir Philip liked him and encouraged the friendship. Anna liked Martin too, and she made him feel welcome because he was young and had lost his mother. She spoilt him a little, as a woman will spoil who, having no son, must adopt someone else's. So to Anna he went with all his small troubles, and she doctored him when he caught a bad chill out hunting. He instinctively turned to her in such things, but never, in spite of their friendship, to Stephen. Yet now he and Stephen were always together. He was staying on and on at the hotel in Upton, ostensibly staying because of the hunting, in reality staying because of Stephen, who was filling a niche in his life long empty, the niche reserved for the perfect companion. A queer, sensitive fellow this Martin Hallam, with his strange love of trees and primitive forests, not a man to make many intimate friends, and in consequence a man to be lonely. He knew little about books and had been a slack student, but Stephen and he had other things in common. He rode well, and he cared for and understood horses. He fenced well and would quite often now fence with Stephen, nor did he appear to resent it when she beat him. Indeed, he seemed to accept it as natural, and would merely laugh at his own lack of skill. Out hunting, these two would keep close to each other, and would ride home together as far as Upton, or perhaps he would go on to Morton with her, for Anna was always glad to see Martin. Sir Philip gave him the freedom of the stables, and even old Williams forbore to grumble. "E be trusty, that's what e be," declared Williams, "and the horses knows it and acts accordin'." But sport was not all that drew Stephen to Martin, for his mind, like hers, was responsive to beauty, and she taught him the countryside that she loved, from Upton to Castle Morton Common, the common that lies at the foot of the hills. But far beyond Castle Morton she took him. They would ride down the winding lane to Brumsbro, then crossing the small stream at Clincher's Mill, jog home through the bare winter woods of East Nor. And she taught him the hills whose plentiful bosoms had made Anna think of green-girdled mothers, mothers of sons, as she sat and watched them, great with the child who should have been her son. They climbed the venerable Worcestershire beacon that stands guardian of all the 7 Malverns, or wandered across the hills of the Wells to the old British camp above the Wye Valley. The valley would lie half in light, half in shadow, and beyond would be Wales and the dim black mountains. Then Stephen's heart would tighten a little, as it always had done because of that beauty, so that one day she said, "When I was a child, this used to make me want to cry, Martin." And he answered, "Some part of us always sheds tears when we see lovely things, they make us regretful." But when she asked him why this should be, he shook his head slowly, unable to tell her. Sometimes they walked through Hollybush woods, then on up Raggedstone, a hill grim with legend. Its shadow would bring misfortune or death to those it fell on, according to legend. Martin would pause to examine the thorn trees, ancient thorns that had weathered many a hard winter. He would touch them with gentle, pitying fingers.
"Look, Stephen, the courage of these old fellows.
They're all twisted and crippled. It hurts me to see them, yet they go on patiently doing their bit. Have you ever thought about the enormous courage of trees? I have, and it seems to me amazing. The Lord dumps them down and they've just got to stick it, no matter what happens. That must need some courage." And one day he said, "Don't think me quite mad, but if we survive death, then the trees will survive it. There must be some sort of a forest heaven for all the faithful of trees. I expect they take their birds along with them. Why not? And in death they were not divided." Then he laughed, but she saw that his eyes were quite grave, so she asked him,
"Do you believe in God, Martin?"
And he answered, "Yes, because of his trees. Don't you?" "I'm not sure."
"Oh, my poor, blind Stephen. Look again. Go on looking until you do believe."
They discussed many things quite simply together, for between these two was no vestige of shyness. His youth met hers and walked hand in hand with it, so that she knew how utterly lonely her own youth had been before the coming of Martin. She said, "You're the only real friend I've ever had, except father. Our friendship's so wonderful. Somehow, we're like brothers, we enjoy all the same sort of things." He nodded. "I know, a wonderful friendship." The hills must let Stephen tell him their secrets, the secrets of bypaths most cunningly hidden, the secrets of small, unsuspected green hollows, the secrets of ferns that live only by hiding. She might even reveal the secrets of birds, and show him the playground of shy, spring cuckoos. They fly quite low up here, one can see them. Last year a couple flew right past me, calling. If you were not going away so soon, Martin, we'd come later on, I'd love you to see them. And I'd love you to see my huge forests, he told her. Why can't you come back to Canada with me? What rot it is, all this damned convention. We're such pals you and I'll be desperately lonely. Lord, what a fool of a world we live in. And she said quite simply, I'd love to come with you. Then he started to tell her about his huge forests, so vast that their greenness seemed almost eternal. Great trees he told of, erect, towering firs, many centuries old and their girth that of giants. And then there were all the humbler tree folk whom he spoke of as friends that were dear and familiar, the hemlocks that grow by the courses of rivers, in love with adventure and clear running water, the slender white spruces that border the lakes, the red pines that glow like copper in the sunset. Unfortunate trees, these beautiful red pines, for their tough, manly wood is coveted by builders. But I won't have my roof tree hacked from their sides, declared Martin. I'd feel like a positive assassin. Happy days spent between the hills and the stables, happy days for these two who had always been lonely until now, and now this wonderful friendship. There had never been anything like it for Stephen. Oh, but it was good to have him beside her, so young, so strong and so understanding. She liked his quiet voice with its careful accent, and his thoughtful blue eyes that moved rather slowly, so that his glance when it came slowly. Sometimes she would meet his glance halfway, smiling. She who had longed for the companionship of men, for their friendship, their goodwill, their toleration, she had it all now and much more in Martin, because of his great understanding. She said to Puddle one night in the schoolroom, I've grown fond of Martin, isn't that queer after only a couple of months of friendship? But he's different somehow, when he's gone I shall miss him. And her words had the strangest effect on Puddle, who quite suddenly beamed at Stephen and kissed her. Puddle, who never betrayed her emotions, quite suddenly beamed at Stephen and kissed her. People gossiped a little because of the freedom allowed Martin and Stephen by her parents, but on the whole they gossiped quite kindly, with a great deal of smiling and nodding of heads. After all, the girl was just like other girls, they almost ceased to resent her. Meanwhile Martin continued to stay on in Upton, held fast by the charm and the strangeness of Stephen. Her very strangeness it was that allured him, yet all the while he must think of their friendship, not even admitting that strangeness. He deluded himself with these thoughts of friendship, but Sir Philip and Anna were not deluded. They looked at each other almost shyly at first, then Anna grew bold, and she said to her husband,
Is it possible the child is falling in love with Martin?
Of course he's in love with her. Oh, my dear, it would make me so awfully happy. And her heart went out in affection to Stephen, as it had not done since the girl was a baby. Her hopes would go flying ahead of events. She would start making plans for her daughter's future. Martin must give up his orchards and forests and buy Tenley Court that was now in the market. It had several large farms and some excellent pasture, quite enough to keep any man happy and busy. Then Anna would suddenly grow very thoughtful. Tenley Court was also possessed of fine nurseries, big, bright, sunny rooms facing south, with their bathroom. There were bars to the windows. It was all there and ready. Sir Philip shook his head and warned Anna to go slowly, but he could not quite keep the great joy from his eyes, nor the hope from his heart. Had he been mistaken? Perhaps after all he had been mistaken. The hope thudded ceaselessly now in his heart. Came a day when winter must give place to spring, when the daffodils marched across the whole country from Castle Morton Common to Ross and beyond, pitching camps by the side of the river. When the hornbeam made patches of green in the hedges, and the hawthorn broke out into small, budding bundles. When the old cedar tree on the lawn at Morton grew reddish-pink tips to its elegant fingers. When the wild cherry trees on the sides of the hills were industriously putting forth both leaves and blossoms. When Martin looked into his heart and saw Stephen, saw her suddenly there as a woman. Friendship. He marveled now at his folly, at his blindness, his coldness of body and spirit. He had offered this girl the cold husks of his friendship, insulting her youth, her womanhood, her beauty, for he saw her now with the eyes of a lover. To a man such as he was, sensitive, restrained, love came as a blinding revelation. He knew little about women, and the little he did know was restricted to episodes that he thought best forgotten. On the whole he had led a fairly chaste life, less from scruple than because he was fastidious by nature. But now he was very deeply in love, and those years of restraint took their toll of poor Martin, so that he trembled before his own passion, amazed at its strength, not a little disconcerted. And being by habit a quiet, reserved creature, he must quite lose his head and become the reverse. So impatient was he that he rushed off to Morton very early one morning to look for Stephen, tracking her down in the end at the stables, where he found her talking to Williams and Raftery. He said, "Never mind about Raftery, Stephen, let's go into the garden, I've got something to tell you." And she thought that he must have had bad news from home, because of his voice and his curious pallor. She went with him and they walked on in silence for a while, then Martin stood still and began to talk quickly. He was saying amazing, incredible things. "Stephen, my dear, I do utterly love you." He was holding out his arms, while she shrank back bewildered. "I love you, I'm deeply in love with you, Stephen, look at me, don't you understand me, beloved?
I want you to marry me. You do love me, don't you?"
And then, as though she had suddenly struck him, he flinched. "Good God!
What's the matter, Stephen?"
She was staring at him in a kind of dumb horror, staring at his eyes that were clouded by desire, while gradually over her colorless face there was spreading an expression of the deepest repulsion. Terror and repulsion he saw on her face, and something else too, a look as of outrage. He could not believe this thing that he saw, this insult to all that he felt to be sacred. For a moment he in his turn must stare, then he came a step nearer, still unable to believe. But at that she wheeled round and fled from him wildly, fled back to the house that had always protected. Without so much as a word she left him, nor did she once pause in her flight to look back. Yet even in this moment of headlong panic, the girl was conscious of something like amazement at herself, and she gasped as she ran. "It's Martin, Martin," and again, "It's Martin." He stood perfectly still until the trees hid her. He felt stunned, incapable of understanding. All that he knew was that he must get away, away from Stephen, away from Morton, away from the thoughts that would follow after. In less than 2 hours he was motoring to London. In less than 2 weeks he was standing on the deck of the steamer that would carry him back to his forests that lay somewhere beyond the horizon. Chapter 12. No one questioned at Morton. They spoke very little. Even Anna forbore to question her daughter, checked by something that she saw in the girl's pale face. But alone with her husband she gave way to her misgivings, to her deep disappointment. "It's heartbreaking, Philip. What's happened? They seemed so devoted to each other."
"Will you ask the child?"
"Surely one of us ought to." Sir Philip said quietly, "I think Stephen will tell me." And with that Anna had perforce to be content. Very silently Stephen now went about Morton, and her eyes looked bewildered and deeply unhappy. At night she would lie awake thinking of Martin, missing him, mourning him as though he were dead. But she could not accept this death without question, without feeling that she was in some way blameworthy. What was she, what manner of curious creature, to have been so repelled by a lover like Martin? Yet she had been repelled, and even her pity for the man could not wipe out that stronger feeling. She had driven him away because something within her was intolerant of that new aspect of Martin. Oh, but she mourned his good, honest friendship. He had taken that from her, the thing she most needed, but perhaps after all it had never existed except as a cloak for this other emotion. And then, lying there in the thickening darkness, she would shrink from what might be waiting in the future, for all that had just happened might happen again. There were other men in the world beside Martin. Fool, never to have visualized this thing before, never to have faced the possibility of it. Now she understood her resentment of men when their voices grew soft and insinuating. Yes, and now she knew to the full the meaning of fear, and Martin it was, who had taught her its meaning. Her friend, the man she had utterly trusted, had pulled the scales from her eyes and revealed it. Fear, stark fear, and the shame of such fear, that was the legacy left her by Martin. And yet he had made her so happy at first, she had felt so contented, so natural with him. But that was because they had been like two men, companions, sharing each other's interests. And at this thought her bitterness would all but flow over. It was cruel, it was cowardly of him to have deceived her, when all the time he had only been waiting for the chance to force this other thing on her. But what was she? Her thoughts, slipping back to her childhood, would find many things in her past that perplexed her. She had never been quite like the other small children. She had always been lonely and discontented. She had always been trying to be someone else. That was why she had dressed herself up as young Nelson. Remembering those days, she would think of her father, and would wonder if now, as then, he could help her. Supposing she should ask him to explain about Martin? Her father was wise, and had infinite patience, yet somehow she instinctively dreaded to ask him. Alone, it was terrible to feel so much alone, to feel oneself different from other people. At one time she had rather enjoyed this distinction, she had rather enjoyed dressing up as young Nelson. Yet had she enjoyed it? Or had it been done as some sort of inadequate, childish protest? But if so, against what had she been protesting when she strutted about the house, masquerading? In those days she had wanted to be a boy. Had that been the meaning of the pitiful young Nelson?
And what about now?
She had wanted Martin to treat her as a man, had expected it of him. The questions to which she could find no answers would pile themselves up and up in the darkness, oppressing, stifling by sheer weight of numbers, until she would feel them getting her under. "I don't know, oh, God, I don't know," she would mutter, tossing as though to fling off those questions. Then one night towards dawn she could bear it no longer. Her dread must give place to her need of consolation. She would ask her father to explain her to herself. She would tell him her deep desolation over Martin. She would say, "Is there anything strange about me, father, that I should have felt as I did about Martin?" And then she would try to explain very calmly what it was she had felt, the intensity of it. She would try to make him understand her suspicion that this feeling of hers was a thing fundamental, much more than merely not being in love, much more than not wanting to marry Martin. She would tell him why she found herself so utterly bewildered. Tell him how she had loved Martin's strong, young body, and his honest brown face, and his slow thoughtful eyes, and his careless walk, all these things she had loved. Then suddenly terror and deep repugnance because of that unforeseen change in Martin, the change that had turned the friend into the lover. In reality it had been no more than that. The friend had turned lover and had wanted from her what she could not give him, or indeed any man, because of that deep repugnance. Yet there should have been nothing repugnant about Martin, nor was she a child to have felt such terror. She had known certain facts about life for some time, and they had not repelled her in other people. Not until they had been brought home to herself had these facts both terrified and repelled her. She got up. No good in trying to sleep. Those eternal questions kept stifling, tormenting. Dressing quickly, she stole down the wide, shallow stairs to the garden door, then out into the garden. The garden looked unfamiliar in the sunrise, like a well-known face that is suddenly transfigured. There was something aloof and awesome about it, as though it were lost in ecstatic devotion. She tried to tread softly, for she felt apologetic. She and her troubles were there as intruders. Their presence disturbed this strange hush of communion, this oneness with something beyond their knowledge, that was yet known and loved by the soul of the garden. A mysterious and wonderful thing, this oneness, pregnant with comfort could she know its true meaning. She felt this somewhere deep down in herself, but try as she would her mind could not grasp it. Perhaps even the garden was shutting her out of its prayers, because she had sent away Martin. Then a thrush began to sing in the cedar, and his song was full of wild jubilation. "Stephen, look at me, sang the thrush. "I'm happy, it's all very simple." There was something heartless about that singing which only served to remind her of Martin. She walked on disconsolate, thinking deeply. He had gone, he would soon be back in his forests. She had made no effort to keep him beside her because he had wanted to be her lover.
"Stephen, look at us, sang the birds. "We're happy, it's all very simple."
Martin walking in dim, green places. She could picture his life away in the forests, a man's life, good with the goodness of danger, a primitive, strong, imperative thing. A man's life, the life that should have been hers, and her eyes filled with heavy, regretful tears, yet she did not quite know for what she was weeping. She only knew that some great sense of loss, some great sense of incompleteness possessed her, and she let the tears trickle down her face, wiping them off one by one with her finger. And now she was passing the old potting shed where Collins had lain in the arms of the footman. Choking back her tears, she paused by the shed, and tried to remember the girl's appearance. Grey eyes, no, blue, and a roundabout figure, plump hands, with soft skin always puckered from soapsuds, a housemaid's knee that had pained very badly. "See that dent?"
"That's the water. It fair makes me sick."
Then a queer little girl dressed up as young Nelson. "I'd like to be awfully hurt for you, Collins, the way that Jesus was hurt for sinners." The potting shed smelling of earth and dampness, sagging a little on one side, lopsided, Collins lying in the arms of the footman, Collins being kissed by him, wantonly, crudely, a broken flower pot in the hand of a child, rage, deep rage, a great anguish of spirit, blood on a face that was pale with amazement, very bright red blood that kept trickling and trickling. Flight, wild, inarticulate flight, away and away, anyhow, anywhere. The pain of torn skin, the rip of torn stockings. She had not remembered these things for years. She had thought that all this had been quite forgotten. There was nothing to remind her of Collins these days but a fat, half-blind and pampered old pony. Strange how these memories came back this morning. She had lain in bed lately trying to recapture the childish emotions aroused in her by Collins and had failed, yet this morning they came back quite clearly. But the garden was full of a new memory now. It was full of the sorrowful memory of Martin. She turned abruptly, and leaving the shed walked towards the lakes that gleamed faintly in the distance. Down by the lakes there was a sense of great stillness which the songs of the birds could in no way lessen, for this place had that curious stillness of spirit that seems to interpenetrate sound. A swan paddled about in front of his island, on guard, for his mate had a nest full of cygnets. From time to time he glanced crossly at Stephen though he knew her quite well, but now there were cygnets. He was proud in his splendid, incredible whiteness, and paternity made him feel overbearing, so that he refused to feed from Stephen's hand although she found a biscuit in her pocket. "Coo, Sup," she called, but he swung his neck sideways as he swam. It was like a disdainful negation. "Perhaps he thinks I'm a freak," she mused grimly, feeling more lonely because of the swan. The lakes were guarded by massive old beech trees, and the beech trees stood ankle-deep in their foliage, a lovely and luminous carpet of leaves they had spread on the homely brown earth of Morton. Each spring came new little shuttles of greenness that in time added warp and woof to the carpet, so that year by year it grew softer and deeper, and year by year it glowed more resplendent. Stephen had loved this spot from her childhood, and now she instinctively went to it for comfort, but its beauty only added to her melancholy, for beauty can wound like a two-edged sword. She could not respond to its stillness of spirit, since she could not lull her own spirit to stillness. She thought, "I shall never be one with great peace any more. I shall always stand outside this stillness. Wherever there is absolute stillness and peace in this world, I shall always stand just outside it." And as though these thoughts were in some way prophetic, she inwardly shivered a little. Then what must the swan do but start to hiss loudly, just to show her that he was really a father. "Peter," she reproached him, "I won't hurt your babies. Can't you trust me?
I fed you the whole of last winter."
But apparently Peter could not trust her at all, for he squawked to his mate who came out through the bushes, and she hissed in her turn, flapping strong angry wings, which meant in mere language, "Get out of this, Stephen, you clumsy, inadequate, ludicrous creature. You destroyer of nests, you disturber of young, you great wingless blot on a beautiful morning." Then they both hissed together, "Get out of this, Stephen." So Stephen left them to the care of their cygnets. Remembering Raftery, she walked to the stables, where all was confusion and purposeful bustle. Old Williams was ruthlessly out on the warpath. He was scolding, "Drat the boy, what be ye doing?
Come on, do.
Youri up, get them 2 horses bridled, and don't go forgetting their kneecaps this morning. And that bucket there don't belong where it's standing, nor that broom. Did Jim take the roan to the blacksmith's?"
"God almighty, why not? Shoes is like paper."
You Jim, don't you go on ignoring my orders. If you do, come on, boy, got them 2 horses ready? Right, well then, up you go."
"You don't want no saddle, like as not you'd give him a gall if you 'ad one."
The sleek, good-looking hunters were led out in clothing, for the early spring mornings were still rather nippy, and among them came Raftery, slender and skittish. He was wearing his hood, and his eyes peered out bright as a falcon's from the 2 neatly braided eye-holes. From a couple more holes in the top of his headdress shot his small, pointed ears, which now worked with excitement. "Hold on," bellowed Williams. "What the hell be you doing? Quick, shorten his bridle, you're not in a circus." And then seeing Stephen, "Beg pardon, Miss Stephen, but it be a fair crime not to lead that horse close, and him all corned up until he's fair dancing." They stood watching Raftery skip through the gates, then old Williams said softly, "He do be a wonder, more nor 50-odd years ave I worked in the stables, and never no beast ave I loved like Raftery. But he's no common horse. He be some sort of Christian, and a better one too than a good few I knows on." And Stephen answered, "Perhaps he's a poet like his namesake. I think if he could write he'd write verses. They say all the Irish are poets at heart, so perhaps they pass on the gift to their horses." Then the 2 of them smiled, each a little embarrassed, but their eyes held great friendship the one for the other, a friendship of years now cemented by Raftery whom they loved, and small wonder, for assuredly never did more gallant or courteous horse step out of stable. "Oh, well," sighed Williams, "I be gettin' that old, and Raftery, he do be coming 11, but he don't feel it yet in his limbs the way I does. Me rheumatics has troubled me awful this winter." She stayed on a little while, comforting Williams, then made her way back to the house, very slowly. "Poor Williams," she thought, "he is getting old, but thank the Lord nothing's the matter with Raftery." The house lay full in a great slant of sunshine. It looked as though it was sunning its shoulders. Glancing up, she came eye to eye with the house, and she fancied that Morton was thinking about her, for its windows seemed to be beckoning, inviting, come home, come inside quickly, Stephen." And as though they had spoken, she answered, "I'm coming," and she quickened her lagging steps to a run, in response to this most compassionate kindness. Yes, she actually ran through the heavy white doorway under the semicircular fanlight, and on up the staircase that led from the hall in which hung the funny old portraits of Gordons, men long dead and gone but still wonderfully living, since their thoughts had fashioned the comeliness of Morton, since their loves had made children from father to son until the advent of Stephen. That evening she went to her father's study, and when he looked up she thought she was expected. She said, "I want to talk to you, father." And he answered, "I know, sit close to me, Stephen." He shaded his face with his long, thin hand, so that she could not see his expression, yet it seemed to her that he knew quite well why she had come to him in that study. Then she told him about Martin, told him all that had happened, omitting no detail, sparing him nothing. She openly mourned the friend who had failed her, and herself she mourned for failing the lover, and Sir Philip listened in absolute silence. After she had spoken for quite a long time, she at length found the courage to ask her question. "Is there anything strange about me, father, that I should have felt as I did about Martin?" It had come. It fell on his heart like a blow. The hand that was shading his pale face trembled, for he felt a great trembling take hold of his spirit. His spirit shrank back and cowered in his body, so that it dared not look out on Stephen. She was waiting, and now she was asking again, "Father, is there anything strange about me? I remember when I was a little child, I was never quite like all the other children." Her voice sounded apologetic, uncertain, and he knew that the tears were not far from her eyes, knew that if he looked now he would see her lips shaking, and the tears making ugly red stains on her eyelids. His loins ached with pity for this fruit of his loins, an insufferable aching, an intolerable pity. He was frightened, a coward because of his pity, as he had been once long ago with her mother.
Merciful God! How could a man answer?
What could he say, and that man a father? He sat there inwardly grovelling before her. "Oh, Stephen, my child, my little Stephen." For now in his pity she seemed to him little and utterly helpless again. He remembered her hands as the hands of a baby, very small, very pink, with minute-perfect nails. He had played with her hands, exclaiming about them, astonished because of their neat perfection. "Oh, Stephen, my little Stephen." He wanted to cry out against God for this thing. He wanted to cry out, "You have maimed my Stephen. What had I done, or my father before me, or my father's father, or his father's father, unto the third and fourth generations?" And Stephen was waiting for his answer. Then Sir Philip set the lips of his spirit to the cup, and his spirit must drink the gall of deception. "I will not tell her, you cannot ask it, there are some things that even God should not ask." And now he turned round and deliberately faced her, smiling right into her eyes he lied glibly, "My dear, don't be foolish, there's nothing strange about you, some day you may meet a man you can love. And supposing you don't, well, what of it, Stephen? Marriage isn't the only career for a woman. I've been thinking about your writing just lately, and I'm going to let you go up to Oxford. But meanwhile you mustn't get foolish fancies, that won't do at all, it's not like you, Stephen." She was gazing at him and he turned away quickly. "Darling, I'm busy, you must leave me," he faltered. "Thank you," she said very quietly and simply. "I felt that I had to ask you about Martin." After she had gone he sat on alone, and the lie was still bitter to his spirit as he sat there, and he covered his face for the shame that was in him, but because of the love that was in him he wept. Chapter 13. There was gossip in plenty over Martin's disappearance, and to this Mrs. Antrim contributed her share, even more than her share, looking wise and mysterious whenever Stephen's name was mentioned. Every one felt very deeply aggrieved. They had been so eager to welcome the girl as one of themselves, and now this strange happening. It made them feel foolish, which in turn made them angry. The spring meets were heavy with tacit disapproval. Nice men like young Hallam did not run away for nothing. And then what a scandal if those two were not engaged. They had wandered all over the country together. This tacit disapproval was extended to Sir Philip, and via him to Anna for allowing too much freedom. A mother ought to look after her daughter, but then Stephen had always been allowed too much freedom. This, no doubt, was what came of her riding astride and fencing and all the rest of the nonsense. When she did meet a man she took the bit between her teeth and behaved in a most amazing manner. Of course, had there been a proper engagement, but obviously that had never existed. They marveled, remembering their own toleration. They had really been extremely broad-minded. An extraordinary girl, she had always been odd, and now for some reason she seemed odder than ever. Not so much as a word was said in her hearing that could possibly offend, and yet Stephen well knew that her neighbour's goodwill had been only fleeting, a thing entirely dependent upon Martin. He it was who had raised her status among them, he, the stranger, not even connected with their county. They had all decided that she meant to marry Martin, and that fact had at once made them welcoming and friendly. And suddenly Stephen longed intensely to be welcomed, and she wished from her heart that she could have married Martin. The strange thing was that she understood her neighbours in a way, and was therefore too just to condemn them. Indeed, had nature been less daring with her, she might well have become very much what they were, a breeder of children, an upholder of home, a careful and diligent steward of pastures. There was little of the true pioneer about Stephen, in spite of her erstwhile longing for the forests. She belonged to the soil and the fruitfulness of Morton, to its pastures and paddocks, to its farms and its cattle, to its quiet and gentlemanly ordered traditions, to the dignity and pride of its old red brick house, that was yet without ostentation. To these things she belonged and would always belong by right of those past generations of Gordons whose thoughts had fashioned the comeliness of Morton, whose bodies had gone to the making of Stephen. Yes, she was of them, those bygone people. They might spurn her, the lusty breeders of sons that they had been. They might even look down from heaven with raised eyebrows, and say, "We utterly refuse to acknowledge this curious creature called Stephen." But for all that they could not drain her of blood, and her blood was theirs also, so that do what they would they could never completely rid themselves of her nor she of them. They were one in their blood. But Sir Philip, that other descendant of theirs, found little excuse for his critical neighbours. Because he loved much he must equally suffer, consuming himself at times with resentment. And now when he and Stephen were out hunting he would be on his guard, very anxious and watchful lest any small incident should occur to distress her, lest at any time she should find herself lonely. When hounds checked and the field collected together, he would make little jokes to amuse his daughter. He would rack his brain for these poor little jokes, in order that people should see Stephen laughing. Sometimes he would whisper, "Lem have it hot, Stephen, that youngster you're on loves a good bit of timber. Don't mind me, I know you won't damage his knees, just you give him a lead and let's see if they'll catch you." And because it was seldom indeed that they caught her, his sore heart would know a fleeting contentment. Yet people begrudged her even this triumph, pointing out that the girl was magnificently mounted. Anyone could get there on that sort of horse, they would murmur, when Stephen was out of hearing. But small Colonel Antrim, who was not always kind, would retort if he heard them, "Damn it, no, it's the riding. The girl rides, that's the point, as for some of you others," and then he would let loose a flood of foul language. If some bloody fools that I know rode like Stephen, would have bloody well less to pay to the farmers. And much more he would say to the same effect, with rich oaths interlarding his every sentence. The foulest-mouthed master in the whole British Isles he was said to be, this small Colonel Antrim. Oh, but he dearly loved a fine rider, and he cursed and he swore his appreciation. Even in the presence of a sporting bishop one day, he had failed to control his language. Indeed, he had sworn in the face of the bishop with enthusiasm, as he pointed to Stephen. An ineffectual and hen-pecked little fellow. In his home he was hardly allowed to say damn. He was never permitted to smoke a cigar outside of his dark, inhospitable study. He must not breed Norwich canaries, which he loved, because they brought mice, declared Mrs. Antrim. He must not keep a pet dog in the house, and the pink UN was anathema because of Violet. His taste in art was heavily censored, even on the walls of his own water closet, where nothing might hang but a family group taken 16-odd years ago with the children. On Sundays he sat in an uncomfortable pew while his wife chanted psalms in the voice of a peacock. "Oh come, let us sing unto the Lord," she would chant, as she heartily rejoiced in the strength of her salvation. All this and a great deal more he endured. Indeed, most of his life was passed in endurance, Had it not been for those red-letter days out hunting, he might well have become melancholic from boredom. But those days, when he actually found himself master, went far to restore his anemic manhood, and on them he would speak the good English language as some deep-seated complex knew it ought to be spoken, ruddily, roundly, explosively spoken, with elation, at times with total abandon. Especially if he should chance to remember Mrs. Antrim would he speak it with total abandon. But his oaths could not save Stephen now from her neighbours. Nothing could do that since the going of Martin, for quite unknown to themselves they feared her. It was fear that aroused their antagonism. In her they instinctively sensed an outlaw, and theirs was the task of policing nature. In her vast drawing-room so beautifully proportioned, Anna would sit with her pride sorely wounded, dreading the thinly veiled questions of her neighbours, dreading the ominous silence of her husband. And the old aversion she had felt for her child would return upon her like the unclean spirit who gathered to himself 7 others more wicked, so that her last state was worse than her first, and at times she must turn away her eyes from Stephen. Thus tormented, she grew less tactful with her husband, and now she was always plying him with questions. But why can't you tell me what Stephen said to you, Philip, that evening when she went to your study? And he, with a mighty effort to be patient, would answer, she said that she couldn't love Martin, there was no crime in that. Leave the child alone, Anna, she's unhappy enough. Why not let her alone? And then he would hastily change the subject. But Anna could not let Stephen alone, could never keep off the topic of Martin. She would talk at the girl until she grew crimson, and seeing this, Sir Philip would frown darkly, and when he and his wife were alone in their bedroom he would often reproach her with violence.
Cruel. It's abominably cruel of you, Anna.
Why in God's name must you go on nagging Stephen? Anna's taut nerves would tighten to breaking, so that she, when she answered, must also speak with violence. One night he said abruptly, Stephen won't marry, I don't want her to marry, it would only mean disaster. And at this Anna broke out in angry protest. Why shouldn't Stephen marry? She wished her to marry. Was he mad? And what did he mean by disaster? No woman was ever complete without marriage. What on earth did he mean by disaster? He frowned and refused to answer her question. Stephen, he said, must go up to Oxford. He had set his heart on a good education for the child, who might someday become a fine writer. Marriage wasn't the only career for a woman. Look at Puddle, for instance. She'd been at Oxford, a most admirable, well-balanced, sensible creature. Next year he was going to send Stephen to Oxford. Anna scoffed. Yes, indeed, he might well look at Puddle. She was what came of this higher education, a lonely, unfulfilled, middle-aged spinster. Anna didn't want that kind of life for her daughter. And then, it's a pity you can't be frank, Philip, about what was said that night in your study. I feel that there's something you're keeping back from me. It's so unlike Martin to behave as he has done. There must have been something that you haven't told me, to have made him go off without even a letter. He flared up at once because he felt guilty. I don't care a damn about Martin, he said hotly. All I care about is Stephen, and she's going to Oxford next year. She's my child as well as yours, Anna. Then quite suddenly Anna's self-control left her, and she let him see into her tormented spirit. All that had lain unspoken between them she now put into crude, ugly words for his hearing. You care nothing for me any more. You and Stephen are in league against me. You have been for years. Aghast at herself, she must yet go on speaking. You and Stephen, oh, I've seen it for years, you and Stephen. He looked at her, and there was warning in his eyes, but she babbled on wildly. I've seen it for years, the cruelty of it. She's taken you from me, my own child, the unspeakable cruelty of it. Cruelty, yes, but not Stephen's, Anna, it's yours, for in all the child's life you've never loved her. Ugly, degrading, rather terrible half-truths. And he knew the whole truth, yet he dared not speak it. It is bad for the soul to know itself a coward. It is apt to take refuge in mere wordy violence. Yes, you, her mother, you persecute Stephen, you torment her. I sometimes think you hate her.
Philip, good God.
Yes, I think you hate her. But be careful, Anna, for hatred breeds hatred, and remember I stand for the rights of my child. If you hate her you've got to hate me, she's my child.
I won't let her face your hatred alone. Ugly, degrading, rather terrible half-truths.
Their hearts ached while their lips formed recriminations. Their hearts burst into tears while their eyes remained dry and accusing, staring in hostility and anger. Far into the night they accused each other, they who before had never seriously quarreled, and something very like the hatred he spoke of leapt out like a flame that seared them at moments.
Stephen, my own child, she's come between us.
It's you who have thrust her between us, Anna. Mad, it was madness. They were such faithful lovers, and their love it was that had fashioned their child. They knew it was madness, and yet they persisted, while their anger dug out for itself a deep channel, so that future angers might more easily follow. They could not forgive and they could not sleep, for neither could sleep without the other's forgiveness, and the hatred that leapt out at moments between them would be drowned in the tears that their hearts were shedding. Like some vile and prolific thing, this first quarrel bred others, and the peace of Morton was shattered. The house seemed to mourn, and withdraw into itself, so that Stephen went searching for its spirit in vain.
Morton, she whispered. Where are you, Morton? I must find you. I need you so badly.
For now Stephen knew the cause of their quarrels, and she recognized the form of the shadow that had seemed to creep in between them at Christmas, and knowing, she stretched out her arms to Morton for comfort. My Morton, where are you? I need you. Grim and exceedingly angry grew Puddle, that little, grey box of a woman in her schoolroom, angry with Anna for her treatment of Stephen, but even more deeply angry with Sir Philip, who knew the whole truth, or so she suspected, and who yet kept that truth back from Anna. Stephen would sit with her head in her hands. Oh, Puddle, it's my fault. I've come in between them, and they're all I've got. They're my one perfect thing. I can't bear it. Why have I come in between them? And Puddle would flush with reminiscent anger as her mind slipped back and back over the years to old sorrows, old miseries, long decently buried but now disinterred by this pitiful Stephen. She would live through those years again, while her spirit would cry out, unregenerate, against their injustice. Frowning at her pupil, she would speak to her sharply. Don't be a fool, Stephen. Where's your brain? Where's your backbone?
Stop holding your head and get on with your Latin.
My God, child, you'll have worse things than this to face later. Life's not all beer and skittles, I do assure you. Now come along, do, and get on with that Latin. Remember, you'll soon be going up to Oxford. But after a while she might pat the girl's shoulder and say rather gruffly, I'm not angry, Stephen, I do understand, my dear, I do really, only somehow I've just got to make you have backbone. You're too sensitive, child, and the sensitive suffer. Well, I don't want to see you suffer, that's all. Let's go out for a walk. We've done enough Latin for today. Let's walk over the meadows to Upton. Stephen clung to this little, grey box of a woman as a drowning man will cling to a spar. Puddle's very hardness was somehow consoling. It seemed concrete, a thing you could trust, could rely on, and their friendship that had flourished as a green bay tree grew into something more stalwart and much more enduring. And surely the two of them had need of their friendship, for now there was little happiness at Morton. Sir Philip and Anna were deeply unhappy, degraded they would feel by their ceaseless quarrels. Sir Philip would think, I must tell her the truth, I must tell her what I believe to be the truth about Stephen. He would go in search of his wife, but having found her would stand there tongue-tied, with his eyes full of pity. And one day Anna suddenly burst out weeping, for no reason except that she felt his great pity. Not knowing and not caring why he pitied, she wept, so that all he could do was to console her. They clung together like penitent children.
Anna, forgive me.
Forgive me, Philip, for in between quarrels they were sometimes like children, naively asking each other's forgiveness. Sir Philip's resolution weakened and waned as he kissed the tears from her poor, reddened eyelids. He thought, tomorrow I'll tell her, I can't bear to make her more unhappy today. So the weeks drifted by and still he had not spoken. Summer came and went, giving place to the autumn. Yet one more Christmas visited Morton, and still Sir Philip had not spoken. Chapter 14. February came bringing snowstorms with it, the heaviest known for many a year. The hills lay folded in swathes of whiteness, and so did the valleys at the foot of the hills, and so did the spacious gardens of Morton. It was all one vast panorama of whiteness. The lakes froze, and the beech trees had crystalline branches, while their luminous carpet of leaves grew brittle so that it crackled now underfoot, the only sound in the frozen stillness of that place that was always infinitely still. Peter, the arrogant swan, turned friendly, and he and his family now welcomed Stephen, who fed them every morning and evening, and they glad enough to partake of her bounty. On the lawn Anna set out a tray for the birds, with chopped suet, seed, and small mounds of breadcrumbs, and down at the stables old Williams spread straw in wide rings for exercising the horses who could not be taken beyond the yard, so bad were the roads around Morton. The gardens lay placidly under the snow, in no way perturbed or disconcerted. Only one inmate of theirs felt anxious, and that was the ancient and wide-boughed cedar, for the weight of the snow made an ache in its branches. Its branches were brittle like an old man's bones. That was why the cedar felt anxious. But it could not cry out or shake off its torment. No, it could only endure with patience, hoping that Anna would take note of its trouble, since she sat in its shade summer after summer, since once long ago she had sat in its shade dreaming of the son she would bear her husband. And one morning Anna did notice its plight, and she called Sir Philip, who hurried from his study. She said, "Look, Philip. I'm afraid for my cedar. It's all weighted down. I feel worried about it." Then Sir Philip sent into Upton for chain, and for stout pads of felt to support the branches, and he himself must direct the gardeners while they climbed into the tree and pushed off the snow, and he himself must see to the placing of the stout felt pads, lest the branches be galled. Because he loved Anna who loved the cedar, he must stand underneath it directing the gardeners.
A sudden and horrible sound of rending. "Sir, look out."
"Sir Philip, look out, sir, it's giving."
A crash, and then silence. A horrible silence, far worse than that horrible sound of rending.
"Sir Philip, oh, good, it's over his chest. It's crushed in his chest. It's the big branch what's given."
"Someone go for the doctor. Go quick for Dr. Evans."
"Oh, good, his mouth's bleeding. It's crushed in his chest. Won't nobody go for the doctor?"
The grave, rather pompous voice of Mr. Hopkins. "Steady, Thomas, it's no good losing your head."
"Robert, you'd best slip over to the stables and tell Burton to go in the car for the doctor. You, Thomas, give me a hand with this bough. Steady on, ease it off a bit to the right, now lift. Steady on, keep more to the right. Now then, gently, gently, man, lift." Sir Philip lay very still on the snow, and the blood oozed slowly from between his lips. He looked monstrously tall as he lay on that whiteness, very straight, with his long legs stretched out to their fullest, so that Thomas said foolishly, "Don't he be big, I don't know as I ever noticed before." And now someone came scuttling over the snow, panting, stumbling, hopping grotesquely, old Williams, hatless and in his shirt sleeves, and as he came on he kept calling out something, "Master, oh, master." And he hopped grotesquely as he came on over the slippery snow.
"Master, master. Oh, master."
They found a hurdle, and with dreadful care they placed the master of Morton upon it, and with dreadful slowness they carried the hurdle over the lawn, and in through the door that Sir Philip himself had left standing ajar. Slowly they carried him into the hall, and even more slowly his tired eyes opened, and he whispered, "Where's Stephen?"
"I want the child."
And old Williams muttered thickly, "She's coming, master, she be coming down the stairs, she's here, Sir Philip." Then Sir Philip tried to move, and he spoke quite loudly, "Stephen."
"Where are you? I want you, child."
She went to him, saying never a word, but she thought, "He's dying, my father." And she took his large hand in hers and stroked it, but still without speaking, because when one loves there is nothing left in the world to say, when the best beloved lies dying. He looked at her with the pleading eyes of a dog who is dumb, but who yet asks forgiveness. And she knew that his eyes were asking forgiveness for something beyond her poor comprehension. So she nodded, and just went on stroking his hand. Mr. Hopkins asked quietly, "Where shall we take him?" And as quietly Stephen answered, "To the study." Then she herself led the way to the study, walking steadily, just as though nothing had happened, just as though when she got there she would find her father lolling back in his armchair, reading. But she thought all the while, "He's dying, my father," only the thought seemed unreal, preposterous. It seemed like the thinking of somebody else, a thing so unreal as to be preposterous. Yet when they had set him down in the study, her own voice it was that she heard giving orders. "Tell Miss Puddleton to go at once to my mother and break the news gently. I'll stay with Sir Philip. One of you please send a housemaid to me with a sponge and some towels and a basin of cold water."
"Burton's gone for Dr. Evans, you say?"
"That's quite right. Now I'd like you to go up and fetch down a mattress, the one from the blue room will do, get it quickly. Bring some blankets as well and a couple of pillows, and I may need a little brandy." They ran to obey, and before very long she had helped to lift him on to the mattress. He groaned a little, then he actually smiled as he felt her strong arms around him. She kept wiping the blood away from his mouth, and her fingers were stained. She looked at her fingers, but without comprehension. They could not be hers. Like her thoughts, they must surely be somebody else's. But now his eyes were growing more restless. He was looking for someone. He was looking for her mother. "Have you told Miss Puddleton, Williams?" she whispered. The man nodded. Then she said, "Mother's coming, darling. You lie still," and her voice was softly persuasive as though she were speaking to a small, suffering child.
"Mother's coming. You lie quite still, darling."
And she came, incredulous, yet wide-eyed with horror.
"Philip, oh, Philip."
She sank down beside him and laid her white face against his on the pillow.
My dear, it's most terribly hurt you. Try to tell me where it hurts. Try to tell me, beloved."
The branch gave. It was the snow. "It fell on you, Philip, but try to tell me where it hurts most, beloved." Stephen motioned to the servants, and they went away slowly with bowed heads, for Sir Philip had been a good friend. They loved him, each in his or her way, each according to his or her capacity for loving. And always that terrible voice went on speaking, terrible because it was quite unlike Anna's. It was toneless, and it asked and re-asked the same question. "Try to tell me where it hurts most, beloved." But Sir Philip was fighting the battle of pain, of intense, irresistible, unmanning pain. He lay silent, not answering Anna. Then she coaxed him in words soft with memories of her country.
"And you the loveliest man," she whispered, "and you with the light of God in your eyes."
But he lay there unable to answer. And now she seemed to forget Stephen's presence, for she spoke as one lover will speak with another, foolishly, fondly, inventing small names, as one lover will do for another. And watching them, Stephen beheld a great marvel, for he opened his eyes and his eyes met her mother's, and a light seemed to shine over both their poor faces, transfiguring them with something triumphant, with love. Thus those two rekindled the beacon for their child in the shadow of the valley of death. It was late afternoon before the doctor arrived. He had been out all day, and the roads were heavy. He had come the moment he received the news, come as fast as a car clogged with snow could bring him. He did what he could, which was very little, for Sir Philip was conscious and wished to remain so. He would not permit them to ease his pain by administering drugs. He could speak very slowly. "No, not that, something urgent, I want to say."
"No drugs. I know I'm dying, Evans."
The doctor adjusted the slipping pillows. Then turning he whispered carefully to Stephen.
"Look after your mother."
"He's going, I think. It can't be long now. I'll wait in the next room. If you need me, you've only got to call me." "Thank you," she answered. "If I need you, I'll call you." Then Sir Philip paid even to the uttermost farthing, paid with stupendous physical courage for the sin of his anxious and pitiful heart, and he drove and he goaded his ebbing strength to the making of one great and terrible effort. "Anna, it's Stephen, listen." They were holding his hands. "It's Stephen, our child. It's Stephen, not like." His head fell back rather sharply, and then lay very still upon Anna's bosom. Stephen released the hand she was holding, for Anna had stooped and was kissing his lips, desperately, passionately kissing his lips, as though to breathe back the life into his body. And none might be there to witness that thing, save God, the God of death and affliction, who is also the God of love. Turning away, she stole out of their presence, leaving them alone in the darkening study, leaving them alone with their deathless devotion, hand in hand, the quick and the dead. Chapter 15. Sir Philip's death deprived his child of three things: of companionship, of mind born of real understanding, of a stalwart barrier between her and the world, and above all of love, that faithful love that would gladly have suffered all things for her sake, in order to spare her suffering. Stephen, recovering from the merciful numbness of shock and facing her first deep sorrow, stood utterly confounded, as a child will stand who is lost in a crowd, having somehow let go of the hand that has always guided. Thinking of her father, she realized how greatly she had lent on that man of deep kindness, how sure she had felt of his constant protection, how much she had taken that protection for granted. And so together with her constant grieving, with the ache for his presence that never left her, came the knowledge of what real loneliness felt like. She would marvel, remembering how often in his lifetime she had thought herself lonely, when by stretching out a finger she could touch him, when by speaking she could hear his voice, when by raising her eyes she could see him before her. And now also she knew the desolation of small things, the power to give infinite pain that lies hidden in the little inanimate objects that persist, in a book, in a well-worn garment, in a half-finished letter, in a favorite armchair. She thought, they go on, they mean nothing at all, and yet they go on, and the handling of them was anguish, and yet she must always touch them. How queer, this old armchair has outlived him, an old chair, and feeling the creases in its leather, the dent in its back where her father's head had lain, she would hate the inanimate thing for surviving, or perhaps she would love it and find herself weeping. Morton had become a place of remembering that closed round her and held her in its grip of remembrance. It was pain, yet now more than ever she adored it, every stone, every blade of grass in its meadows. She fancied that it too grieved for her father and was turning to her for comfort. Because of Morton the days must go on, all their trifling tasks must be duly accomplished. At times she might wonder that this should be so, might be filled with a fleeting sense of resentment, but then she would think of her home as a creature dependent upon her and her mother for its needs, and the sense of resentment would vanish. Very gravely she listened to the lawyer from London. The place goes to your mother for her lifetime, he told her. On her death, of course, it becomes yours, Miss Gordon. But your father made a separate provision. When you're 21, in about 2 years' time, you'll inherit quite a considerable income. She said, will that leave enough money for Morton? More than enough, he reassured her, smiling. In the quiet old house there was discipline and order. Death had come and gone, yet these things persisted. Like the well-worn garment and favorite chair, discipline and order had survived the great change, filling the emptiness of the rooms with a queer sense of unreality at times, with a new and very bewildering doubt as to which was real, life or death. The servants scoured and swept and dusted. From Malvern, once a week, came a young clockwinder, and he set the clocks with much care and precision so that when he had gone they all chimed together. Rather hurriedly they would all chime together, as though flustered by the great importance of time. Puddle added up the books and made lists for the cook. The tall under-footman polished the windows, the iridescent window that looked out on the lawns and the semicircular fanlight he polished. In the gardens work progressed just as usual. Gardeners pruned and hoed and diligently planted. Spring gained in strength to the joy of the cuckoos, trees blossomed, and outside Sir Philip's study glowed beds of the old-fashioned single tulips he had loved above all the others. According to custom the bulbs had been planted, and now, still according to custom, there were tulips. At the stables the hunters were turned out to grass, and the ceilings and walls had a fresh coat of whitewash. Williams went into Upton to buy tape for the plats which the grooms were now engaged upon making, while beyond, in a paddock adjoining the beech wood, a couple of mares gave birth to strong foals. Thus were all things accomplished in their season at Morton. But Anna, whose word was now absolute law, had become one of those who have done with smiling. A quiet, enduring, grief-stricken woman, in whose eyes was a patient, waiting expression. She was gentle to Stephen, yet terribly aloof. In their hour of great need they must still stand divided, these two, by the old, insidious barrier. Yet Stephen clung closer and closer to Morton. She had definitely given up all idea of Oxford. In vain did Puddle try to protest. In vain did she daily remind her pupil that Sir Philip had set his heart on her going. No good, for Stephen would always reply, Morton needs me, father would want me to stay, because he taught me to love it. And Puddle was helpless. What could she do, bound as she was by the tyranny of silence? She dared not explain the girl to herself, dared not say, for your own sake you must go to Oxford, you'll need every weapon your brain can give you. Being what you are you'll need every weapon, for then certainly Stephen would start to question, and her teacher's very position of trust would forbid her to answer those questions. Outrageous, Puddle would feel it to be, that willfully selfish tyranny of silence evolved by a crafty old ostrich of a world for its own well-being and comfort. The world hid its head in the sands of convention, so that seeing nothing it might avoid truth. It said to itself, if seeing's believing, then I don't want to see, if silence is golden, it is also, in this case, very expedient. There were moments when Puddle would feel sorely tempted to shout out loud at the world. Sometimes she thought of giving up her post, so weary was she of fretting over Stephen. She would think, what's the good of my worrying myself sick? I can't help the girl, but I can help myself. Seems to me it's a matter of pure self-preservation. Then all that was loyal and faithful in her would protest, better stick it, she'll probably need you one day and you ought to be here to help her. So Puddle decided to stick it. They did very little work, for Stephen had grown idle with grief and no longer cared for her studies. Nor could she find consolation in her writing, for sorrow will often do one of two things. It will either release the springs of inspiration, or else it will dry up those springs completely, and in Stephen's case it had done the latter. She longed for the comforting outlet of words, but now the words would always evade her. I can't write any more, it's gone from me, Puddle, he's taken it with him. And then would come tears, and the tears would go splashing down onto the paper, blotting the poor inadequate lines that meant little or nothing as their author well knew, to her own added desolation. There she would sit like a woebegone child, and Puddle would think how childish she seemed in this her first encounter with grief, and would marvel because of the physical strength of the creature that went so ill with those tears. And because her own tears were vexing her eyes, she must often speak rather sharply to Stephen. Then Stephen would go off and swing her large dumbbells, seeking the relief of bodily movement, seeking to wear out her muscular body because her mind was worn out by sorrow. August came and Williams got the hunters in from grass. Stephen would sometimes get up very early and help with the exercising of the horses, but in spite of this the old man's heart misgave him. She seemed strangely averse to discussing the hunting. He would think, maybe it's a father's death, but the instinct be pretty strong in her blood, she'll be all right after the first gallop. And perhaps he might craftily point to Raftery. Look, Miss Stephen, did ever you see such quarters? 'E's a mighty fine door, keeps himself fit on grass.
I do believe as he does it on purpose. I believe he's afraid he'll miss a day's hunting.
But the autumn slipped by and the winter was passing. Hounds met at the very gates of Morton, yet Stephen forbore to send those orders to the stables for which Williams was anxiously waiting. Then one morning in March he could bear it no longer, and he suddenly started reproaching Stephen. You're letting my horses go stale in their boxes. It's a scandal, Miss Stephen, and you such a rider, and our stables the finest bar none in the county, and your father so almighty proud of your riding.
And then, Miss Stephen, you'll not give it up? Won't you hunt Raftery day after tomorrow?
The hounds is meeting quite near by Upton. Miss Stephen, say you won't give it all up. There were actually tears in his worried old eyes, and so to console him she answered briefly, very well then, I'll hunt the day after tomorrow. But for some strange reason that she did not understand, this prospect had quite ceased to give her pleasure. On a morning of high scudding clouds and sunshine, Stephen rode Raftery into Upton, then over the bridge that spans the River Severn, and on to the meet at a neighbouring village. Behind her came jogging her second horseman on one of Sir Philip's favourite youngsters, a raw-boned, upstanding, impetuous chestnut, now all eyes and ears for what might be coming, but beside her rode only memory and heartache. Yet from time to time she turned her head quickly as though someone must surely be there at her side. Her mind was a prey to the strangest fancies. She pictured her father very grave and anxious, not gay and light-hearted as had been his wont when they rode to a meet in the old days. And because this day was so vibrant with living it was difficult for Stephen to tolerate the idea of death, even for a little red fox, and she caught herself thinking, if we find, this morning, there'll be two of us who are utterly alone, with every man's hand against us. At the meet she was a prey to her self-conscious shyness, so that she fancied people were whispering. There was no one now with bowed, patient shoulders to stand between her and those unfriendly people.
Colonel Antrim came up.
Glad to see you out, Stephen. But his voice sounded stiff because he was embarrassed. Everyone felt just a little embarrassed, as people will do in the face of bereavement. And then there was something so awkward about her, so aloof that it checked every impulse of kindness. They, in their turn, felt shy, remembering Sir Philip, remembering what his death must have meant to his daughter, so that more than one greeting remained unspoken. And again she thought grimly, two of us will be alone, with every man's hand against us. They found their fox in the very first cover and went away over the wide, bare meadows. As Raftery leapt forward her curious fancies gained strength, and now they began to obsess her. She fancied that she was being pursued, that the hounds were behind her instead of ahead, that the flushed, bright-eyed people were hunting her down, ruthless, implacable, untiring people. They were many and she was one solitary creature with every man's hand against her. To escape them she suddenly took her own line, putting Raftery over some perilous places. But he, nothing loath, stretched his muscles to their utmost, landing safely. Yet always she imagined pursuit, and now it was the world that had turned against her. The whole world was hunting her down with hatred, with a fierce, remorseless will to destruction. the world against one insignificant creature who had nowhere to turn for pity or protection. Her heart tightened with fear. She was terribly afraid of those flushed, bright-eyed people who were hard on her track. She, who had never lacked physical courage in her life, was now actually sweating with terror, and Raftery, divining her terror, sped on, faster and always faster. Then Stephen saw something just ahead, and it moved. Checking Raftery sharply, she stared at the thing. A crawling, bedraggled streak of red fur, with tongue lolling, with agonized lungs filled to bursting, with the desperate eyes of the hopelessly pursued, bright with terror and glancing now this way now that as though looking for something, and the thought came to Stephen, it's looking for God who made it. At that moment she felt an imperative need to believe that the stricken beast had a maker, and her own eyes grew bright, but with blinding tears because of her mighty need to believe, a need that was sharper than physical pain, being born of the pain of the spirit. The thing was dragging its brush in the dust, it was limping, and Stephen sprang to the ground. She held out her hands to the unhappy creature, filled with the will to succor and protect it, but the fox mistrusted her merciful hands, and it crept away into a little coppice. And now in a deathly and awful silence the hounds swept past her, their muzzles to ground. After them galloped Colonel Antrim, crouching low in his saddle, avoiding the branches, and after him came a couple of huntsmen with a few bold riders who had stayed that stiff run. Then a savage clamour broke out in the coppice as the hounds gave tongue in their wild jubilation, and Stephen well knew that that sound meant death. Very slowly she remounted Raftery. Riding home, she felt utterly spent and bewildered. Her thoughts were full of her father again. He seemed very near, incredibly near her. For a moment she thought that she heard his voice, but when she bent sideways trying to listen, all was silence, except for the tired rhythm of Raftery's hooves on the road. As her brain grew calmer, it seemed to Stephen that her father had taught her all that she knew. He had taught her courage and truth and honor in his life, and in death he had taught her mercy. The mercy that he had lacked he had taught her through the mighty adventure of death. With a sudden illumination of vision, she perceived that all life is only one life, that all joy and all sorrow are indeed only one, that all death is only one dying. And she knew that because she had seen a man die in great suffering, yet with courage and love that are deathless, she could never again inflict wanton destruction or pain upon any poor, hapless creature. And so it was that by dying to Stephen, Sir Philip would live on in the attribute of mercy that had come that day to his child. But the body is still very far from the spirit, and it clings to the primitive joys of the earth, to the sun and the wind and the good rolling grasslands, to the swift elation of reckless movement, so that Stephen, feeling Raftery between her strong knees, was suddenly filled with regret. Yes, in this her moment of spiritual insight she was infinitely sad, and she said to Raftery, "We'll never hunt any more, we two, Raftery, will never go out hunting together any more." And because in his own way he had understood her, she felt his sides swell with a vast, resigned sigh, heard the creaking of damp girth leather as he sighed because he had understood her. For the love of the chase was still hot in Raftery, the love of splendid, unforeseen danger, the love of crisp mornings and frost-bound evenings, and of long, dusky roads that always led home. He was wise with the age-old wisdom of the beasts, it is true, but that wisdom was not guiltless of slaying, and deep in his gentle and faithful mind lurked a memory bequeathed him by some wild forebear. A memory of vast and unpeopled spaces, of fierce open nostrils and teeth bared in battle, of hooves that struck death with every sure blow, of a great untamed menere that streamed out like a banner, of the shrill and incredibly savage war-cry that accompanied that gallant banner. So now he too felt infinitely sad, and he sighed until his strong girth started creaking, after which he stood still and shook himself largely, in an effort to shake off depression. Stephen bent forward and patted his neck. "I'm sorry, Raftery," she said gravely. Chapter 16. With the breaking up of the stables at Morton came the breaking up of their faithful servant. Old age took its toll of Williams at last, and it got him under completely. Sore at heart and gone in both wind and limb, he retired with a pension to his comfortable cottage, there to cough and grumble throughout the winter, or to smoke disconsolate pipes through the summer, seated on a chair in his trim little garden with a rug wrapped around his knees. "It do be a scandal," he was now forever saying, "and such a splendid woman to ounds." And then he would start remembering past glories, while his mind would begin to grieve for Sir Philip. He would cry just a little because he still loved him, so his wife must bring Williams a strong cup of tea.
There, our Thursday, you'll soon be meeting the master. We be old, me and you. It can't be long now."
At which Williams would glare, "I'm not thinking of even, Like as not there won't be no 'orses in even, I wants the master down there at me stables. Good knows they be nae din a master. For now besides Anna's carriage horses, there were only 4 inmates of those once fine stables. Raftery and Sir Philip's young upstanding chestnut, a cob known as James, and the aged Collins who had taken to vice in senile decay, and persisted in eating his bedding. Anna had accepted this radical change quite calmly, as she now accepted most things. She hardly ever opposed her daughter these days in matters concerning Morton. But the burden of arranging the sale had been Stephen's. One by one she had said goodbye to the hunters. One by one she had watched them led out of the yard, with a lump in her throat that had almost choked her, and when they were gone she had turned back to Raftery for comfort. Oh, Raftery, I'm so unregenerate, I minded so terribly seeing them go. Don't let's look at their empty boxes. Another year passed and Stephen was 21, a rich, independent woman. At any time now she could go where she chose, could do entirely as she listed. Puddle remained at her post. She was waiting a little grimly for something to happen. But nothing much happened, beyond the fact that Stephen now dressed in tailor-made clothes to which Anna had perforce to withdraw her opposition. Yet life was gradually reasserting its claims on the girl, which was only natural, for the young may not be delivered over to the dead, nor to grief that refuses consolation. She still mourned her father, she would always mourn him, but at 21 with a healthful body, there came a day when she noticed the sunshine, when she smelt the good earth and was thankful for it, when she suddenly knew herself to be alive and was glad, in despite of death. On one such morning early that June, Stephen drove her car into Upton. She was meaning to cash a cheque at the bank, she was meaning to call at the local saddler's, she was meaning to buy a new pair of gloves. In the end, however, she did none of these things. It was outside the butcher's that the dog fight started. The butcher owned an old rip of an Airedale, and the Airedale had taken up his post in the doorway of the shop, as had long been his custom. Down the street, on trim but belligerent tiptoes, came a very small, snow-white West Highland terrier. Perhaps he was looking for trouble, and if so he certainly got it in less than 2 minutes. His yells were so loud that Stephen stopped the car and turned round in her seat to see what was happening. The butcher ran out to swell the confusion by shouting commands that no one obeyed. He was trying to grasp his dog by the tail, which was short and not at all handy for grasping. And then, as it seemed from nowhere at all, there suddenly appeared a very desperate young woman. She was carrying her parasol as though it were a lance with which she intended to enter the battle. Her wails of despair rose above the dog's yells. "Tony! My Tony! Won't anyone stop them? My dog's being killed, won't any of you stop them?" And she actually tried to stop them herself, though the parasol broke at the first encounter. But Tony, while yelling, was as game as a ferret, and, moreover, the Airedale had him by the back, so Stephen got hastily out of the car. It seemed only a matter of moments for Tony. She grabbed the old rip by the scruff of his neck, while the butcher dashed off for a bucket of water. The desperate young woman seized her dog by a leg. She pulled, Stephen pulled, they both pulled together. Then Stephen gave a punishing twist which distracted the Airedale. He wanted to bite her. Having only one mouth he must let go of Tony, who was instantly clasped to his owner's bosom. The butcher arrived on the scene with his bucket while Stephen was still clinging to the Airedale's collar.
"I'm so sorry, Miss Gordon. I do hope you're not hurt. I'm all right."
"Here, take this grey devil and thrash him. He's no business to eat up a dog half his size." Meanwhile, Tony was dripping all over with gore, and his mistress, it seemed, had got herself bitten. She alternately struggled to staunch Tony's wounds and to suck her own hand which was bleeding freely. "Better give me your dog and come across to the chemist. Your hand will want dressing," remarked Stephen. Tony was instantly put into her arms, with a rather pale smile that suggested a breakdown. "It's quite all right now," said Stephen quickly, very much afraid the young woman meant to cry. "Will he live, do you think?" inquired a weak voice. "Yes, of course. But your hand, come along to the chemist."
"Oh, never mind that. I'm thinking of Tony."
"He's all right. We'll take him straight off to the vet when your hand's been seen to. There's quite a good one." The chemist applied fairly strong carbolic. The hand had been bitten on 2 of the fingers, and Stephen was impressed by the pluck of this stranger, who set her small teeth and endured in silence. The hand bandage they drove along to the vet, who was fortunately in and could sew up poor Tony. Stephen held his front paws, while his mistress held his head as best she could in her own maimed condition. She kept pressing his face against her shoulder, presumably so that he should not see the needle.
"Don't look, darling. You mustn't look at it, honey."
Stephen heard her whispering to Tony. At last he too was carboliced and bandaged, and Stephen had time to examine her companion. It occurred to her that she had better introduce herself, so she said, "I'm Stephen Gordon." "And I'm Angela Crosby," came the reply. "We've taken the Grange, just the other side of Upton." Angela Crosby was amazingly blonde. Her hair was not so much golden as silver. She wore it cut short like a medieval page. It was straight, and came just to the lobes of her ears, which at that time of pompadours and much curling gave her an unusual appearance. Her skin was very white, and Stephen decided that this woman would never have a great deal of colour, nor would her rather wide mouth be red. It would always remain the tint of pale coral. All the colour that she had seemed to lie in her eyes, which were large and fringed with long fair lashes. Her eyes were of rather an unusual blue that almost seemed to be tinted with purple, and their candid expression was that of a child. Very innocent it was, a trustful expression. And Stephen, as she looked at those eyes, felt indignant, remembering the gossip she had heard about the Crosbys. The Crosbys, as she knew, were deeply resented. He had been an important Birmingham magnate who had lately retired from some hardware concern, on account of his health, or so ran the gossip. His wife, it was rumoured, had been on the stage in New York, so that her antecedents were doubtful. No one really knew anything at all about her, but her curious hair gave grounds for suspicion. An American wife who had been an actress was a very bad asset for Crosby. Nor was Crosby himself a prepossessing person. When judged by the county standards, he bounded. Moreover, he showed signs of unpardonable meanness. His subscription to the hunt had been a paltry 5 guineas. He had written to say that his very poor health would preclude his hunting, and had actually added that he hoped the hunt would keep clear of his covers. And then everyone felt a natural resentment that the Grange should have had to be sacrificed for money. Quite a small Tudor house, it was yet very perfect. But Captain Ramsay, its erstwhile owner, had died recently, leaving large debts behind him. So his heir, a young cousin who lived in London, had promptly sold to the first wealthy bidder, hence the advent of Mr. Crosby. Stephen, looking at Angela, remembered these things, but they suddenly seemed devoid of importance, for now those childlike eyes were upon her, and Angela was saying, "I don't know how to thank you for saving my Tony. It was wonderful of you. If you hadn't been there they'd have let him get killed, and I'm just devoted to Tony." Her voice had the soft, thick drawl of the South, an indolent voice, very lazy and restful. It was quite new to Stephen, that soft, southern drawl, and she found it unexpectedly pleasant. Then it dawned on the girl that this woman was lovely. She was like some queer flower that had grown up in darkness, like some rare, pale flower without blemish or stain, and Stephen said, flushing, "I was glad to help you. I'll drive you back to the Grange, if you'll let me." "Why, of course we'll let you," came the prompt answer. "Tony says he'll be most grateful, don't you, Tony?" Tony wagged his tail rather faintly. Stephen wrapped him up in a motor rug at the back of the car, where he lay as though prostrate. Angela she placed in the seat beside herself, helping her carefully as she did so. Presently Angela said, "Thanks to Tony I've met you at last. I've been longing to meet you." And she stared rather disconcertingly at Stephen, then smiled as though something she saw had amused her. Stephen wondered why anyone should have longed to meet her. Feeling suddenly shy, she became suspicious. "Who told you about me?" she asked abruptly. "Mrs. Antrim, I think. Yes, it was Mrs. Antrim. She said you were such a wonderful rider but that now, for some reason, you'd given up hunting." "Oh, yes, and she said you fenced like a man."
"Do you fence like a man?"
"I don't know," muttered Stephen. "Well, I'll tell you whether you do when I've seen you. My father was quite a well-known fencer at one time, so I learnt a lot about fencing in the States. Perhaps some day, Miss Gordon, you'll let me see you." By now Stephen's face was the colour of a beetroot, and she gripped the wheel as though she meant to hurt it. She was longing to turn round and look at her companion. The desire to look at her was almost overwhelming, but even her eyes seemed too stiff to move, so she gazed at the long dusty road in silence. "Don't punish the poor, wooden thing that way," murmured Angela. "It can't help being just wood." Then she went on talking as though to herself. "What should I have done if that brute had killed Tony? He's a real companion to me on my walks. I don't know what I'd do if it weren't for Tony. He's such a devoted, cute little fellow, and these days I'm kind of thrown back on my dog. It's a melancholy business walking alone, yet I've always been fond of walking." Stephen wanted to say, "But I like walking too, let me come with you sometimes as well as Tony." Then suddenly mustering up her courage, she jerked round in the seat and looked at this woman. As their eyes met and held each other for a moment, something vaguely disturbing stirred in Stephen, so that the car made a dangerous swerve. "I'm sorry," she said quickly. "That was rotten bad driving." But Angela did not answer. Ralph Crosby was standing at the open doorway as the car swung up and came to a halt. Stephen noticed that he was immaculately dressed in a grey tweed suit that by rights should have been shabby. But everything about him looked aggressively new. His very hair had a quality of newness. It was thin brown hair that shone as though polished. "I wonder if he puts it out with his boots," thought Stephen, surveying him with interest. He was one of those rather indefinite men, who are neither short nor tall, fat nor thin, old nor young, good-looking nor actually ugly. As his wife would have said, had anybody asked her, he was just plain man, which exactly described him, for his only distinctive features were his newness and the peevish expression about his mouth. His mouth was intensely peevish. When he spoke, his high-pitched voice sounded fretful. "What on earth have you been doing? It's past 2 o'clock. I've been waiting since 1, the lunch must be ruined. I do wish you'd try and be punctual, Angela." He appeared not to notice Stephen's existence, for he went on nagging as though no one were present. "Oh, I see, that damn dog of yours has been fighting again. I've a good mind to give him a thrashing. And what in God's name's the matter with your hand? You don't mean to say that you've got yourself bitten? Really, Angela, this is a bit too bad." His whole manner suggested a personal grievance. "Well," drawled Angela, extending the bandaged hand for inspection, "I've not been getting manicured, Ralph." And her voice was distinctly if gently provoking, so that he winced with quick irritation. Then she seemed quite suddenly to remember Stephen. "Miss Gordon, let me introduce my husband." He bowed, and pulling himself together, "Thank you for driving my wife home, Miss Gordon. It was most kind, I'm sure." But he did not seem friendly. He kept glaring at Angela's dog-bitten hand, and his tone, Stephen thought, was distinctly ungracious. Getting out of the car, she started her engine. "Goodbye," smiled Angela, holding out her hand, the left one, which Stephen grasped much too firmly. "Goodbye. Perhaps one day you'll come to tea. We're on the telephone, Upton 25. Ring up and suggest yourself some day quite soon." "Thanks awfully, I will," said Stephen.
"Had a breakdown or something?" inquired Puddle brightly, as at 3 o'clock Stephen slouched into the schoolroom.
"No, but Mrs. Crosby's dog had a fight. She got bitten, so I drove her back to the Grange." Puddle pricked up her ears. "What's she like?"
"I've heard rumours."
"Well, she's not at all like them," snapped Stephen. There ensued a long silence while Puddle considered, but consideration does not always bring wise counsel, and now Puddle made a really bad break. "She's pretty impossible, isn't she, Stephen? They say he unearthed her somewhere in New York. Mrs. Antrim says she was a music hall actress. I suppose you were obliged to give her a lift, but be careful, I believe she's fearfully pushing." Stephen flared up like an emotional schoolgirl. "I'm not going to discuss her if that's your opinion. Mrs. Crosby is quite as much a lady as you are, or any of the others round here, for that matter. I'm sick unto death of your beastly gossip." And turning abruptly, she strode from the room.
"Oh, Lord," murmured Puddle, frowning. That evening Stephen rang up the Grange.
"Is that Upton 25? It's Miss Gordon speaking." No, Miss Gordon, speaking from Morton. "How is Mrs. Crosby and how is the dog? I hope Mrs. Crosby's hand isn't very painful?" "Yes, of course I'll hold on while you go and inquire." She felt shy, yet unusually daring. Presently the butler came back and said gravely that Mrs. Crosby had just seen the doctor and had now gone to bed, as her hand was aching, but that Tony felt better and sent his love. He added, "Madam says would you come to tea on Sunday? She'd be very glad indeed if you would." And Stephen answered, "Will you thank Mrs. Crosby and tell her that I'll certainly come on Sunday?" Then she gave the message all over again, very slowly, with pauses. "Will you thank Mrs. Crosby and tell her I'll certainly come on Sunday? Do you quite understand? Have I made it quite clear? Say I'm coming to tea on Sunday." Chapter 17. It was only 5 days till Sunday, yet for Stephen those 5 days seemed like as many years. Every evening now she rang up the Grange to inquire about Angela's hand and Tony, so that she grew quite familiar with the butler, with his quality of voice, with his habit of coughing, with the way he hung up the receiver. She did not stop to analyze her feelings, she only knew that she felt exultant. For no reason at all she was feeling exultant, very much alive too and full of purpose, and she walked for miles alone on the hills, unable to stay really quiet for a moment. She found herself becoming acutely observant, and now she discovered all manner of wonders. The network of veins on the leaves, for instance, and the delicate hearts of the wild dog roses, the uncertain shimmering flight of the larks as they fluttered up singing, close to her feet. But above all she rediscovered the cuckoo. It was June, so the cuckoo had changed his rhythm. She must often stand breathlessly still to listen. Cuckoo kook, all over the hills, and at evening the songs of blackbirds and thrushes. Her wanderings would sometimes lead her to the places that she and Martin had visited together. Only now she could think of him with affection, with toleration, with tenderness even. In a curious way she now understood him as never before, and in consequence condoned. It had just been some rather ghastly mistake, his mistake, yet she understood what he must have felt, and thinking of Martin she might grow rather frightened. What if she should ever make such a mistake? But the fear would be driven into the background by her sense of well-being, her fine exaltation. The very earth that she trod seemed exalted, and the green, growing things that sprang out of the earth, and the birds, cuckoo kook, all over the hills, and at evening the songs of blackbirds and thrushes. She became much more anxious about her appearance. For 5 mornings she studied her face in the glass as she dressed. After all, she was not so bad looking. Her hair spoilt her a little, it was too thick and long, but she noticed with pleasure that at least it was wavy. Then she suddenly admired the color of her hair. Opening cupboard after cupboard she went through her clothes. They were old, for the most part distinctly shabby. She would go into Malvern that very afternoon and order a new flannel suit at her tailor's. The suit should be grey with a little white pinstripe, and the jacket, she decided, must have a breast pocket. She would wear a black tie, no, better a grey one to match the new suit with the little white pinstripe. She ordered not 1 new suit but 3, and she also ordered a pair of brown shoes. Indeed, she spent most of the afternoon in ordering things for her personal adornment. She heard herself being ridiculously fussy about details, disputing with her tailor over buttons, disputing with her bootmaker over the shoes, their thickness of sole, their amount of broguing, disputing regarding the match of her ties with a young man who sold her handkerchiefs and neckties, for such trifles had assumed an enormous importance. She had, in fact, grown quite long-winded about them. That evening she showed her smart neckties to Puddle, whose manner was most unsatisfactory. She grunted. And now someone seemed to be always near Stephen, someone for whom these things were accomplished. The purchase of the 3 new suits, the brown shoes, the 6 carefully chosen, expensive neckties. Her long walks on the hills were a part of this person, as were also the hearts of the wild dog roses, the delicate network of veins on the leaves and the queer June break in the cuckoo's rhythm. The night with its large summer stars and its silence was pregnant with a new and mysterious purpose, so that lying at the mercy of that age-old purpose, Stephen would feel little shivers of pleasure creeping out of the night and into her body. She would get up and stand by the open window, thinking always of Angela Crosby. Sunday came, and with it church in the morning, then 2 interminable hours after lunch, during which Stephen changed her necktie 3 times, and brushed back her thick chestnut hair with water, and examined her shoes for imaginary dust, and finally gave a hard rub to her nails with a nail pad snatched brusquely away from Puddle. When the moment for departure arrived at last, she said rather tentatively to Anna, "Aren't you going to call on the Crosbys, Mother?"
Anna shook her head. "No, I can't do that, Stephen. I go nowhere these days, you know that, my dear."
But her voice was quite gentle, so Stephen said quickly, "Well then, may I invite Mrs. Crosby to Morton?" Anna hesitated a moment, then she nodded. "I suppose so, that is if you really wish to." The drive only took about 20 minutes, for now Stephen was so nervous that she positively flew. She who had been puffed up with elation and self-satisfaction was crumbling completely. In spite of her careful new necktie, she was crumbling at the mere thought of Angela Crosby. Arrived at the Grange, she felt over life-size. Her hands seemed enormous, all out of proportion, and she thought that the butler stared at her hands. "Miss Gordon?" he inquired.
"Yes," she mumbled. "Miss Gordon."
Then he coughed as he did on the telephone, and quite suddenly Stephen felt foolish. She was shown into a small oak-panelled parlour whose long, open casements looked on to the herb garden. A fire of apple wood burnt on the hearth, in spite of the fact that the weather was warm, for Angela was always inclined to feel chilly, the result, so she said, of the English climate. The fire gave off rather a sweet, pungent odor, the odor of slightly damp logs and dry ashes. By way of a really propitious beginning, Tony barked until he nearly burst his stitches, so that Angela, who was lying on the lounge, had perforce to get up in order to soothe him. An extremely round bullfinch in an ornate, brass cage was piping a tune with his wings half extended.
The tune sounded something like, "Pop Goes the Weasel."
At all events, it was an impudent tune, and Stephen felt that she hated that bullfinch. It took all of 5 minutes to calm down Tony, during which Stephen stood apologetic but tongue-tied. She hardly knew whether to laugh or to cry at this very ridiculous anticlimax. Then Angela decided the matter by laughing. "I'm so sorry, Miss Gordon," his feeling peevish. "It's quite natural, poor lamb, he had a bad night, he just hates being all sewn up like a bolster." Stephen went over and offered him her hand, which Tony now licked, so that trouble was ended. But in getting up Angela had torn her dress, and this seemed to distress her. She kept fingering the tear. "Can I help?" inquired Stephen, hoping she'd say no, which she did, quite firmly, after one look at Stephen. At last Angela settled down again on the lounge. "Come and sit over here," she suggested, smiling. Then Stephen sat down on the edge of a chair as though she was sitting in the prickly cradle. She forgot to inquire about Angela's dog bite, though the bandaged hand was placed on a cushion, and she also forgot to adjust her new necktie, which in her emotion had slipped slightly crooked. 1,000 times in the last few days had she carefully rehearsed this scene of their meeting, making up long and elaborate speeches, assuming, in her mind, many dignified poses, and yet there she sat on the edge of a chair as though it were the prickly cradle. And now Angela was speaking in her soft, southern drawl. "So you found your way here at last," she was saying. And then, after a pause, "I'm so glad, Miss Gordon. Do you know that your coming has given me real pleasure?" Stephen said, "Yes, oh, yes," then fell silent again, apparently intent on the carpet. "Have I dropped my cigarette ash or something?" inquired her hostess, whose mouth twitched a little. "I don't think so," murmured Stephen, pretending to look, then glancing up sideways at the impudent bullfinch. The bullfinch was now being sentimental. He piped very low and with great expression. "Oh, Tannenbaum, why grunsin Dane Blatter," he piped, hopping rather heavily from perch to perch, with one beady black orb fixed on Stephen. Then Angela said, "It's a curious thing, but I feel as though I've known you for ages. I don't want to behave as though we were strangers. Do you think that's very American of me? Ought I to be formal and standoffish and British? I will if you say so, but I don't feel British." And her voice, although quite steady and grave, was somehow distinctly suggestive of laughter. Stephen lifted troubled eyes to her face. "I want very much to be your friend if you'll have me," she said, and then she flushed deeply. Angela held out her undamaged hand, which Stephen took, but in great trepidation. Barely had it lain in her own for a moment, when she clumsily gave it back to its owner. Then Angela looked at her hand. Stephen thought, "Have I done something rude, awkward?" And her heart thumped thickly against her side. She wanted to retrieve the lost hand and stroke it, but unfortunately it was now stroking Tony. She sighed, and Angela, hearing that sigh, glanced up, as though in inquiry. The butler arrived bringing in the tea. "Sugar?" asked Angela. "No, thanks," said Stephen. Then she suddenly changed her mind. 3 lumps, please." She had always detested tea without sugar. The tea was too hot. It burnt her mouth badly. She grew scarlet and her eyes began to water. To cover her confusion she swallowed more tea, while Angela looked tactfully out of the window. But when she considered it safe to turn round, her expression, although still faintly amused, had something about it that was tender. And now she exerted all her subtlety and skill to make this queer guest of hers talk more freely, and Angela's subtlety was no mean thing, neither was her skill if she chose to exert it. Very gradually the girl became more at her ease. It was uphill work, but Angela triumphed, so that in the end Stephen talked about Morton, and a very little about herself also. And somehow, although Stephen appeared to be talking, she found that she was learning many things about her hostess. For instance, she learnt that Angela was lonely and very badly in need of her friendship. Most of Angela's troubles seemed to centre round Ralph, who was not always kind and seldom agreeable. Remembering Ralph, she could well believe this, and she said, "I don't think your husband liked me." Angela sighed. Very probably not. Ralph never likes the people I do. He objects to my friends on principle, I think. Then Angela talked more openly of Ralph. Just now he was staying away with his mother, but next week he would be returning to the Grange, and then he was certain to be disagreeable. Whenever he's been with his mother he's that way. She puts him against me. I never know why, unless, of course, it's because I'm not English. I'm the stranger within the gates. It may be that. And when Stephen protested, "Oh, yes indeed, I'm quite often made to feel like a stranger. Take the people round here. Do you think they like me?" Then Stephen, who had not yet learned to dissemble, stared hard at her shoes, in embarrassed silence.
Just outside the door, a clock boomed 7.
Stephen started. She had been there nearly 3 hours. "I must go," she said, getting abruptly to her feet. "You look tired. I've been making a visitation." Her hostess made no effort to retain her. "Well," she smiled, "come again. Please come very often. That is if you won't find it dull, Miss Gordon. We're terribly quiet here at the Grange." Stephen drove home slowly, for now that it was over she felt like a machine that had suddenly run down. Her nerves were relaxed, she was thoroughly tired, yet she rather enjoyed this unusual sensation. The hot June evening was heavy with thunder. From somewhere in the distance came the bleating of sheep, and the melancholy sound seemed to blend and mingle with her mood, which was now very gently depressed. A gentle but persistent sense of depression enveloped her whole being like a soft, grey cloak, and she did not wish to shake off this cloak, but rather to fold it more closely around her. At Morton she stopped the car by the lakes and sat staring through the trees at the glint of water. For a long while she sat there without knowing why, unless it was that she wished to remember. But she found that she could not even be certain of the kind of dress that Angela had worn. It had been of some soft stuff, that much she remembered, so soft that it had easily torn. For the rest her memories of it were vague, though she very much wanted to remember that dress. A faint rumble of thunder came out of the west, where the clouds were banking up ominously purple.
Some uncertain and rather hysterical swallows flew high and then low at the sound of the thunder.
Her sense of depression was now much less gentle. It increased every moment, turning to sadness. She was sad in spirit and mind and body. Her body felt dejected, she was sad all over. And now someone was whistling down by the stables, old Williams, she suspected, for the whistle was tuneless. The loss of his teeth had disgruntled his whistle. Yes, she was sure that that must be Williams. A horse whinnied as one bucket clanked against another. Sounds came clearly this evening. They were watering the horses. Anna's young carriage horses would be pouring their straw, impatient because they were feeling thirsty. Then a gate slammed. That would be the gate of the meadow where the heifers were pastured. It was yellow with kingcups. One of the men from the home farm was going his rounds, securing all gates before sunset. Something dropped on the bonnet of the car with a ping. Looking up she met the eyes of a squirrel. He was leaning well forward on his tiny front paws, peering crossly. He had dropped his nut on the bonnet. She got out of the car and retrieved his supper, throwing it under his tree while he waited. Like a flash he was down and then back on his tree, devouring the nut with his legs well straddled. All around were the homely activities of evening, the watering of horses, the care of cattle, pleasant, peaceable things that preceded the peace and repose of the coming nightfall. And suddenly Stephen longed to share them. An immense need to share them leapt up within her, so that she ached with this urgent longing that was somehow a part of her bodily dejection. She drove on and left the car at the stables, then walked round to the house, and when she got there she opened the door of the study and went in, feeling terribly lonely without her father. Sitting down in the old armchair that had survived him, she let her head rest where his head had rested, and her hands she laid on the arms of the chair where his hands, as she knew, had lain times without number. Closing her eyes, she tried to visualize his face, his kind face that had sometimes looked anxious, but the picture came slowly and faded at once, for the dead must often give place to the living. It was Angela Crosby's face that persisted as Stephen sat in her father's old chair. In the small panelled room that gave onto the herb garden, Angela yawned as she stared through the window. Then she suddenly laughed out loud at her thoughts. Then she suddenly frowned and spoke crossly to Tony. She could not get Stephen out of her mind, and this irritated while it amused her. Stephen was so large to be tongue-tied and frightened, a curious creature, not devoid of attraction. In a way, her own way, she was almost handsome. No, quite handsome. She had fine eyes and beautiful hair. And her body was supple like that of an athlete, narrow-hipped and wide-shouldered. She should fence very well. Angela was anxious to see her fence. She must certainly try to arrange it somehow. Mrs. Antrim had conveyed a number of things, while actually saying extremely little. But Angela had no need of her hints, not now that she had come to know Stephen Gordon. And because she was idle, discontented, and bored, and certainly not overburdened with virtue, she must let her thoughts dwell unduly on this girl, while her curiosity kept pace with her thoughts. Tony stretched and whimpered, so Angela kissed him. Then she sat down and wrote quite a short little letter. "Do come over to lunch the day after tomorrow and advise me about the garden," ran the letter. And it ended, after one or two casual remarks about gardens, with, "Tony says please come, Stephen." Chapter 18. On a beautiful evening 3 weeks later, Stephen took Angela over Morton. They had had tea with Anna and Puddle, and Anna had been coldly polite to this friend of her daughter's. But Puddle's manner had been rather resentful. She deeply mistrusted Angela Crosby. But now Stephen was free to show Angela Morton, and this she did gravely, as though something sacred were involved in this first introduction to her home, as though Morton itself must feel that the coming of this small, fair-haired woman was in some way momentous. Very gravely, then, they went over the house, even into Sir Philip's old study. From the house they made their way to the stables, and still grave, Stephen told her friend about Raftery. Angela listened, assuming an interest she was very far from feeling. She was timid of horses, but she liked to hear the girl's rather gruff voice, such an earnest young voice, it intrigued her. She was thoroughly frightened when Raftery sniffed her and then blew through his nostrils as though disapproving, and she started back with a sharp exclamation, so that Stephen slapped him on his glossy grey shoulder. "Stop it, Raftery, come up." And Raftery, disgusted, went and blew on his oats to express his hurt feelings. They left him and wandered away through the gardens, and quite soon poor Raftery was almost forgotten, for the garden smelt softly of night-scented stock and of other pale flowers that smell sweetest at evening, and Stephen was thinking that Angela Crosby resembled such flowers. Very fragrant and pale she was, so Stephen said to her gently, "You seem to belong to Morton."
Angela smiled a slow, questioning smile. "You think so, Stephen?"
And Stephen answered, "I do, because Morton and I are one," and she scarcely understood the portent of her words, but Angela, understanding, spoke quickly.
"Oh, I belong nowhere. You forget I'm the stranger."
"I know that you're you," said Stephen. They walked on in silence while the light changed and deepened, growing always more golden and yet more elusive. And the birds, who loved that strange light, sang singly and then all together, "We're happy, Stephen." And turning to Angela, Stephen answered the birds, "Your being here makes me so happy." "If that's true, then why are you so shy of my name?"
"Angela," mumbled Stephen.
Then Angela said, "It's just over 3 weeks since we met. How quickly our friendships happened. I suppose it was meant. I believe in Kismet. You were awfully scared that first day at the Grange. Why were you so scared?" Stephen answered slowly, "I'm frightened now. I'm frightened of you." "Yet you're stronger than I am." "Yes, that's why I'm so frightened. You make me feel strong. Do you want to do that?" "Well, perhaps. You're so very unusual, Stephen." "Am I?" "Of course. Don't you know that you are? Why, you're altogether different from other people."
Stephen trembled a little. "Do you mind?" she faltered.
"I know that you're you," teased Angela, smiling again, but she reached out and took Stephen's hand. Something in the queer, vital strength of that hand stirred her deeply, so that she tightened her fingers. "What in the Lord's name are you?" she murmured.
"I don't know."
"Go on holding like that to my hand. Hold it tighter. I like the feel of your fingers."
"Stephen, don't be absurd. Go on holding my hand. I like the feel of your fingers. Stephen, you're hurting. You're crushing my rings."
And now they were under the trees by the lakes, their feet falling softly on the luminous carpet. Hand in hand they entered that place of deep stillness, and only their breathing disturbed the stillness for a moment, then it folded back over their breathing. "Look," said Stephen, and she pointed to the swan called Peter, who had come drifting past on his own white reflection. "Look," she said, "this is Morton, all beauty and peace. It drifts like that swan does, on calm, deep water. And all this beauty and peace is for you, because now you're a part of Morton." Angela said, "I've never known peace. It's not in me. I don't think I'd find it here, Stephen." And as she spoke, she released her hand, moving a little away from the girl. But Stephen continued to talk on gently. Her voice sounded almost like that of a dreamer. Lovely, oh, lovely it is, our Morton. On evenings in winter these lakes are quite frozen, and the ice looks like slabs of gold in the sunset, when you and I come and stand here in the winter. And as we walk back we can smell the log fires long before we can see them, and we love that good smell because it means home, and our home is Morton, and we're happy, we're utterly contented and at peace, we're filled with the peace of this place.
Stephen, don't.
We're both filled with the old peace of Morton, because we love each other so deeply, and because we're perfect, a perfect thing, you and I, not two separate people but one. And our love has lit a great, comforting beacon, so that we need never be afraid of the dark any more. We can warm ourselves at our love, we can lie down together, and my arms will be round you. She broke off abruptly, and they stared at each other. Do you know what you're saying?
Angela whispered.
And Stephen answered, I know that I love you, and that nothing else matters in the world. Then, perhaps because of that glamorous evening, with its spirit of queer, unearthly adventure, with its urge to strange, unendurable sweetness, Angela moved a step nearer to Stephen, then another, until their hands were touching. And all that she was, and all that she had been and would be again, perhaps even tomorrow, was fused at that moment into one mighty impulse, one imperative need, and that need was Stephen. Stephen's need was now hers, by sheer force of its blind and uncomprehending will to appeasement. Then Stephen took Angela into her arms, and she kissed her full on the lips, as a lover. Chapter 19. Through the long years of life that followed after, bringing with them their dreams and disillusions, their joys and sorrows, their fulfillments and frustrations, Stephen was never to forget this summer when she fell quite simply and naturally in love, in accordance with the dictates of her nature. To her there seemed nothing strange or unholy in the love that she felt for Angela Crosby. To her it seemed an inevitable thing, as much a part of herself as her breathing, and yet it appeared transcendent of self, and she looked up and onward towards her love, for the eyes of the young are drawn to the stars, and the spirit of youth is seldom earthbound. She loved deeply, far more deeply than many a one who could fearlessly proclaim himself a lover. Since this is a hard and sad truth for the telling, those whom nature has sacrificed to her ends, her mysterious ends that often lie hidden, are sometimes endowed with a vast will to loving, with an endless capacity for suffering also, which must go hand in hand with their love. But at first Stephen's eyes were drawn to the stars, and she saw only gleam upon gleam of glory. Her physical passion for Angela Crosby had aroused a strange response in her spirit, so that side by side with every hot impulse that led her at times beyond her own understanding, there would come an impulse not of the body. A fine, selfless thing of great beauty and courage. She would gladly have given her body over to torment, have laid down her life if need be, for the sake of this woman whom she loved. And so blinded was she by those gleams of glory which the stars fling into the eyes of young lovers, that she saw perfection where none existed, saw a patient endurance that was purely fictitious, and conceived of a loyalty far beyond the limits of Angela's nature. All that Angela gave seemed the gift of love, all that Angela withheld seemed withheld out of honor. If only I were free, she was always saying. But I can't deceive Ralph, you know I can't, Stephen, he's ill. Then Stephen would feel abashed and ashamed before so much pity and honor. She would humble herself to the very dust, as one who was altogether unworthy. I'm a beast, forgive me. I'm all wrong, I'm mad sometimes these days. Yes, of course, there's Ralph. But the thought of Ralph would be past all bearing, so that she must reach out for Angela's hand. Then, as likely as not, they would draw together and start kissing, and Stephen would be utterly undone by those painful and terribly sterile kisses. God, she would mutter, I want to get away. At which Angela might weep, don't leave me, Stephen. I'm so lonely, why can't you understand that I'm only trying to be decent to Ralph? So Stephen would stay on for an hour, for 2 hours, and the next day would find her once more at the Grange, because Angela was feeling so lonely. For Angela could never quite let the girl go. She herself would be rather bewildered at moments. She did not love Stephen, she was quite sure of that, and yet the very strangeness of it all was an attraction. Stephen was becoming a kind of strong drug, a kind of anodyne against boredom. And then Angela knew her own power to subdue. She could play with fire yet remain unscathed by it. She had only to cry long and bitterly enough for Stephen to grow pitiful and consequently gentle.
Stephen, don't hurt me. I'm awfully frightened when you're like this. You simply terrify me, Stephen. Is it my fault that I married Ralph before I met you? Be good to me, Stephen.
And then would come tears, so that Stephen must hold her as though she were a child, very tenderly, rocking her backwards and forwards. They took to driving as far as the hills, taking Tony with them. He liked hunting the rabbits, and while he leapt wildly about in the air to land on nothing more vital than herbage, they would sit very close to each other and watch him. Stephen knew many places where lovers might sit like this, unashamed, among those charitable hills. There were times when a numbness descended upon her as they sat there, and if Angela kissed her cheek lightly, she would not respond, would not even look round, but would just go on staring at Tony. Yet at other times she felt queerly uplifted, and turning to the woman who leant against her shoulder, she said suddenly one day,
"Nothing matters up here.
You and I are so small, we're smaller than Tony. Our love's nothing but a drop in some vast sea of love. It's rather consoling, don't you think so, beloved?"
But Angela shook her head. "No, my Stephen, I'm not fond of vast seas, I'm of the earth earthy." And then, "Kiss me, Stephen."
So Stephen must kiss her many times, for the hot blood of youth stirs quickly, and the mystical sea became Angela's lips that so eagerly gave and took kisses. But when they got back to the Grange that evening, Ralph was there. He was hanging about in the hall. He said, "Had a nice afternoon, you two women?"
"Been motoring Angela round the hills, Stephen, or what?"
He had taken to calling her Stephen, but his voice just now sounded sharp with suspicion as his rather weak eyes peered at Angela, so that for her sake Stephen must lie, and lie well, nor would this be for the first time either. "Yes, thanks," she lied calmly. "We went over to Tewkesbury and had another look at the Abbey. We had tea in the town. I'm sorry we're so late. The carburetor choked. I couldn't get it right at first. My car needs a good overhauling."
Lies. Always lies.
She was growing proficient at the glib kind of lying that pacified Ralph, or at all events left him with nothing to say, nonplussed and at a distinct disadvantage. She was suddenly seized with a kind of horror. She felt physically sick at what she was doing. Her head swam and she caught the jamb of the door for support. At that moment she remembered her father. 2 days later, as they sat alone in the garden at Morton, Stephen turned to Angela abruptly. "I can't go on like this. It's vile somehow. It's beastly. It's soiling us both. Can't you see that?"
Angela was startled.
"What on earth do you mean? You and me, and then Ralph."
"I tell you it's beastly. I want you to leave him and come away with me."
"Are you mad?" "No, I'm sane."
"It's the only decent thing. It's the only clean thing. We'll go anywhere you like, to Paris, to Egypt, or back to the States."
"For your sake, I'm ready to give up my home. Do you hear?"
"I'm ready to give up even Morton. But I can't go on lying about you to Ralph. I want him to know how much I adore you. I want the whole world to know how I adore you. Ralph doesn't understand the first rudiments of loving. He's a nagging, mean-minded cur of a man. But there's one thing that even he has a right to, and that's the truth. I'm done with these lies. I shall tell him the truth, and so will you, Angela. And after we've told him, we'll go away, and we'll live quite openly together, you and I, which is what we owe to ourselves and our love." Angela stared at her, white and aghast. "You are mad," she said slowly. "You're raving mad."
Tell him what?
"Have I let you become my lover? You know that I've always been faithful to Ralph. You know perfectly well that there's nothing to tell him beyond a few rather schoolgirlish kisses. Can I help it if you're what you obviously are? Oh, no, my dear, you're not going to tell Ralph. You're not going to let all hell loose around me just because you want to save your own pride by pretending to Ralph that you've been my lover. If you're willing to give up your home, I'm not willing to sacrifice mine. Understand that, please. Ralph's not much of a man but is better than nothing, and I've managed him so far without any trouble. The great thing with him is to blaze a false trail that distracts his mind. It works like a charm. He'll follow any trail that I want him to follow. You leave him to me. I know my own husband a darned sight better than you do, Stephen, and I won't have you interfering in my home." She was terribly frightened, too frightened to choose her words, to consider their effect upon Stephen, to consider anyone but Angela Crosby who stood in such dire and imminent peril. So she said yet again, only now she spoke loudly, "I won't have you interfering in my home." Then Stephen turned on her, white with passion. You, she stuttered, "you're unspeakably cruel.
You know how you make me suffer and suffer because I love you the way I do, and because you like the way I love you, you drag the love out of me day after day. Can't you understand that I love you so much that I'd give up Morton? Anything I'd give up. I'd give up the whole world. Angela, listen. I'd take care of you always.
Angela, I'm rich. I'd take care of you always.
Why won't you trust me? Answer me. Why? Don't you think me fit to be trusted?
She spoke wildly, scarcely knowing what she said. She only knew that she needed this woman with a need so intense, that worthy or unworthy, Angela was all that counted at that moment. And now she stood up, very tall, very strong, yet a little grotesque in her pitiful passion, so that looking at her Angela trembled. There was something rather terrible about her. All that was heavy in her face sprang into view, the strong line of the jaw, the square, massive brow, the eyebrows too thick and too wide for beauty. She was like some curious, primitive thing conceived in a turbulent age of transition.
Angela, come very far away. Anywhere. Only come with me soon, tomorrow.
Then Angela forced herself to think quickly, and she said just 5 words. Could you marry me, Stephen? She did not look at the girl as she said it. That she could not do, perhaps out of something that, for her, was the nearest she would ever come to pity. There ensued a long, almost breathless silence, while Angela waited with her eyes turned away. A leaf dropped, and she heard its minute, soft falling, heard the creak of the branch that had let fall its leaf as a breeze passed over the garden. Then the silence was broken by a quiet, dull voice that sounded to her like the voice of a stranger. No, it said very slowly. No, I couldn't marry you, Angela. And when Angela at last gained the courage to look up, she found that she was sitting there alone. Chapter 20. For 3 weeks they kept away from each other, neither writing nor making any effort to meet. Angela's prudence forbade her to write, litera scripta manet, a good motto, and one to which it was wise to adhere when dealing with a firebrand like Stephen. Stephen had given her a pretty bad scare. She realized the necessity for caution. Still, thinking over that incredible scene, she found the memory rather exciting. Deprived of her anodyne against boredom, she looked upon Ralph with unfriendly eyes, while he, poor, inadequate, irritable devil, with his vague suspicions and his chronic dyspepsia, did little enough to divert his wife. His days, and a fairly large part of his nights as well, were now spent in nagging. He nagged about Tony who, as ill luck would have it, had decided that the garden was rampant with moles. If you can't keep that bloody dog in order, he goes. I won't have him digging craters round my roses. Then would come a long list of Tony's misdeeds from the time he had left the litter. He nagged about the large population of greenfly, deploring the existence of their sexual organs. Nature's a fool. Fancy procreation being extended to that sort of vermin. And then he would grow somewhat coarse as he dwelt on the frequent conjugal excesses of greenfly. But most of all he nagged about Stephen, because this, as he knew, irritated his wife. How's your freak getting on? I haven't seen her just lately. Have you quarrelled or what? Damned good thing if you have. She's appalling. Never saw such a girl in my life. Comes swaggering round here with her legs in breeches.
Why can't she ride like an ordinary woman?
Good Lord, it's enough to make any man see red. That sort of thing wants putting down at birth. I'd like to institute state lethal chambers. Or perhaps he would take quite another tack and complain that recently he had been neglected. Late for every damned meal, running round with that girl. You don't care what happens to me anymore. A lot you care about my indigestion. I've got to eat any old thing these days, from cowhide to bricks. Well, you listen to me, that's not what I pay for. Get that into your head. I pay for good meals to be served on time. On time, do you hear? And I expect my wife to be in her rightful place at my table to see that the omelet's properly prepared.
What's the matter with you that you can't go along and make it yourself? When we were first married, you always made my omelettes yourself.
I won't eat yellow froth with a few strings of parsley in it. It reminds me of the dog when he's sick. It's disgusting. And I won't go on talking about it either. The next time it happens I'll sack the cook. Damn it all, you were glad enough of my help when I found you practically starving in New York, but now you're forever racing off with that girl. It's all this damned animal's fault that you met her. He would kick out sideways at the terrified Tony, who had lately been made to stand proxy for Stephen. But worst of all was it when Ralph started weeping, because, as he said, his wife did not love him anymore, and because, as he did not always say, he felt ill with his painful, chronic dyspepsia.
One day he must make feeble love through his tears. Angela, come here. Put your arms around me. Come and sit on my knee the way you used to.
His wet eyes looked dejected yet rather greedy. Put your arms around me, as though you cared. He was always insistent when most ineffectual. That night he appeared in his best silk pajamas, the pink ones that made his complexion look sallow. He climbed into bed with a sly expression that Angela hated. It was so pornographic. Well, old girl, don't forget that you've got a man about the house. You haven't forgotten it, have you? After which followed one or two flaccid embraces together with much arrogant masculine bragging. And Angela, sighing as she lay and endured, quite suddenly thought of Stephen. Pacing restlessly up and down her bedroom, Stephen would be thinking of Angela Crosby, haunted, tormented by Angela's words that day in the garden. Could you marry me, Stephen? And then by those other pitiless words, can I help it if you're what you obviously are? She would think with a kind of despair, what am I in God's name, some kind of abomination? And this thought would fill her with very great anguish, because, loving much, her love seemed to her sacred. She could not endure that the slur of those words should come anywhere near her love. So now night after night she must pace up and down, beating her mind against a blind problem, beating her spirit against a blank wall, the impregnable wall of non-comprehension. Why am I as I am, and what am I? Her mind would recoil while her spirit grew faint. A great darkness would seem to descend on her spirit. There would be no light wherewith to lighten that darkness. She would think of Martin, for now surely she loved just as he had loved. It all seemed like madness. She would think of her father, of his comfortable words. Don't be foolish, there's nothing strange about you. Oh, but he must have been pitifully mistaken. He had died still very pitifully mistaken. She would think yet again of her curious childhood, going over each detail in an effort to remember. But after a little her thoughts must plunge forward once more, right into her grievous present. With a shock she would realize how completely this coming of love had blinded her vision. She had stared at the glory of it so long that not until now had she seen its black shadow. Then would come the most poignant suffering of all, the deepest, the final humiliation. Protection. She could never offer protection to the creature she loved. Could you marry me, Stephen? She could neither protect nor defend nor honor by loving. Her hands were completely empty. She who would gladly have given her life, must go empty-handed to love, like a beggar. She could only debase what she longed to exalt, defile what she longed to keep pure and untarnished. The night would gradually change to dawn, and the dawn would shine in at the open windows, bringing with it the intolerable singing of birds. Stephen, look at us, we're happy. Away in the distance there would be a harsh crying, the wild, harsh crying of swans by the lakes, the swan called Peter protecting, defending his mate against some unwelcome intruder. From the chimneys of William's comfortable cottage smoke would rise, very dark, the first smoke of the morning. Home, that meant home and two people together, respected because of their honorable living. Two people who had had the right to love in their youth, and whom old age had not divided. Two poor and yet infinitely enviable people, without stain, without shame in the eyes of their fellows. Proud people who could face the world unafraid, having no need to fear that world's execration. Stephen would fling herself down on the bed, completely exhausted by the night's bitter vigil. There was someone who went every step of the way with Stephen during those miserable weeks, and this was the faithful and anxious Puddle, who could have given much wise advice had Stephen only confided in her. But Stephen hid her trouble in her heart for the sake of Angela Crosby. With an ever-increasing presage of disaster, Puddle now stuck to the girl like a leech, getting little enough in return for her trouble. Stephen deeply resented this close supervision. "Can't you leave me alone?" "No, of course I'm not ill," she would say, with a quick spurt of temper. But Puddle, divining her illness of spirit together with its cause, seldom left her alone. She was frightened by something in Stephen's eyes, an incredulous, questioning, wounded expression, as though she were trying to understand why it was that she must be so grievously wounded. Again and again Puddle cursed her own folly for having shown such open resentment of Angela Crosby. The result was that now Stephen never discussed her, never mentioned her name unless Puddle clumsily dragged it in, and then Stephen would change the subject. And now more than ever Puddle loathed and despised the conspiracy of silence that forbade her to speak frankly. The conspiracy of silence that had sent the girl forth unprotected, right into the arms of this woman.
A vain, shallow woman in search of excitement, and caring less than nothing for Stephen.
There were times when Puddle felt almost desperate, and one evening she came to a great resolution. She would go to the girl and say, I know all about it. You can trust me, Stephen. And then she would counsel and try to give courage. You're neither unnatural, nor abominable, nor mad. You're as much a part of what people call nature as anyone else, only you're unexplained as yet. You've not got your niche in creation. But someday that will come, and meanwhile don't shrink from yourself, but just face yourself calmly and bravely. Have courage. Do the best you can with your burden. But above all be honorable. Cling to your honor for the sake of those others who share the same burden. For their sakes show the world that people like you and they can be quite as selfless and fine as the rest of mankind. Let your life go to prove this. It would be a really great life work, Stephen. But the resolution waned because of Anna, who would surely join hands with the conspiracy of silence. She would never condone such fearless plain-speaking. If it came to her knowledge, she would turn Puddle out bag and baggage, and that would leave Stephen alone. No, she dared not speak plainly because of the girl for whose sake she should now, above all, be outspoken. But supposing the day should arrive when Stephen herself thought fit to confide in her friend, then Puddle would take the bull by the horns. Stephen, I know. You can trust me, Stephen. If only that day were not too long in coming. For none knew better than this little grey woman, the agony of mind that must be endured when a sensitive, highly organized nature is first brought face to face with its own affliction. None knew better the terrible nerves of the invert, nerves that are always lying in wait. Supernerves, whose response is only equaled by the strain that calls that response into being. Puddle was well acquainted with these things. That was why she was deeply concerned about Stephen. But all she could do, at least for the present, was to be very gentle and very patient. Drink this cocoa, Stephen, I made it myself, and then with a smile, I put 4 lumps of sugar. Then Stephen was pretty sure to turn contrite. Puddle, I'm a brute, you're so good to me always. Rubbish. I know you like cocoa made sweet, that's why I put in those 4 lumps of sugar. Let's go for a really long walk, shall we, dear? I've been wanting a really long walk now for weeks. Liar, most kind and self-sacrificing liar. Puddle hated long walks, especially with Stephen, who strode as though wearing 7-league boots, and whose only idea of a country walk was to take her own line across ditches and hedges. Yes, indeed, a most kind and self-sacrificing liar. For Puddle was not quite so young as she had been. At times her feet would trouble her a little, and at times she would get a sharp twinge in her knee, which she shrewdly suspected to be rheumatism. Nevertheless, she must keep close to Stephen because of the fear that tightened her heart, the fear of that questioning, wounded expression which now never left the girl's eyes for a moment. So Puddle got out her most practical shoes, her heaviest shoes which were said to be damp-proof, and limped along bravely by the side of her charge, who as often as not ignored her existence. There was one thing in all this that Puddle found amazing, and that was Anna's apparent blindness. Anna appeared to notice no change in Stephen, to feel no anxiety about her. As always, these two were gravely polite to each other, and as always they never intruded. Still, it did seem to Puddle an incredible thing that the girl's own mother should have noticed nothing. And yet so it was, for Anna had gradually been growing more silent and more abstracted. She was letting the tide of life carry her gently towards that haven on which her thoughts rested. And this blindness of hers troubled Puddle sorely, so that anger must often give way to pity. She would think, God help her, the sorrowful woman, she knows nothing, why didn't he tell her? It was cruel. And then she would think, yes, but God help Stephen if the day ever comes when her mother does know, what will happen on that day to Stephen? Kind and loyal Puddle, she felt torn to shreds between those two, both so worthy of pity. And now in addition she must be tormented by memories dug out of their graves by Stephen. Stephen, whose pain had called up a dead sorrow that for long had lain quietly and decently buried. Her youth would come back and stare into her eyes reproachfully, so that her finest virtues would seem little better than dust and ashes. She would sigh, remembering the bitter sweetness, the valiant hopelessness of her youth, and then she would look at Stephen. But one morning Stephen announced abruptly, I'm going out. Don't wait lunch for me, will you? And her voice permitted of no argument or question. Puddle nodded in silence. She had no need to question, she knew only too well where Stephen was going. With head bowed by her mortification of spirit, Stephen rode once more to the Grange. And from time to time as she rode she flushed deeply because of the shame of what she was doing. But from time to time her eyes filled with tears because of the pain of her longing. She left the cob with a man at the stables, then made her way round to the old herb garden, and there she found Angela sitting alone in the shade with a book which she was not reading. Stephen said, "I've come back."
And then, without waiting, "I'll do anything you want if you'll let me come back."
And even as she spoke those words her eyes fell. But Angela answered, "You had to come back, because I've been wanting you, Stephen." Then Stephen went and knelt down beside her, and she hid her face against Angela's knee, and the tears that had never so much as once fallen during all the hard weeks of their separation gushed out of her eyes. She cried like a child, with her face against Angela's knee. Angela let her cry on for a while, then she lifted the tear-stained face and kissed it. "Oh, Stephen, Stephen, get used to the world. It's a horrible place full of horrible people, but it's all there is, and we live in it, don't we? So we've just got to do as the world does, my Stephen." And because it seemed strange and rather pathetic that this creature should weep, Angela was stirred to something very like love for a moment. "Don't cry any more, don't cry, honey," she whispered. "We're together, nothing else really matters." And so it began all over again. Stephen stayed on to lunch, for Ralph was in Worcester. He came home a good 2 hours before tea time to find them together among his roses. They had followed the shade when it left the herb garden. "Oh, it's you," he exclaimed as his eye lit on Stephen, and his voice was so naively disappointed, so full of dismay at her reappearance, that just for a second she felt sorry for him. "Yes, it's me," she replied, not quite knowing what to say. He grunted, and went off for his pruning knife, with which he was soon amputating roses. But in spite of his mood he remained a good surgeon, cutting dexterously, always above the leaf bud, for the man was fond of his roses. And knowing this, Stephen must play on that fondness, since now it was her business to cajole him into friendship. A degrading business, but it had to be done for Angela's sake, lest she suffer through loving.
"Unthinkable that. Could you marry me, Stephen?" "Ralph, look here," she called. "Mrs. John Lang's got broken."
"We may be in time if we bind her with base." "Oh, dear, has she?" He came hurrying up as he spoke. "Do go down to the shed and get me some, will you?" She got him the base, and together they bound her, the pink-cheeked, full-bosomed Mrs. John Lang. "There," he said, as he snipped off the ends of her bandage. "That ought to set your leg for you, madam." Nearby grew a handsome Frau Karl Druschke, and Stephen praised her luminous whiteness, remarking his obvious pleasure at the praise. He was like a father of beautiful children, always eager to hear them admired by a stranger, and she made a note of this in her mind. He likes one to praise his roses. He wanted to talk about Frau Karl Druschke. She's a beauty. There's something so wonderfully cool, as you say, it's the whiteness. Then before he could stop himself, "She reminds me of Angela, somehow." The moment the words were out he was frowning, and Stephen stared hard at Frau Karl Druschke. But as they passed from border to border, his brow cleared. "I've spent over 300, he said proudly. "Never saw such a mess as this garden was in when I bought the place. Had to dig in fresh soil for the roses just here. These are all new plants. I motored half across England to get them. See that hedge of York and Lancasters there? They didn't cost much because they're out of fashion. But I like them. They're small but rather distinguished, I think. There's something so armorial about them." She agreed. "Yes, I'm awfully fond of them too," and she listened quite gravely while he explained that they dated as far back as the Wars of the Roses. "Historical, that's what I mean," he explained. "I like everything old, you know, except women." She thought with an inward smile of his newness. Presently he said in a tone of surprise, "I never imagined that you'd care about roses." "Yes, why not? We've got quite a number at Morton. Why don't you come over tomorrow and see them?" "Do your William Allen Richardsons do well?" he inquired. "I think so."
"Mine don't. I can't make it out."
"This year, of course, they've been damaged by greenfly. Just come here and look at these standards, will you? They're being devoured alive by the brutes." And then, as though he were talking to a friend who would understand him, "Roses seem good to me, you know what I mean, there's virtue about them, the scent and the feel and the way they grow. I always had some on the desk in my office, they seem to brighten up the whole place, no end." He started to ink in the names on the labels with a gold fountain pen which he took from his pocket. "Yes," he murmured, as he bent his face over the labels. "Yes, I always had 3 or 4 on my desk. But Birmingham's a foul sort of place for roses. And hearing him, Stephen found herself thinking that all men had something simple about them. Something that took pleasure in the things that were blameless, that longed, as it were, to contact with nature. Martin had loved huge, primitive trees, and even this mean little man loved his roses. Angela came strolling across the lawn. "Come, you two," she called gaily. "Tea's waiting in the hall." Stephen flinched. "Come, you two." The words jarred on, and she knew that Angela was thoroughly happy, for when Ralph was out of earshot for a moment she whispered, "You were clever about his roses." At tea Ralph relapsed into sulky silence. He seemed to regret his erstwhile good humor. And he ate quite a lot, which made Angela nervous. She dreaded his attacks of indigestion, which were usually accompanied by attacks of bad temper. Long after they had all finished tea he lingered, until Angela said, "Oh, Ralph, that lawn mower. Pratt asked me to tell you that it won't work at all. He thinks it had better go back to the makers. Will you write about it now before the post goes?" "I suppose so," he muttered. But he left the room slowly. Then they looked at each other and drew close together, guiltily, starting at every sound. "Stephen, be careful for God's sake, Ralph." So Stephen's hands dropped from Angela's shoulders, and she set her lips hard, for no protest must pass them any more. They had no right to protest. Chapter 21. That autumn the Crosbys went up to Scotland, and Stephen went to Cornwall with her mother. Anna was not well, she needed a change, and the doctor had told them of Watergate Bay. That was why they had gone to Cornwall. To Stephen it mattered very little where she went, since she was not allowed to join Angela in Scotland. Angela had put her foot down quite firmly. "No, my dear, it wouldn't do. I know Ralph would make hell. I can't let you follow us up to Scotland." So that there, perforce, the matter had ended. And now Stephen could sit and gloom over her trouble while Anna read placidly, asking no questions. She seldom worried her daughter with questions, seldom even evinced any interest in her letters. From time to time Puddle would write from Morton, and then Anna would say, recognizing the writing, "Is everything all right?" And Stephen would answer, "Yes, Mother, Puddle says everything's all right." As indeed it was, at Morton. But from Scotland news seemed to come very slowly. Stephen's letters would quite often go unanswered, and what answers she received were unsatisfactory, for Angela's caution was a very strict censor. Stephen herself must write with great care, she discovered, in order to pacify that censor. Twice daily she visited the hotel porter, a kind, red-faced man with a sympathy for lovers. "Any letters for me?" she would ask, trying hard to appear rather bored at the mere thought of letters. "No, miss." "There's another post in at 7. "Yes, miss." "Well, thank you." She would wander away, leaving the porter to think to himself, "She don't look like a girl as would have a young man, but you never can tell. Anyhow she seems anxious. I do hope it's all right for the poor young lady." He grew to take a real interest in Stephen, and would sometimes talk to his wife about her. "Have you noticed her, Alice? A queer-looking girl, very tall, wears a collar and tie, you know, mannish. And she seems just to change her suit of an evening, puts on a dark one, never wears evening dress. The mother's still a beautiful woman, but the girl, I dunno, there's something about her. Anyhow I'm surprised she's got a young man, though she must have, the way she watches the posts, I sometimes feel sorry for her." But her calls at his office were not always fruitless. "Any letters for me?" "Yes, miss, there's just one." He would look at her with a paternal expression, glad enough to think that her young man had written, and Stephen, divining his thoughts from his face, would feel embarrassed and angry. Snatching her letter she would hurry to the beach, where the rocks provided a merciful shelter, and where no one seemed likely to look paternal, unless it should be an occasional seagull. But as she read, her heart would feel empty, something sharp like a physical pain would go through her. "Dear Stephen, I'm sorry I've not written before, but Ralph and I have been fearfully busy. We're having a positive social orgy up here. I'm so glad he took this large shoot." That was the sort of thing Angela wrote these days, perhaps because of her caution. However, one morning an unusually long letter arrived, telling all about Angela's doings. "By the way, we've met the Antrim boy, Roger. He's been staying with some people that Ralph knows quite well, the Peacocks. They've got a wonderful old castle. I think I must have told you about them." Here followed an elaborate description of the castle, together with the ancestral tree of the peacocks. Then, Roger has talked quite a lot about you. He says he used to tease you when you were children. He says that you wanted to fight him one day. That made me laugh awfully. It's so like you, Stephen. He's a good-looking person and rather a nice one. He tells me that his regiment's stationed at Worcester, so I've asked him to come over to the Grange when he likes. It must be pretty dreary, I imagine, in Worcester. Stephen finished the letter and sat staring at the sea for a moment, after which she got up abruptly. Slipping the letter into her pocket, she buttoned her jacket. She was feeling cold. What she needed was a walk, a really long walk. She set out briskly in the direction of Newquay. During those long, anxious weeks in Cornwall, it was borne in on Stephen as never before how wide was the gulf between her and her mother, how completely they two must always stand divided. Yet looking at Anna's quiet aging face, the girl would be struck afresh by its beauty, a beauty that seemed to have mollified the years, to have risen triumphant over time and grief. And now, as in the days of her childhood, that beauty would fill her with a kind of wonder. So calm it was, so assured, so complete. Then her mother's deep eyes, blue like distant mountains, and now with that faraway look in their blueness, as though they were gazing into the distance. Stephen's heart would suddenly tighten a little, a sense of great loss would descend upon her, together with the sense of not fully understanding just what she had lost or why she had lost it. She would stare at Anna as a thirsty traveler in the desert will stare at a mirage of water. And one evening there came a preposterous impulse, the impulse to confide in this woman within whose most gracious and perfect body her own anxious body had lain and quickened. She wanted to speak to that motherhood, to implore, nay, compel its understanding.
To say, "Mother, I need you. I've lost my way. Give me your hand to hold in the darkness."
But good God, the folly, the madness of it, the base betrayal of such a confession.
Angela delivered over, betrayed, the unthinkable folly, the madness of it.
Yet sometimes as Anna and she sat together looking out at the misty Cornish coastline, hearing the dull, heavy throb of the sea and the calling of sea-gulls the one to the other, as they sat there together it would seem to Stephen that her heart was so full of Angela Crosby, all the bitterness, all the sweetness of her, that the mother heart beating close by her own must surely, in its turn, be stirred to beat faster, for had she not once sheltered under that heart? And so extreme was her need becoming, that now she must often find Anna's cool hand and hold it a moment or two in her own, trying to draw from it some consolation. But the touch of that cool, pure hand would distress her, causing her spirit to ache with longing for the simple and upright and honorable things that had served many simple and honorable people. Then all that to some might appear uninspiring, would seem to her very fulfilling and perfect. A pair of lovers walking by arm in arm, just a quiet, engaged couple, neither comely nor clever nor burdened with riches, just a quiet, engaged couple, would in her envious eyes be invested with a glory and pride passing all understanding. For were Angela and she those fortunate lovers, they could stand before Anna happy and triumphant. Anna, the mother, would smile and speak gently, tolerant because of her own days of loving. Wherever they went older folk would remember, and remembering would smile on their love and speak gently. To know that the whole world was glad of your gladness, must surely bring heaven very near to the world. One night Anna looked across at her daughter. "Are you tired, my dear? You seem a bit fagged." The question was unexpected, for Stephen was supposed not to know what it meant to feel fagged. Her physical health and strength were proverbial. Was it possible then that her mother had divined at long last her utter weariness of spirit? Quite suddenly Stephen felt shamelessly childish, and she spoke as a child who wants comforting. "Yes, I'm dreadfully tired." Her voice shook a little. "I'm tired out, I'm dreadfully tired," she repeated. With amazement she heard herself making this weak bid for pity, and yet she could not resist it. Had Anna held out her arms at that moment, she might soon have learnt about Angela Crosby. But instead she yawned. "It's this air, it's too woolly."
"I'll be very glad when we get back to Morton. What's the time?"
"I'm almost asleep already. Let's go up to our beds, don't you think so, Stephen?" It was like a cold douche, and a good thing too for the girl's self-respect. She pulled herself together. "Yes, come on, it's past 10.
"I detest this soft air."
And she flushed, remembering that weak bid for pity. Stephen left Cornwall without a regret. Everything about it had seemed to her depressing. Its rather grim beauty, which at any other time would have deeply appealed to her virile nature, had but added to the gloom of those interminable weeks spent apart from Angela Crosby. For her perturbation had been growing apace, she was constantly oppressed by doubts and vague fears. Bewildered, uncertain of her own power to hold. Uncertain, too, of Angela's will to be held by this dangerous yet bloodless loving. Her defrauded body had been troubling her sorely, so that she had tramped over beach and headland, cursing the strength of the youth that was in her, trying to trample down her hot youth and only succeeding in augmenting its vigor. But now that the ordeal had come to an end at last, she began to feel less despondent. In a week's time Angela would get back from Scotland, then at least the hunger of the eyes could be appeased, a terrible thing, that hunger of the eyes for the sight of the well-loved being. And then Angela's birthday was drawing near, which would surely provide an excuse for a present. She had sternly forbidden the giving of presents, even humble keepsakes, on account of Ralph. Still, a birthday was different, and in any case Stephen was quite determined to risk it. For the impulse to give that is common to all lovers was in her attaining enormous proportions, so that she visualized Angela decked in diadems worthy of Cleopatra, so that she sat and stared at her bankbook with eyes that grew angry when they lit on her balance. What was the good of plenty of money if it could not be spent on the person one loved? Well, this time it should be so spent, and spent largely. No limit was going to be set to this present. An unworthy and tiresome thing, money, at best, but it can at least ease the heart of the lover. When he lightens his purse he lightens his heart, though this can hardly be accounted a virtue, for such giving is perhaps the most insidious form of self-indulgence that is known to mankind. Stephen had said quite casually to Anna, "Suppose we stay 3 or 4 days in London on our way back to Morton.
You could do some shopping."
Anna had agreed, thinking of her house linen which wanted renewing, but Stephen had been thinking of the jewelers' shops in Bond Street. And now here they actually were in London, established at a quiet and expensive hotel. But the problem of Angela's birthday present had, it seemed, only just begun for Stephen. She had not the least idea what she wanted, or what Angela wanted, which was far more important, and she did not know how to get rid of her mother, who appeared to dislike going out unaccompanied. For 3 days of the 4 Stephen fretted and fumed. Never had Anna seemed so dependent. At Morton they now led quite separate lives, yet here in London they were always together. Scheme as she might, she could find no excuse for a solitary visit to Bond Street. However, on the morning of the 4th and last day, Anna succumbed to a devastating headache. Stephen said, "I think I'll go and get some air, if you really don't need me, I'm feeling energetic." "Yes, do, I don't want you to stay in," groaned Anna, who was longing for peace and an aspirin tablet. Once out on the pavement Stephen hailed the first taxi she met. She was quite absurdly elated. "Drive to the Piccadilly end of Bond Street," she ordered, as she jumped in and slammed the door. Then she put her head quickly out of the window. "And when you get to the corner, please stop. I don't want you to drive along Bond Street, I'll walk.
I want you to stop at the Piccadilly corner."
But when she was actually standing on the corner, the left-hand corner, she began to feel doubtful as to which side of Bond Street she ought to tackle first. Should she try the right side or keep to the left? She decided to try the right side. Crossing over, she started to walk along slowly. At every jeweller's shop she stood still and gazed at the wares displayed in the window. Now she was worried by quite a new problem, the problem of stones. There were so many kinds. Emeralds or rubies or perhaps just plain diamonds. Well, certainly neither emeralds nor rubies. Angela's coloring demanded whiteness. Whiteness, she had it. Pearls, no, one pearl, one flawless pearl and set as a ring. Angela had once described such a ring with envy, but alas, it had been born in Paris. People stared at the masculine-looking girl who seemed so intent upon feminine adornments. And someone, a man, laughed and nudged his companion. "Look at that. What is it?" "My God! What indeed?" She heard them and suddenly felt less elated as she made her way into the shop. She said rather loudly, "I want a pearl ring."
"A pearl ring? What kind, madam?"
She hesitated, unable now to describe what she did want. "I don't quite know, but it must be a large one."
"For yourself?"
And she thought that the man smiled a little. Of course he did nothing of the kind, but she stammered, "No, oh, no, it's not for myself, it's for a friend. She's asked me to choose her a large pearl ring." To her own ears the words sounded foolish and flustered. There was nothing in that shop that fulfilled her requirements, so once more she must face the guns of Bond Street. Now she quickened her steps and found herself striding, modifying her pace, she found herself dawdling, and always she was conscious of people who stared, or whom she imagined were staring. She felt sure that the shop assistants looked doubtful when she asked for a large and flawless pearl ring, and catching a glimpse of her reflection in a glass, she decided that naturally they would look doubtful. Her appearance suggested neither pearls nor their price. She slipped a surreptitious hand into her pocket, gaining courage from the comforting feel of her check-book. When the east side of the thoroughfare had been exhausted, she crossed over quickly and made her way back towards her original corner. By now she was rather depressed and disgruntled. Supposing that she should not find what she wanted in Bond Street. She had no idea where else to look. Her knowledge of London was far from extensive. But apparently the gods were feeling propitious, for a little further on she paused in front of a small, and as she thought, quite humble shop. As a matter of fact, it was anything but humble, hence the bars halfway up its unostentatious window. Then she stared, for there on a white velvet cushion lay a pearl that looked like a round gleaming marble, a marble attached to a slender circlet of platinum, some sort of celestial marble. It was just such a ring as Angela had seen in Paris, and had since never ceased to envy. The person behind this counter was imposing. He was old, and wore glasses with tortoiseshell rims. Yes, madam, it's a very fine specimen indeed. The setting's French, just a thin band of platinum. There's nothing to detract from the beauty of the pearl. He lifted it tenderly off its cushion, and as tenderly Stephen let it rest on her palm. It shone whiter than white against her skin, which by contrast looked sunburnt and weather-beaten. Then the dignified old gentleman murmured the price, glancing curiously at the girl as he did so, but she seemed to be quite unperturbed, so he said, "Will you try the effect of the ring on your finger?" At this, however, his customer flushed. "It wouldn't go anywhere near my finger. I can have it enlarged to any size you wish." "Thanks, but it's not for me, it's for a friend." "Have you any idea what size your friend takes, say in gloves? Is her hand large or small, do you think?" Stephen answered promptly, "It's a very small hand," then immediately looked and felt rather self-conscious. And now the old gentleman was openly staring. "Excuse me," he murmured, "an extraordinary likeness." Then more boldly, "Do you happen to be related to Sir Philip Gordon of Morton Hall, who died, it must be about 2 years ago, from some accident? I believe a tree fell." "Oh, yes, I'm his daughter," said Stephen. He nodded and smiled. Of course, you couldn't be anything but his daughter." "You knew my father?" she inquired, in surprise. "Very well, Miss Gordon, when your father was young. In those days Sir Philip was a customer of mine. I sold him his first pearl studs while he was at Oxford, and at least 4 scarf pins. A bit of a dandy Sir Philip was up at Oxford. But what may interest you is the fact that I made your mother's engagement ring for him, a large half-hoop of very fine diamonds." "Did you make that ring?"
"I did, Miss Gordon."
"I remember quite well his showing me a miniature of Lady Anna. I remember his words. He said, 'She's so pure that only the purest stones are fit to touch her finger.' You see, he'd known me ever since he was at Eton. That's why he spoke of your mother to me. I felt deeply honored." "Ah, yes, dear, your father was young then and very much in love." She said suddenly, "Is this pearl as pure as those diamonds?" And he answered, "It's without a blemish." Then she found her checkbook and he gave her his pen with which to write out the very large check. "Wouldn't you like some reference?" she inquired, as she glanced at the sum for which he must trust her. But at this he laughed. "Your face is your reference, if I may be allowed to say so, Miss Gordon." They shook hands because he had known her father, and she left the shop with the ring in her pocket. As she walked down the street she was lost in thought, so that if people stared she no longer noticed. In her ears kept sounding those words from the past, those words of her father's when long ago he too had been a young lover. "She's so pure that only the purest stones are fit to touch her finger." Chapter 22. When they got back to Morton there was Puddle in the hall, with that warm smile of hers, always just a little mocking yet pitiful too, that queer composite smile that made her face so arresting. And the sight of this faithful little grey woman brought home to Stephen the fact that she had missed her. She had missed her, she found, out of all proportion to the size of the creature, which seemed to have diminished. Coming back to it after those weeks of absence, Puddle's smallness seemed to be even smaller, and Stephen could not help laughing as she hugged her. Then she suddenly lifted her right off her feet with as much ease as though she had been a baby. Morton smelt good with its log fires burning, and Morton looked good with the goodness of home. Stephen sighed with something very like contentment. Lord,
I'm so glad to be back again, Puddle.
I must have been a cat in my last incarnation. I hate strange places, especially Cornwall. Puddle smiled grimly. She thought that she knew why Stephen had hated Cornwall. After tea, Stephen wandered about the house, touching first this, then that, with affectionate fingers. But presently she went off to the stables with sugar for Collins and carrots for Raftery, and there in his spacious, hay-scented loose box, Raftery was waiting for Stephen. He made a queer little sound in his throat, and his soft Irish eyes said, "You're home, home, home."
I've grown tired with waiting, and with wishing you home.
And she answered, "Yes, I've come back to you, Raftery." Then she threw her strong arm around his neck, and they talked together for quite a long while, not in Irish or English but in a quiet language having very few words but many small sounds and many small movements that meant much more than words. "Since you went I've discovered a wonderful thing," he told her. "I've discovered that for me you are God. It's like that sometimes with us humbler people, we may only know God through his human image." "Raftery," she murmured. "Oh, Raftery, my dear, I was so young when you came to Morton. Do you remember that first day out hunting when you jumped the huge hedge in our big north paddock? What a jump! It ought to go down to history. You were splendidly cool and collected about it. Thank the Lord you were. I was only a kid. All the same it was very foolish of us, Raftery." She gave him a carrot, which he took with contentment from the hand of his God, and proceeded to munch. And she watched him munch it, contented in her turn, hoping that the carrot was succulent and sweet, hoping that his innocent cup of pleasure might be full to the brim and overflowing. Like God indeed, she tended his needs, mixing the evening meal in his manger, holding the water bucket to his lips while he sucked in the cool, clear, health-giving water. A groom came along with fresh trusses of straw which he opened and tossed among Raftery's bedding. Then he took off the smart blue and red day clothing, and buckled him up in a warm night blanket. Beyond in the far loose box by the window, Sir Philip's young chestnut kicked loudly for supper.
"Whoa, horse! Get up there!
Stop kicking them boards!" And the groom hurried off to attend to the chestnut. Collins, who had spat out his 2 lumps of sugar, was now busy indulging his morbid passion. His sides were swollen well nigh to bursting. Blown out like an air balloon was old Collins from the evil and dyspeptic effects of the straw, plus his own woeful lack of molars. He stared at Stephen with whitish blue eyes that saw nothing, and when she touched him he grunted, a discourteous sound which meant, "Leave me alone." So after a mild reproof she left him to his sins and his indigestion. Last but not least, she strolled down to the home of the 2-legged creature who had once reigned supreme in those princely but now depleted stables. And the lamplight streamed out through uncurtained windows to meet her, so that she walked on lamplight. A slim streak of gold led right up to the porch of old William's comfortable cottage. She found him sitting with the Bible on his knees, peering crossly down at the scriptures through his glasses. He had taken to reading the scriptures aloud to himself, a melancholy occupation. He was at this now. As Stephen entered she could hear him mumbling from Revelation, and the heads of the horses were as the heads of lions, and out of their mouths issued fire and smoke and brimstone. He looked up, and hastily twitched off his glasses. "Miss Stephen!"
"Sit still. Stop where you are, Williams."
But Williams had the arrogance of the humble. He was proud of the stern traditions of his service, and his pride forbade him to sit in her presence, in spite of their long and kind years of friendship. Yet when he spoke he must grumble a little, as though she was still the very small child who had swaggered round the stables rubbing her chin, imitating his every expression and gesture. "You didn't ought to have no horses, Miss Stephen, the way you runs off and leaves them," he grumbled. "Raftery's been off his feed these last days. I've been talking to that Jim what you set such store by. Impudent young blight. He answered me back like as though I'd no right to express me opinion. But I says to him, 'You just wait, lad,' I says, 'you wait until I gets hold of Miss Stephen.'" For Williams could never keep clear of the stables, and could never refrain from nagging when he got there. Deposed he might be, but not yet defeated even by old age, as grooms knew to their cost. The tap of his heavy oak stick in the yard was enough to send Jim and his underling flying to hide currycombs and brushes out of sight. Williams needed no glasses when it came to disorder. "Be this place a stable or be it a pigsty, I wonder," was now his habitual greeting. His wife came bustling in from the kitchen. "Sit down, Miss Stephen," and she dusted a chair. Stephen sat down and glanced at the Bible where it lay, still open, on the table. "Yes," said Williams dourly, as though she had spoken, "I'm reduced to reading about evenly horses. A nice ending that for a man like me, what's been in the service of Sir Philip Gordon, what's at his legs across the best hunters as ever was seen in this county or any. And I don't believe in them lion-headed beasts brayeth in fire and brimstone, it's all agin nature. Whoever it was wrote them revelations, can't never have been inside of a stable. I don't believe in no evenly horses neither, there won't be no horses in even, and a good thing too, judging by the description. I'm surprised at you, Arthur, being so disrespectful to the book," his wife reproached him gravely. "Well, it ain't no encyclopeedy to the stable, and that's a sure thing," grinned Williams. Stephen looked from one to the other. They were old, very old, fast approaching completion. Quite soon their circle would be complete, and then Williams would be able to tackle St. John on the points of those heavenly horses. Mrs. Williams glanced apologetically at her. "Excuse him, Miss Stephen, he's getting rather childish. He won't read no pretty parts of the book, all he'll read is them parts about chariots and such like. All what's to do with horses he reads, and then he's so unbelieving, it's awful." But she looked at her mate with the eyes of a mother, very gentle and tolerant eyes. And Stephen, seeing those two together, could picture them as they must once have been, in the halcyon days of their youthful vigor. For she thought that she glimpsed through the dust of the years, a faint flicker of the girl who had lingered in the lanes when the young man Williams and she had been courting. And looking at Williams as he stood before her twitching and bowed, she thought that she glimpsed a faint flicker of the youth, very stalwart and comely, who had bent his head downwards and sideways as he walked and whispered and kissed in the lanes. And because they were old yet undivided, her heart ached, not for them but rather for Stephen. Her youth seemed as dross when compared to their honourable age, because they were undivided. She said, "Make him sit down, I don't want him to stand." And she got up and pushed her own chair towards him. But old Mrs. Williams shook her white head slowly. "No, Miss Stephen, he wouldn't sit down in your presence." "Begging your pardon, it would hurt Arthur's feelings to be made to sit down. It would make him feel as his days of service was really over." "I don't need to sit down," declared Williams. So Stephen wished them both a good night, promising to come again very soon, and Williams hobbled out to the path which was now quite golden from border to border, for the door of the cottage was standing wide open and the glow from the lamps streamed over the path. Once more she found herself walking on lamplight, while Williams, bareheaded, stood and watched her departure. Then her feet were caught up and entangled in shadows again, as she made her way under the trees. But presently came a familiar fragrance, logs burning on the wide, friendly hearths of Morton. Logs burning, quite soon the lakes will be frozen, and the ice looks like slabs of gold in the sunset, when you and I come and stand here in the winter. And as we walk back we can smell the log fires long before we can see them, and we love that good smell because it means home, and our home is Morton. Because it means home and our home is Morton. Oh, intolerable fragrance of log fires burning. Chapter 23. Angela did not return in a week. She had decided to remain another fortnight in Scotland. She was staying now with the Peacocks, it seemed, and would not get back until after her birthday. Stephen looked at the beautiful ring as it gleamed in its little white velvet box, and her disappointment and chagrin were childish. But Violet Antrim, who had also been staying with the Peacocks, had arrived home full of importance. She walked in on Stephen one afternoon to announce her engagement to young Alec Peacock. She was so much engaged and so haughty about it that Stephen, whose nerves were already on edge, was very soon literally itching to slap her. Violet was now able to look down on Stephen from the height of her newly gained knowledge of men. Knowing Alec, she felt that she knew the whole species. "It's a terrible pity you dress as you do, my dear," she remarked, with the manner of 60. "A young girl's so much more attractive when she's soft on tea. You think you could soften your clothes just a little? I mean, you do want to get married, don't you?" "No woman's complete until she's married." "After all, no woman can really stand alone. She always needs a man to protect her." Stephen said, "I'm all right, getting on nicely, thank you." "Oh, no, but you can't be." Violet insisted. I was talking to Alec and Roger about you, and Roger was saying it's an awful mistake for women to get false ideas into their heads. He thinks you've got rather a bee in your bonnet. He told Alec that you'd be quite a womanly woman if you'd only stop trying to ape what you're not. Presently she said, staring rather hard, "That Mrs. Crosby, do you really like her? Of course I know you're friends and all that, but why are you friends?
You've got nothing in common. She's what Roger calls a thorough man's woman.
I think myself she's a bit of a climber. Do you want to be used as a scaling ladder for storming the fortifications of the county? The Peacocks have known old Crosby for years. He's a wonderful shot for an ironmonger, but they don't care for her very much, I believe. Alex says she's man-mad, whatever that means. Anyhow, she seems desperately keen about Roger." Stephen said, "I'd rather we didn't discuss Mrs. Crosby, because, you see, she's my friend." And her voice was as icy cold as her hands. "Oh, of course if you're feeling like that about it," laughed Violet. "No, but honest, she is keen on Roger." When Violet had gone, Stephen sprang to her feet, but her sense of direction seemed to have left her, for she struck her head a pretty sharp blow against the side of a heavy bookcase. She stood swaying with her hands pressed against her temples. Angela and Roger Antrim, those two, but it couldn't be. Violet had been purposely lying. She loved to torment. She was like her brother, a bully, a devil who loved to torment. It couldn't be. Violet had been lying. She steadied herself and, leaving the room and the house, went and fetched her car from the stables. She drove to the telegraph office at Upton. "Come back, I must see you at once," she wired, taking great care to prepay the reply, lest Angela should find an excuse for not answering. The clerk counted the words with her stump of a pencil. Then she looked at Stephen rather strangely. The next morning came Angela's frigid answer, "Coming home Monday fortnight, not 1 day sooner please, no more wires, Ralph very much upset." Stephen tore the thing into 100 fragments and then hurled it away. She was suddenly shaking all over with uncontrollable anger. Right up to the moment of Angela's return, that hot anger supported Stephen. It was like a flame that leapt through her veins, a flame that consumed and yet stimulated, so that she purposely fanned the fire from a sense of self-preservation. Then came the actual day of arrival. Angela must be in London by now. She would certainly have travelled by the night express. She would catch the 12.47 to Malvern and then motor to Upton. It was nearly 12. It was afternoon. At 3.17 Angela's train would arrive at Great Malvern. It had arrived now. In about 20 minutes she would drive past the very gates of Morton.
4:30.
Angela must have got home. She was probably having tea in the parlour, in the little oak parlour with its piping bullfinch whose cage always stood near the casement window. A long time ago, a lifetime ago, Stephen had blundered into that parlour, and Tony had barked, and the bullfinch had piped a sentimental old German tune, but that was surely a lifetime ago.
5 o'clock.
Violet Antrim had obviously lied. She had lied on purpose to torment Stephen, Angela and Roger. It couldn't be. Violet had lied because she liked to torment.
5:15.
What was Angela doing now? She was near, just a few miles away. Perhaps she was ill, as she had not written. Yes, that must be it. Of course Angela was ill.
The persistent, aching hunger of the eyes.
Anger. What was it? A folly, a delusion, a weakness that crumbled before that hunger. And Angela was only a few miles away. She went up to her room and unlocked a drawer from which she took the little white case. Then she slipped the case into her jacket pocket. She found Angela helping her maid to unpack. They appeared to be all but snowed under by masses of soft, inadequate garments. The bedroom smelt strongly of Angela's scent, which was heavy yet slightly pungent. She glanced up from a tumbled heap of silk stockings. "Hello, Stephen." Her greeting was casually friendly. Stephen said, "Well, how are you after all these weeks? Did you have a good journey down from Scotland?"
The maid said, "Shall I wash your new crepe de chine nightgowns, ma'am?
Or ought they to go to the cleaners?" Then, somehow, they all fell silent. To break this suggestive and awkward silence, Stephen inquired politely after Ralph. "He's in London on business for a couple of days. He's all right, thanks," Angela answered briefly, and she turned once more to sorting her stockings.
Stephen studied her.
Angela was not looking well. Her mouth had a childish droop at the corners. There were quite new shadows, too, under her eyes, and these shadows accentuated her pallor. And as though that earnest gaze made her nervous, she suddenly bundled the stockings together with a little sound of impatience.
"Come on, let's go down to my room."
And turning to her maid, "I'd rather you washed the new nightgowns, please." They went down the wide oak stairs without speaking, and into the little oak-panelled parlour. Stephen closed the door, then they faced each other.
"Well, Angela?" "Well, Stephen."
And after a pause, "What on earth made you send that absurd telegram?" Ralph got hold of the thing and began to ask questions. "You are such an almighty fool sometimes. You knew perfectly well that I couldn't come back. Why will you behave as though you were 6? Have you no common sense?"
"What's it all about?"
"Your methods are not only infantile, they're dangerous." Then taking Angela firmly by the shoulders, Stephen turned her so that she faced the light. She put her question with youthful crudeness. "Do you find Roger Antrim physically attractive? Do you find that he attracts you that way more than I do?" She waited calmly, it seemed, for her answer. And because of that distinctly ominous calm, Angela was scared, so she blustered a little. "Of course I don't. I resent such questions. I won't allow them even from you, Stephen."
"God knows where you get your fantastic ideas."
"Have you been discussing me with that girl Violet? If you have, I think it's simply outrageous. She's quite the most evil-minded prig in the county. It was not very gentlemanly of you, my dear, to discuss my affairs with our neighbours, was it?" "I refuse to discuss you with Violet Antrim," Stephen told her, still speaking quite calmly. But she clung to her point. "Was it all a mistake? Is there no one between us except your husband? Angela, look at me, I will have the truth." For answer Angela kissed her. Stephen's strong but unhappy arms went round her, and suddenly stretching out her hand, she switched off the little lamp on the table, so that the room was lit only by firelight. They could not see each other's faces very clearly any more, because there was only firelight. And Stephen spoke such words as a lover will speak when his heart is burdened to breaking, when his doubts must bow down and be swept away before the unruly flood of his passion. There in that shadowy, firelit room, she spoke such words as lovers have spoken ever since the divine, sweet madness of God flung the thought of love into creation. But Angela suddenly pushed her away. Don't, I can't bear it, it's too much, Stephen."
"It hurts me. I can't bear this thing, for you. It's all wrong, I'm not worth it. Anyhow it's all wrong. Stephen, it's making me. Can't you understand?"
"It's too much." She dared not explain. "If you were a man," she stopped abruptly, and burst into uncontrollable weeping. And somehow this weeping was different from any that had gone before, so that Stephen trembled. There was something frightened and desolate about it. It was like the sobbing of a terrified child. The girl forgot her own desolation in her pity and the need that she felt to comfort. More strongly than ever before she felt the need to protect this woman, and to comfort. She said, grown suddenly passionless and gentle, try to tell me what's wrong, beloved. Don't be afraid of making me angry. We love each other, and that's all that matters."
"Try to tell me what's wrong, and then let me help you. Only don't cry like this. I can't endure it."
But Angela hid her face in her hands. No, it's nothing. I'm only so tired. It's been a fearful strain these last months. I'm just a weak, human creature, Stephen. Sometimes I think we've been worse than mad. I must have been mad to have allowed you to love me like this. One day you'll despise and hate me. It's my fault, but I was so terribly lonely that I let you come into my life, and now, oh, I can't explain, you wouldn't understand. How could you understand, Stephen? And so strangely complex is poor human nature, that Angela really believed in her feelings. At that moment of sudden fear and remorse, remembering those guilty weeks in Scotland, she believed that she felt compassion and regret for this creature who loved her, and whose ardent loving had paved the way for another. In her weakness she could not part from the girl, not yet. There was something so strong about her. She seemed to combine the strength of a man with the gentler and more subtle strength of a woman. And thinking of the crude young animal Roger, with his brusque, rather brutal appeal to the senses, she was filled with a kind of regretful shame, and she hated herself for what she had done, and for what she well knew she would do again, because of that urge to passion. Feeling humble, she groped for the girl's kind hand, then she tried to speak lightly. "Would you always forgive this very miserable sinner, Stephen?" Stephen said, not apprehending her meaning. If our love is a sin, then heaven must be full of such tender and selfless sinning as ours. They sat down close together. They were weary unto death, and Angela whispered, "Put your arms around me again, but gently, because I'm so tired."
You're a kind lover, Stephen. Sometimes I think you're almost too kind.
And Stephen answered, "It's not kindness that makes me unwilling to force you. I can't conceive of that sort of love." Angela Crosby was silent. But now she was longing for the subtle easement of confession, so dear to the soul of woman. Her self-pity was augmented by her sense of wrongdoing. She was thoroughly unstrung, almost ill with self-pity, so that lacking the courage to confess the present, she let her thoughts dwell on the past. Stephen had always forborne to question, and therefore that past had never been discussed, but now Angela felt a great need to discuss it. She did not analyze her feelings. She only knew that she longed intensely to humble herself, to plead for compassion, to wring from the queer, strong, sensitive being who loved her some hope of ultimate forgiveness. At that moment, as she lay there in Stephen's arms, the girl assumed an enormous importance. It was strange, but the very fact of betrayal appeared to have strengthened her will to hold her, and Angela stirred, so that Stephen said softly, "Lie still, I thought you were fast asleep." And Angela answered, "No, I'm not asleep, dearest, I've been thinking. There are some things I ought to tell you. You've never asked me about my past life. Why haven't you, Stephen?" "Because," said Stephen, "I knew that someday you'd tell me." Then Angela began at the very beginning. She described a colonial home in Virginia. A grave, grey house, with a columned entrance, and a garden that looked down on deep, running water, and that water had rather a beautiful name. It was called the Potomac River. Up the side of the house grew magnolia blossoms, and many old trees gave their shade to its garden. In summer the fireflies lit lamps on those trees, shifting lamps that moved swiftly among the branches. And the hot summer darkness was splashed with lightning, and the hot summer air was heavy with sweetness. She described her mother who had died when Angela was 12, a pathetic, inadequate creature, the descendant of women who had owned many slaves to minister to their most trivial requirements. "She could hardly put on her own stockings and shoes," smiled Angela, as she pictured that mother. She described her father, George Benjamin Maxwell, a charming, but quite incorrigible spendthrift. She said, "He lived in past glories, Stephen. Because he was a Maxwell of Virginia, he wouldn't admit that the Civil War had deprived us all of the right to spend money. God knows, there was little enough of it left. The war practically ruined the old Southern gentry. My grandma could remember those days quite well. She scraped lint from her sheets for our wounded soldiers. If Grandma had lived, my life might have been different, but she died a couple of months after Mother." She described the eventual cataclysm, when the home had been sold up with everything in it, and she and her father had set out for New York, she just 17 and he broken and ailing, to rebuild his dissipated fortune. And because she was now painting a picture of real life, untinged by imagination, her words lived, and her voice grew intensely bitter. "Hell, it was hell. We went under so quickly. There were days when I hadn't enough to eat."
Oh, Stephen, the filth, the unspeakable squalor, the heat and the cold and the hunger and the squalor. God, how I hate that great hideous city.
"It's a monster. It crushes you down. It devours. Even now I couldn't go back to New York without feeling a kind of unreasoning terror. Stephen, that damnable city broke my nerve. Father got calmly out of it all by dying one day, and that was so like him. He'd had about enough, so he just lay down and died, but I couldn't do that because I was young, and I didn't want to die, either. I hadn't the least idea what I could do, but I knew that I was supposed to be pretty and that good-looking girls had a chance on the stage, so I started out to look for a job. My God,
shall I ever forget it?"
And now she described the long, angular streets, miles and miles of streets. Miles and miles of faces all strange and unfriendly, faces like masks. Then the intimate faces of would-be employers, too intimate when they peered into her own, faces that had suddenly thrown off their masks.
"Stephen, are you listening?"
"I put up a fight. I swear it. I swear I put up a fight. I was only 19 when I got my first job. 19's not so awfully old, is it, Stephen?" Stephen said, "Go on," and her voice sounded husky.
"Oh, my dear, it's so dreadfully hard to tell you."
The pay was rotten, Not enough to live on. I used to think that they did it on purpose. Lots of the girls used to think that way too. They never gave us quite enough to live on. You see, I hadn't a vestige of talent. I could only dress up and try to look pretty. I never got a real speaking part. I just danced. Not well, but I got a good figure." She paused and tried to look up through the gloom, but Stephen's face was hidden in shadow. "Well then, darling, Stephen, I want to feel your arms. Hold me closer. Well then, there was a man who wanted me, not as you want me, Stephen, to protect and care for me. God, no, not that way. And I was so poor and so tired and so frightened. Why, sometimes my shoes would let in the slush because they were old and I hadn't the money to buy myself new ones. Try to think of that, darling. And I'd cry when I washed my hands in the winter because they'd be bleeding from broken chilblains. Well, I couldn't stay the course any longer, that's all." The little gilt clock on the desk ticked loudly. Tick, 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 tick. An astonishing voice to come from so small and fragile a body.
Somewhere out in the garden a dog barked. Tony, chasing imaginary rabbits through the darkness.
"Stephen."
"Yes, my dear. Have you understood me?" "Yes. Oh, yes, I've understood you."
"Go on." "Well then, after a while he turned round and left me, and I just had to drag along as I had done, and I sort of crocked up, couldn't sleep at night, couldn't smile and look happy when I went on to dance. That was how Ralph found me. He saw me dance and came round to the back, the way some men do. I remember thinking that Ralph didn't look like that sort of man. He looked, well, just like Ralph, not a bit like that sort of man. Then he started sending me flowers. Never presents or anything like that, just flowers with his card. And we had lunch together a good few times, and he talked about that other man who'd left me. He said he'd like to go out with a horsewhip. Imagine Ralph trying to horsewhip a man. They knew each other quite well, I discovered. You see, they were both in the hardware business. Ralph was out after some big contract for his firm. That was why he happened to be in New York, and one day he asked me to marry him, Stephen. I suppose he was really in love with me then. Anyhow, I thought it was wonderful of him. I thought he was very broad-minded and noble. Good God! He's had his pound of flesh since. It gave him the hold over me that he wanted. We were married before we sailed for Europe. I wasn't in love, but what could I do? I'd nowhere to turn and my health was crocking. Lots of our girls ended up in the hospital wards. I didn't want to end up that way. Well, so you see why I've got to be careful how I act. He's terribly and awfully suspicious. He thinks that because I took a lover when I was literally down and out, I'm likely to do the same thing now. He doesn't trust me, it's natural enough, but sometimes he throws it all up in my face, and when he does that, my God, how I hate him. But oh, Stephen, I could never go through it all again. I haven't got an ounce of fight left in me. That's why, although Ralph's no cinch as a husband, I'd be scared to death if he really turned nasty. He knows that, I think, so he's not afraid to bully. He's bullied me many a time over you. But of course you're a woman, so he couldn't divorce me. I expect that's really what makes him so angry. All the same, when you asked me to leave him for you, I hadn't the courage to face that either. I couldn't have faced the public scandal that Ralph would have made. He'd have hounded us down to the ends of the earth. He'd have branded us, Stephen. I know him, he's revengeful, he'd stop at nothing. That weak sort of man is often that way. It's as though what Ralph lacks in virility, he tries to make up for by being revengeful. My dear, I couldn't go under again. I couldn't be one of those apologetic people who must always exist just under the surface, only coming up for a moment, like fish. I've been through that particular hell. I want life, and yet I'm always afraid. Every time that Ralph looks at me I feel frightened, because he knows that I hate him most when he tries to make love. She broke off abruptly. And now she was crying a little to herself, letting the tears trickle down unheeded. One of them splashed onto Stephen's coat sleeve and lay there, a small, dark blot on the cloth, while the patient arms never faltered.
"Stephen, say something. Say you don't hate me."
A log crashed, sending up a bright spurt of flame, and Stephen stared down into Angela's face. It was marred by weeping. It looked almost ugly, splotched and reddened as it was by her weeping. And because of that pitiful, blemished face, with the pitiful weakness that lay behind it, the unworthiness even, Stephen loved her so deeply at that moment that she found no adequate words.
"Say something. Speak to me, Stephen."
Then Stephen gently released her arm, and she found a little white box in her pocket, Look, Angela, I got you this for your birthday. Ralph can't bully you about it. It's a birthday present.
Stephen, my dear.
Yes, I want you to wear it always, so that you'll remember how much I love you. I think you forgot that just now when you talked about hating. Angela, give me your hand, the hand that used to bleed in the winter. So the pearl that was pure as her mother's diamonds were pure, Stephen slipped on to Angela's finger. Then she sat very still, while Angela gazed at the pearl wide-eyed, because of its beauty. Presently she lifted her wondering face, and now her lips were quite close to Stephen's, but Stephen kissed her instead on the forehead. You must rest, she said. You're simply worn out.
Can't you sleep if I keep you safe in my arms?
For at moments, such is the blindness and folly yet with all the redeeming glory of love. Chapter 24. Ralph said very little about the ring. What could he say? A present given to his wife by the daughter of a neighbor, an unusually costly present of course. Still, after all, what could he say? He took refuge in sulky silence. But Stephen would see him staring at the pearl, which Angela wore on her right-hand third finger, and his weak little eyes would look redder than usual, perhaps with anger. One could never quite tell from his eyes whether he was tearful or angry. And because of those eyes with their constant menace, Stephen must play her conciliatory role, and this she must do in spite of his rudeness, for now he was openly rude and hostile. And he bullied. It was almost as though he took pleasure in bullying his wife when Stephen was present. Her presence seemed to arouse in the man everything that was ill-bred, petty and cruel. He would make thinly veiled allusions to the past, glancing sideways at Stephen the while he did so, and one day when she flushed to the roots of her hair with rage to see Angela humble and fearful, he laughed loudly. I'm just a plain tradesman, you know. If you don't like my ways, then you'd better not come here. Catching Angela's eye, Stephen tried to laugh too.
A soul-sickening business.
She would feel degraded. She would feel herself gradually losing all sense of pride, of common decency, even, so that when she returned in the evening to Morton she would not want to look the old house in the eyes. She would not want to face those pictures of Gordon's that hung in its hall, and must turn away, lest they by their very silence rebuke this descendant of theirs who was so unworthy. Yet sometimes it seemed to her that she loved more intensely because she had lost so much. There was nothing left now but Angela Crosby. Watching this deadly decay that threatened all that was fine in her erstwhile pupil, Puddle must sometimes groan loudly in spirit. She must even argue with God about it. Yes, she must actually argue with God like Job, and remembering his words in affliction, she must speak those words on behalf of Stephen. Thine hands have made me and fashioned me together round about, yet thou dost destroy me. For now, in addition to everything else, she had learnt of the advent of Roger Antrim. Not that Stephen had confided in her, far from it, but gossip has a way of travelling quickly. Roger spent most of his leisure at the Grange. She had heard that he was always going over from Worcester. So now Puddle, who had not been much given to prayer in the past, must argue with God, like Job. And perhaps, since God probably listens to the heart rather than to the lips, he forgave her. Stupid with misery and growing more inept every day, Stephen found herself no match for Roger. He was calm, self-assured, insolent and triumphant, and his love of tormenting had not waned with his manhood. Roger was no fool. He put two and two together, and his masculine instinct deeply resented this creature who might challenge his right of possession. Moreover, that masculine instinct was outraged. He would stare at Stephen as though she were a horse whom he strongly suspected of congenital unsoundness, and then he would let his eyes rest on Angela's face. They would be the eyes of a lover, possessive, demanding, insistent eyes, if Ralph did not happen to be present. And into Angela's eyes there would come an expression that Stephen had seen many times. A mist would slowly cloud over their blueness. They would dim, as though they were hiding something. Then Stephen would be seized with a violent trembling, so that she could not stand any more but must sit with her hands clasped tightly together, lest those trembling hands betray her to Roger. But Roger would have seen already, and would smile his slow, understanding, masterful smile. Sometimes he and Stephen would look at each other covertly, and their youthful faces would be marred by a very abominable thing, the instinctive repulsion of two human bodies, the one for the other, which neither could help, not now that those bodies were stirred by a woman. Then into this vortex of secret emotion would come Ralph. He would stare from Stephen to Roger and then at his wife, and his eyes would be red, one never knew whether from tears or from anger. They would form a grotesque triangle for a moment, those three who must share a common desire. But after a little, the two male creatures who hated each other would be shamefully united in the bond of their deeper hatred of Stephen, and divining this, she in her turn would hate. It could not go on without some sort of convulsion, and that Christmas was a time of recriminations. Angela's infatuation was growing, and she did not always hide this from Stephen. Letters would arrive in Roger's handwriting, and Stephen, half crazy with jealousy by now, would demand to see them. She would be refused, and a scene would ensue. "That man's your lover. Have I gone starving only for this, that you should give yourself to Roger Antrim? Show me that letter. How dare you suggest that Roger's my lover? But if he were, it's no business of yours. Will you show me that letter?" "I will not. It's from Roger." "You're intolerable." "You can think what you please. What am I to think?" Then, because of her longing, "Angela, for God's sake don't treat me like this, I can't bear it. When you loved me it was easier to bear, I endured it for your sake, but now, listen, listen." Stark naked confessions dragged from lips that grew white the while they confessed. "Angela, listen." And now the terrible nerves of the invert, those nerves that are always lying in wait, gripped Stephen. They ran like live wires through her body, causing a constant and ruthless torment, so that the sudden closing of a door or the barking of Tony would fall like a blow on her shrinking flesh. At night in her bed she must cover her ears from the ticking of the clock, which would sound like thunder in the darkness. Angela had taken to going up to London on some pretext or another. She must see her dentist, she must fit a new dress. "Well then, let me come with you." "Good heavens, why?" "I'm only going to the dentist." "All right, I'll come too." "You'll do nothing of the kind." Then Stephen would know why Angela was going. All that day she would be haunted by insufferable pictures. Whatever she did, wherever she went, she would see them together, Angela and Roger. She would think, "I'm going mad. I can see them as clearly as though they were here before me in the room." And then she would cover her eyes with her hands, but this would only strengthen the pictures. Like some earthbound spirit, she would haunt the Grange on the pretext of taking Tony for a walk. And there, as likely as not, would be Ralph wandering about in his bare rose garden. He would glance up and see her perhaps, and then, most profound shame of all, they would both look guilty, for each would know the loneliness of the other, and that loneliness would draw them together for the moment. They would be almost friends in their hearts. "Angela's gone up to London, Stephen." "Yes, I know. She's gone up to fit her new dress." Their eyes would drop. Then Ralph might say sharply, "If you're after the dog, he's in the kitchen," and turning his back, he might make a pretense of examining his standard rose trees. Calling Tony, Stephen would walk into Upton, then along the mist-swept bank of the river. She would stand very still staring down at the water, but the impulse would pass, and whistling the dog, she would turn and go hurrying back to Upton. Then one afternoon Roger came with his car to take Angela for a drive through the hills. The new year was slipping into the spring, and the air smelt of sap and much diligent growing. A warm February had succeeded the winter. Many birds would be astir on those hills where lovers might sit unashamed, where Stephen had sat holding Angela clasped in her arms, while she eagerly took and gave kisses. And remembering these things, Stephen turned and left them, unable just then to endure any longer. Going home, she made her way to the lakes, and there she quite suddenly started weeping. Her whole body seemed to dissolve itself in weeping, and she flung herself down on the kind earth of Morton, shedding tears as of blood. There was no one to witness those tears except the white swan called Peter. Terrible, heart-breaking months. She grew gaunt with her unappeased love for Angela Crosby. And now she would sometimes turn in despair to the thought of her useless and unspent money. Thoughts would come that were altogether unworthy, but nevertheless those thoughts would persist. Roger was not rich. She was rich already, and someday she would be even richer. She went up to London and chose new clothes at a West End tailor's. The man in Malvern who had made for her father was getting old. She would have her suits made in London in future. She ordered herself a rakish red car, a long-bodied, 60-horsepower metallurgic. It was one of the fastest cars of its year, and it certainly cost her a great deal of money. She bought 12 pairs of gloves, some heavy silk stockings, a square sapphire scarf pin and a new umbrella. Nor could she resist the lure of pyjamas made of white crêpe de chine which she spotted in Bond Street. The pajamas led to a man's dressing gown of brocade, an amazingly ornate garment. Then she had her nails manicured but not polished, and from that shop she carried away toilet water and a box of soap that smelt of carnations and some cuticle cream for the care of her nails. And last but not least, she bought a gold bag with a clasp set in diamonds for Angela. All told, she had spent a considerable sum, and this gave her a fleeting satisfaction. But on her way back in the train to Malvern, she gazed out of the window with renewed desolation. Money could not buy the one thing that she needed in life. It could not buy Angela's love. That night she stared at herself in the glass, and even as she did so she hated her body with its muscular shoulders, its small compact breasts, and its slender flanks of an athlete. All her life she must drag this body of hers like a monstrous fetter imposed on her spirit. This strangely ardent yet sterile body that must worship yet never be worshipped in return by the creature of its adoration. She longed to maim it, for it made her feel cruel. It was so white, so strong, and so self-sufficient, yet withal so poor and unhappy a thing that her eyes filled with tears and her hate turned to pity. She began to grieve over it, touching her breasts with pitiful fingers, stroking her shoulders, letting her hands slip along her straight thighs. Oh, poor and most desolate body! Then she, for whom Puddle was actually praying at that moment, must now pray also, but blindly, finding few words that seemed worthy of prayer, few words that seemed to encompass her meaning, for she did not know the meaning of herself. But she loved, and loving groped for the God who had fashioned her, even unto this bitter loving. Chapter 25. Stephen's troubles had begun to be aggravated by Violet, who was always driving over to Morton, ostensibly to talk about Alec, in reality to collect information as to what might be happening at the Grange. She would stay for hours, very skillfully pumping while she dropped unwelcome hints anent Roger. "Father's going to cut down his allowance," she declared, "if he doesn't stop hanging about that woman."
"Oh, I'm sorry."
"I always forget she's your friend," then looking at Stephen with inquisitive eyes, "but I can't understand that friendship of yours. For one thing, how can you put up with Crosby?" And Stephen knew that yet once again, county gossip was rife about her. Violet was going to be married in September. They would then live in London, for Alec was a barrister. Their house, it seemed, was already bespoken, a perfect duck of a house in Belgravia, where Violet intended to entertain largely on the strength of a bountiful parent peacock. She was in the highest possible fettle these days, invested with an enormous importance in her own eyes, as also in those of her neighbours. Oh, yes, the whole world smiled broadly on Violet and her Alec. Such a charming young couple, said the world, and at once proceeded to shower them with presents. Apostle teaspoons arrived in their dozens, so did coffee-pots, cream jugs, and large fish slices, to say nothing of a heavy silver bowl from the hunt, and a massive salver from the grateful Scottish tenants. On the wedding day not a few eyes would be wet at the sight of so youthful a man and maiden joined together in an honourable estate, instituted of God in the time of man's innocency. For such ancient traditions, in spite of the fact that man's innocency could not even survive one bite of an apple shared with a woman, are none the less apt to be deeply moving. There they would kneel, the young newly-wed, ardent yet sanctified by a blessing, so that all, or at least nearly all, they would do, must be considered both natural and pleasing to a God in the image of man created. And the fact that this God, in a thoughtless moment, had created in his turn those pitiful thousands who must stand forever outside his blessing, would in no way disturb the large congregation or their white surplice pastor, or the couple who knelt on the gold-braided, red velvet cushions. And afterwards there would be plentiful champagne to warm the cooling blood of the elders, and much shaking of hands and congratulating, and many kind smiles for the bride and her bridegroom. Some might even murmur a fleeting prayer in their hearts, as the two departed, "God bless them." So now Stephen must actually learn at first hand how straight can run the path of true love, in direct contradiction to the time-honored proverb. Must realize more clearly than ever, that love is only permissible to those who are cut in every respect to life's pattern. Must feel like some ill-conditioned pariah, hiding her sores under lies and pretenses. And after those visits of Violet Antrim's, her spirits would be at a very low ebb, for she had not yet gained that steel-bright courage which can only be forged in the furnace of affliction, and which takes many weary years in the forging. The splendid new motor arrived from London, to the great delight and excitement of Burton. The new suits were completed and worn by their owner, and Angela's costly gold bag was received with apparent delight, which seemed rather surprising considering her erstwhile ban upon presents. Yet could Stephen have known it, this was not so surprising after all, for the bag infuriated Ralph, thereby distracting his facile attention for the moment from something that was far more dangerous. Filled with an ever-increasing need to believe, Stephen listened to Angela Crosby. "You know there's nothing between me and Roger. If you don't, then you above all people ought to," and her blue, childlike eyes would look up at Stephen, who could never resist the appeal of their blueness. And as though to bear out the truth of her words, Roger now came to the Grange much less often, and when he did come he was quietly friendly, not at all lover-like if Stephen was present, so that gradually her need to believe had begun to allay her worst fears. Yet she knew with the true instinct of the lover that Angela was secretly unhappy. She might try to appear light-hearted and flippant, but her smiles and her jests could not deceive Stephen. "You're miserable. What is it?" And Angela would answer, "Ralph's been vile to me again," but she would not add that Ralph was daily becoming more suspicious and more intolerant of Roger Antrim, so that now her deadly fear of her husband was always at war with her passion. Sometimes it seemed to the girl that Angela used her as a whip wherewith to lash Ralph. She would lead Stephen on to show signs of affection which would never have been permitted in the past. Ralph's little red eyes would look deeply resentful, and getting up he would slouch from the room. They would hear the front door being closed, and would know that he had gone for a walk with Tony. Yet when they were alone and in comparative safety, there would be something crude, almost cruel in their kisses, a restless, dissatisfied, hungry thing. Their lips would seem bent on scourging their bodies. Neither would find deliverance nor ease from the ache that was in them, for each would be kissing with a well-nigh intolerable sense of loss, with a passionate knowledge of separation. After a little they would sit with bent heads, not speaking because of what might not be spoken, not daring to look each other in the eyes nor to touch each other, lest they should cry out against this preposterous love-making. Completely confounded, Stephen racked her brains for anything that might give them both a respite. She suggested that Angela should see her fence with a celebrated London fencing master whom she had bribed to come down to Morton. She tried to arouse an interest in the car, the splendid new car that had cost so much money. She tried to find out if Angela had an ungratified wish that money could fulfill. "Only tell me what I can do," she pleaded, but apparently there was nothing. Angela came several times to Morton and dutifully attended the fencing lessons. But they did not go well, for Stephen would glimpse her staring abstractedly out of the window. Then the sly, agile foil with its blunt-tipped nose would slip in under Stephen's guard and shame her. They would sometimes go far afield in the car, and one night they stopped at an inn and had dinner, Angela ringing up her husband with the old and now threadbare excuse of a breakdown. They dined in a quiet little room by themselves. The sense of the garden came in through the window, warm, significant sense, for now it was May and many flowers multiplied in that garden. Never before had they done such a thing as this. They had never dined all alone at a wayside inn miles away from their homes. Just they two, and Stephen stretched out her hand and covered Angela's where it rested very white and still on the table. And Stephen's eyes held an urgent question, for now it was May and the blood of youth leaps and strains with the sap in early summer. The air seemed breathless, since neither would speak, afraid of disturbing the thick, sweet silence, but Angela shook her head very slowly. Then they could not eat, for each was filled with the same and yet with a separate longing. So after a while they must get up and go, both conscious of a sense of painful frustration. They drove back on a road that was paved with moonlight, and presently Angela fell fast asleep like an unhappy child. She had taken her hat off and her head lay limply against Stephen's shoulder. Seeing her thus, so helpless in sleep, Stephen felt strangely moved, and she drove very slowly, fearful of waking the woman who slept like a child with her fair head against her shoulder. The car climbed the steep hill from Ledbury town, and presently there lay the wide Wye valley whose beauty had saddened a queer little girl long before she had learnt the pain of all beauty. And now the valley was bathed in whiteness, while here and there gleamed a roof or a window, but whitely, as though all the good valley folk had extinguished their lamps and retired to their couches. Far away, like dark clouds coming up out of Wales, rose range upon range of the old black mountains, with the tip of Gaddafor peering over the others, and the ridge of Pen Couch sharp against the skyline. A little wind ruffled the bracken on the hillsides, and Angela's hair blew across her closed eyes so that she stirred and sighed in her sleep. Stephen bent down and began to soothe her. Then from out of that still and unearthly night, there crept upon Stephen an unearthly longing. A longing that was not any more of the body but rather of the weary and homesick spirit that endured the chains of that body. And when she must drive past the gates of Morton, the longing within her seemed beyond all bearing, for she wanted to lift the sleeping woman in her arms and carry her in through those gates, and carry her in through the heavy white door, and carry her up the wide, shallow staircase, and lay her down on her own bed, still sleeping, but safe in the good care of Morton. Angela suddenly opened her eyes. "Where am I?" she muttered, stupid with sleep. Then after a moment her eyes filled with tears, and there she sat all huddled up, crying. Stephen said gently, "It's all right, don't cry." But Angela went on crying. Chapter 26. Like a river that has gradually risen to flood, until it sweeps everything before it, so now events rose and gathered in strength towards their inevitable conclusion. At the end of May, Ralph must go to his mother, who was said to be dying at her house in Brighton. With all his faults he had been a good son, and the redness of his eyes was indeed from real tears as he kissed his wife goodbye at the station, on his way to his dying mother. The next morning he wired that his mother was dead, but that he could not get home for a couple of weeks. As it happened, he gave the actual day and hour of his return, so that Angela knew it. The relief of his unexpectedly long absence went to Stephen's head. She grew much more exacting, suggesting all sorts of intimate plans. Supposing they went for a few days to London? Supposing they motored to Simmons' yacht and stayed at the little hotel by the river? They might even push on to Abergavenny and from there motor up and explore the Black Mountains. Why not? It was glorious weather. "Angela, please come away with me, darling, just for a few days. We've never done it, and I've longed to so often. You can't refuse. There's nothing on earth to prevent your coming." But Angela would not make up her mind. She seemed suddenly anxious about her husband. Poor devil, he was awfully fond of his mother. "I oughtn't to go. It would look so heartless with the old woman dead and Ralph so unhappy."
Stephen said bitterly, "What about me?
Do you think I'm never unhappy?" So the time slipped by in heartaches and quarrels, for Stephen's taut nerves were like spurs to her temper, and she stormed or reproached in her dire disappointment. "You pretend that you love me and yet you won't come, and I've waited so long. Oh, my God, how I've waited. But you're utterly cruel. And I ask for so little, just to have you with me for a few days and nights, just to sleep with you in my arms, just to feel you beside me when I wake up in the morning. I want to open my eyes and see your face, as though we belonged to each other. Angela, I swear I wouldn't torment you. We'd be just as we are now, if that's what you're afraid of. You must know, after all these months, that you can trust me." But Angela set her lips and refused. "No, Stephen, I'm sorry, but I'd rather not come." Then Stephen would feel that life was past bearing, and sometimes she must ride rather wildly for miles, now on Raftery, now on Sir Philip's young chestnut. All alone she would ride in the early mornings, getting up from a sleepless night unrefreshed, yet terribly alive because of those nerves that tortured her luckless body. She would get back to Morton still unable to rest, and a little later would order the motor and drive herself across to the Grange, where Angela would usually be dreading her coming. Her reception would be cold. "I'm fairly busy, Stephen. I must pay off all these bills before Ralph gets home. Or, I've got a foul headache, so don't scold me this morning. I think if you did that I just couldn't bear it." Stephen would flinch as though struck in the face. She might even turn round and go back to Morton. Came the last precious day before Ralph's return, and that day they did spend quite peaceably together, for Angela seemed bent upon soothing. She went out of her way to be gentle to Stephen, and Stephen, quick as always to respond, was very gentle in her turn. But after they had dined in the little herb garden, taking advantage of the hot, still weather, Angela developed one of her headaches.
"Oh, my Stephen. Oh, darling, my head's too awful."
"It must be the thunder. It's been coming on all day. What a perfectly damnable thing to happen, on our last evening too, but I know this kind well. I'll just have to give in and go to my bed. I'll take a cachet and then try to sleep, so don't ring me up when you get back to Morton."
"Come tomorrow. Come early."
"I'm so miserable, darling, when I think that this is our last peaceful evening." "I know. But are you all right to be left?" "Yes, of course. All I need is to get some sleep."
"You won't worry, will you? Promise, my Stephen." Stephen hesitated.
Quite suddenly Angela was looking very ill, and her hands were like ice. "Swear you'll telephone to me if you can't get to sleep, then I'll come back at once." "Yes, but don't do that, will you? Unless I ring up, I should hear you, of course, and that would wake me and start my head throbbing." Then, as though impelled, in spite of herself, by the girl's strange attraction, she lifted her face. "Kiss me, oh, God. Stephen. I love you so much, So much, whispered Stephen. It was past 10 o'clock when she got back to Morton. Has Angela Crosby rung up? She inquired of Puddle, who appeared to have been waiting in the hall. No, she hasn't, snapped Puddle, who was getting to the stage when she hated the mere name of Angela Crosby. Then she added, You look like nothing on earth. In your place I'd go to bed at once, Stephen.
You go to bed, Puddle, if you're tired. Where's Mother?
In her bath.
For heaven's sake, do come to bed.
I can't bear to see you looking as you do these days.
I'm all right. No, you're not. You're all wrong.
Go and look at your face. I don't very much want to. It doesn't attract me, smiled Stephen. So Puddle went angrily up to her room, leaving Stephen to sit with a book in the hall near the telephone bell, in case Angela should ring. And there, like the faithful creature she was, she must sit on all through the night, patiently waiting. But when the first tinges of dawn greyed the window and the panes of the semicircular fanlight, she left her chair stiffly, to pace up and down, filled with a longing to be near this woman, if only to stand and keep watch in her garden. Snatching up a coat, she went out to her car. She left the motor at the gates of the Grange, and walked up the drive, taking care to tread softly. The air had an indefinable smell of dew and of very newly born morning. The tall, ornate Tudor chimneys of the house stood out gauntly against a brightening sky, and as Stephen crept into the small herb garden, one tentative bird had already begun singing, but his voice was still rather husky from sleep. She stood there and shivered in her heavy coat. The long night of vigil had devitalized her. She was sometimes like this now. She would shiver at the least provocation, the least sign of fatigue, for her splendid physical strength was giving, worn out by its own insistence. She dragged the coat more closely around her, and stared at the house which was reddening with sunrise. Her heart beat anxiously, fearfully even, as though in some painful anticipation of she knew not what. Every window was dark except one or two that were fired by the sunrise. How long she stood there she never knew. It might have been moments, it might have been a lifetime, and then suddenly there was something that moved, the little oak door that led into that garden. It moved cautiously, opening inch by inch, until at last it was standing wide open, and Stephen saw a man and a woman who turned to clasp as though neither of them could endure to be parted from the arms of the other, and as they clung there together and kissed, they swayed unsteadily, drunk with loving. Then, as sometimes happens in moments of great anguish, Stephen could only remember the grotesque. She could only remember a plump-bosomed housemaid in the arms of a coarsely amorous footman, and she laughed like a creature demented, laughed and laughed until she must gasp for breath and spit blood from her tongue, which had somehow got bitten in her efforts to stop her hysterical laughing, and some of the blood remained on her chin, jerked there by that agonized laughter. Pale as death, Roger Antrim stared out into the garden, and his tiny moustache looked quite black, like an ink stain smeared above his tremulous mouth by some careless, schoolboy finger. And now Angela's voice came to Stephen, but faintly. She was saying something. What was she saying? It sounded absurdly as though it were a prayer. Christ. Then sharply, razor-sharp it sounded as it cut through the air. You, Stephen. The laughter died abruptly away, as Stephen turned and walked out of the garden and down the short drive that led to the gates of the Grange, where the motor was waiting. Her face was a mask, quite without expression. She moved stiffly, yet with a curious precision, and she swung up the handle and started the powerful engine without any apparent effort. She drove at great speed but with accurate judgment, for now her mind felt as clear as spring water, and yet there were strange little gaps in her mind. She had not the least idea where she was going. Every road for miles around Upton was familiar, yet she had not the least idea where she was going. Nor did she know how long she drove, nor when she stopped to procure fresh petrol. The sun rose high and hot in the heavens. It beat down on her without warming her coldness, for always she had the sense of a dead thing that lay close against her heart and oppressed it. A corpse. She was carrying a corpse about with her. Was it the corpse of her love for Angela? If so, that love was more terrible dead, oh, far more terrible dead than living. The first stars were shining, but as yet very faintly, when she found herself driving through the gates of Morton.
Heard Puddle's voice calling, "Wait a minute. Stop, Stephen."
Saw Puddle barring her way in the drive, a tiny yet dauntless figure. She pulled up with a jerk. "What's the matter? What is it?"
"Where have you been?" "I don't know, Puddle."
But Puddle had clambered in beside her. "Listen, Stephen," and now she was talking very fast. "Listen, Stephen, is it Angela Crosby?" It is. I can see the thing in your face.
My God, what's that woman done to you, Stephen?
Then Stephen, in spite of the corpse against her heart, or perhaps because of it, defended the woman. She's done nothing at all. It was all my fault, but you wouldn't understand. I got very angry and then I laughed and couldn't stop laughing. Steady, go steady. She was telling too much. No, it wasn't that exactly.
Oh, you know my vile temper. It always goes off at half-cock for nothing.
Well, then I just drove round and round the country until I cooled down. I'm sorry, Puddle, I ought to have rung up. Of course you've been anxious. Puddle gripped her arm. Stephen, listen, it's your mother. She thinks that you started quite early for Worcester. I lied. I've been nearly distracted, child. If you hadn't come soon, I'd have had to tell her that I didn't know where you were. You must never, never go off without a word like this again. But I do understand. Oh, I do indeed, Stephen. But Stephen shook her head. No, my dear, you couldn't, and I'd rather not tell you, Puddle. Some day you must tell me, said Puddle. Because I do understand, Stephen. That night the weight against Stephen's heart, with its icy coldness, melted, and it flowed out in such a torrent of grief that she could not stand up against that torrent, so that drowning though she was, she found pen and paper, and she wrote to Angela Crosby. What a letter! All the pent-up passion of months, all the terrible, rending, destructive frustrations must burst from her heart. Love me, only love me the way I love you. Angela, for God's sake, try to love me a little. Don't throw me away, because if you do I'm utterly finished.
You know how I love you, with my soul and my body. If it's wrong, grotesque, unholy, have pity. I'll be humble.
Oh, my darling, I am humble now. I'm just a poor, heartbroken freak of a creature who loves you and needs you much more than its life, because life's worse than death, 10 times worse without you. I'm some awful mistake, God's mistake. I don't know if there are any more like me. I pray not for their sakes, because it's pure hell. But oh, my dear, whatever I am, I just love you and love you. I thought it was dead, but it wasn't. It's alive, so terribly alive tonight in my bedroom. And so it went on for page after page. But never a word about Roger Antrim and what she had seen that morning in the garden. Some fine instinct of utterly selfless protection towards this woman had managed to survive all the anguish and all the madness of that day. The letter was a terrible indictment against Stephen, a complete vindication of Angela Crosby. Angela went to her husband's study, and she stood before him utterly shaken, utterly appalled at what she would do, yet utterly and ruthlessly determined to do it from a primitive instinct of self-preservation. In her ears she could still hear that terrible laughter, that uncanny, hysterical, agonized laughter. Stephen was mad, and God only knew what she might do or say in a moment of madness, and then, but she dared not look into the future. Cringing in spirit and trembling in body, she forgot the girl's faithful and loyal devotion, her will to forgive, her desire to protect, so clearly set forth in that pitiful letter. She said, Ralph, I want to ask your advice.
I'm in an awful mess. It's Stephen Gordon.
You think I've been carrying on with Roger? Good Lord, if you only knew what I've endured these last few months. I have seen a great deal of Roger, I admit, quite innocently of course. Still, all the same, I've seen him. I thought it would show her that I'm not. For one moment her voice seemed about to fail her, then she went on quite firmly, that I'm not a pervert, that I'm not that sort of degenerate creature. He sprang up. What? He bellowed. Yes, I know, it's too awful. I ought to have asked your advice about it, but I really did like the girl just at first, and after that, well, I set out to reform her. Oh, I know I've been crazy, worse than crazy if you like. It was hopeless right from the very beginning. If I'd only known more about that sort of thing I'd have come to you at once, but I'd never met it. She was our neighbor too, which made it more awkward, and not only that, her position in the county. Oh, Ralph, you must help me, I'm completely bewildered. How on earth does one answer this sort of thing? It's quite mad. I believe the girl's half mad herself. And she handed him Stephen's letter. He read it slowly, and as he did so his weak little eyes grew literally scarlet, puffy and scarlet all over their lids, and when he had finished reading that letter he turned and spat on the ground. Then Ralph's language became a thing to forget. Every filthy invective learnt in the slums of his youth and later on in the workshops, he hurled against Stephen and all her kind. He called down the wrath of the Lord upon them. He deplored the non-existence of the stake, and racked his brains for indecent tortures. And finally, I'll answer this letter, yes, by God I will. You leave her to me. I know how I'm going to answer this letter. Angela asked him, and now her voice shook. Ralph, what will you do to her, to Stephen? He laughed loudly. I'll hound her out of the county before I've done, and with luck out of England, the same as I'd hound you out if I thought that there'd ever been anything between you two women. It's damned lucky for you that she wrote this letter, damned lucky, otherwise I might have my suspicions. You've got off this time, but don't try your reforming again, you're not cut out to be a reformer. If there's any of that Lamb of God stuff wanted, I'll see to it myself, and don't you forget it. He slipped the letter into his pocket. I'll see to it myself next time, with an axe. Angela turned and went out of the study with bowed head. She was saved through this great betrayal, yet most strangely bitter she found her salvation, and most shameful the price she had paid for her safety. So, greatly daring, she went to her desk and with trembling fingers took a sheet of paper. Then she wrote in her large, rather childish handwriting, Stephen, when you know what I've done, forgive me. Chapter 27. 2 days later Anna Gordon sent for her daughter. Stephen found her sitting quite still in that vast drawing room of hers, which has always smelt faintly of orris root, beeswax, and violets. Her thin, white hands were folded in her lap, closely folded over a couple of letters, and it seemed to Stephen that all of a sudden she saw in her mother a very old woman with terrible eyes, pitiless, hard and deeply accusing, so that she could but shrink from their gaze, since they were the eyes of her mother. Anna said, "Lock the door, then come and stand here."
In absolute silence, Stephen obeyed her.
Thus it was that those two confronted each other, flesh of flesh, blood of blood, they confronted each other across the wide gulf set between them. Then Anna handed her daughter a letter. "Read this," she said briefly.
And Stephen read, Dear Lady Anna,
with deep repugnance I take up my pen, for certain things won't bear thinking about, much less being written. But I feel that I owe you some explanation of my reasons for having come to the decision that I cannot permit your daughter to enter my house again, or my wife to visit Morton. I enclose a copy of your daughter's letter to my wife, which I feel is sufficiently clear to make it unnecessary for me to write further, except to add that my wife is returning the 2 costly presents given her by Miss Gordon. I remain, yours very truly,
Ralph Crosby.
Stephen stood as though turned to stone for a moment, not so much as a muscle twitched. Then she handed the letter back to her mother without speaking, and in silence Anna received it.
Stephen, when you know what I've done, forgive me.
The childish scrawl seemed suddenly on fire. It seemed to scorch Stephen's fingers as she touched it in her pocket. So this was what Angela had done. In a blinding flash the girl saw it all. The miserable weakness, the fear of betrayal, the terror of Ralph and of what he would do should he learn of that guilty night with Roger. Oh, but Angela might have spared her this last wound to her loyal and faithful devotion, this last insult to all that was best and most sacred in her love. Angela had feared betrayal at the hands of the creature who loved her. But now her mother was speaking again. And this, read this and tell me if you wrote it, or if that man's lying. And Stephen must read her own misery gibing at her from those pages in Ralph Crosby's stiff and clerical handwriting. She looked up. Yes, mother, I wrote it. Then Anna began to speak very slowly as though nothing of what she would say must be lost, and that slow, quiet voice was more dreadful than anger. All your life I felt very strangely towards you. She was saying, I felt a kind of physical repulsion, a desire not to touch or to be touched by you, a terrible thing for a mother to feel. It has often made me deeply unhappy. I've often felt that I was being unjust, unnatural, but now I know that my instinct was right. It is you who are unnatural, not I. Mother, stop. It is you who are unnatural, not I. And this thing that you are is a sin against creation.
Above all is this thing a sin against the Father who bred you, the Father whom you dare to resemble.
You dare to look like your father, and your face is a living insult to his memory, Stephen. I shall never be able to look at you now without thinking of the deadly insult of your face and your body to the memory of the Father who bred you. I can only thank God that your father died before he was asked to endure this great shame. As for you, I would rather see you dead at my feet than standing before me with this thing upon you, this unspeakable outrage that you call love in that letter which you don't deny having written. In that letter you say things that may only be said between man and woman, and coming from you they are vile and filthy words of corruption, against nature, against God who created nature. My gorge rises. You have made me feel physically sick. Mother, you don't know what you're saying. You're my mother. Yes, I am your mother, but for all that, you seem to me like a scourge.
I ask myself what I have ever done to be dragged down into the depths by my daughter.
And your father, what had he ever done? And you have presumed to use the word love in connection with this, with these lusts of your body, these unnatural cravings of your unbalanced mind and undisciplined body. You have used that word. I have loved. Do you hear? I have loved your father, and your father loved me. That was love. Then, suddenly, Stephen knew that unless she could, indeed, drop dead at the feet of this woman in whose womb she had quickened, there was one thing that she dared not let pass unchallenged, and that was this terrible slur upon her love. And all that was in her rose up to refute it, to protect her love from such unbearable soiling. It was part of herself, and unless she could save it, she could not save herself any more. She must stand or fall by the courage of that love to proclaim its right to toleration. She held up her hand, commanding silence, commanding that slow, quiet voice to cease speaking, and she said, "As my father loved you, I loved. As a man loves a woman, that was how I loved, protectively, like my father. I wanted to give all I had in me to give. It made me feel terribly strong. And gentle. It was good, good, good. I'd have laid down my life 1,000 times over for Angela Crosby. If I could have, I'd have married her and brought her home. I wanted to bring her home here to Morton.
If I loved her the way a man loves a woman, it's because I can't feel that I am a woman.
All my life I've never felt like a woman, and you know it. You say you've always disliked me, that you've always felt a strange physical repulsion. I don't know what I am. No one's ever told me that I'm different, and yet I know that I'm different. That's why, I suppose, you've felt as you have done. And for that I forgive you, though whatever it was you and my father who made this body. But what I will never forgive is your daring to try and make me ashamed of my love. I'm not ashamed of it. There's no shame in me." And now she was stammering a little wildly. "Good Anne, and fine it was," she stammered. "The best part of myself. I gave all and I asked nothing in return. I just went on hopelessly loving." She broke off. She was shaking from head to foot, and Anna's cold voice fell like icy water on that angry and sorely tormented spirit. "You have spoken, Stephen. I don't think there's much more that needs to be said between us except this. We two cannot live together at Morton. Not now, because I might grow to hate you. Yes, although you're my child, I might grow to hate you. The same roof mustn't shelter us both any more. One of us must go. Which of us shall it be?" And she looked at Stephen and waited. Morton. They could not both live at Morton. Something seemed to catch hold of the girl's heart and twist it. She stared at her mother, aghast for a moment, while Anna stared back. She was waiting for her answer. But quite suddenly Stephen found her manhood and she said, "I understand.
I'll leave Morton."
Then Anna made her daughter sit down beside her, while she talked of how this thing might be accomplished in a way that would cause the least possible scandal. "For the sake of your father's honorable name, I must ask you to help me, Stephen." It was better, she said, that Stephen should take Puddle with her, if Puddle would consent to go. They might live in London or somewhere abroad, on the pretext that Stephen wished to study. From time to time Stephen would come back to Morton and visit her mother, and during those visits, they too would take care to be seen together for appearance's sake, for the sake of her father. She could take from Morton whatever she needed, the horses, and anything else she wished. Certain of the rent rolls would be paid over to her, should her own income prove insufficient. All things must be done in a way that was seemly, no undue haste, no suspicion of a breach between mother and daughter. "For the sake of your father I ask this of you, not for your sake or mine, but for his. Do you consent to this, Stephen?" And Stephen answered, "Yes, I consent." Then Anna said, "I'd like you to leave me now. I feel tired and I want to be alone for a little, but presently I shall send for Puddle to discuss her living with you in the future." So Stephen got up, and she went away, leaving Anna Gordon alone. As though drawn there by some strong natal instinct, Stephen went straight to her father's study, and she sat in the old armchair that had survived him. Then she buried her face in her hands. All the loneliness that had gone before was as nothing to this new loneliness of spirit. An immense desolation swept down upon her, an immense need to cry out and claim understanding for herself, an immense need to find an answer to the riddle of her unwanted being. All around her were grey and crumbling ruins, and under those ruins her love lay bleeding. shamefully wounded by Angela Crosby, shamefully soiled and defiled by her mother, a piteous, suffering, defenseless thing, it lay bleeding under the ruins. She felt blind when she tried to look into the future, stupefied when she tried to look back on the past. She must go, she was going away from Morton. From Morton, I'm going away from Morton. The words thudded drearily in her brain, I'm going away from Morton. The grave, comely house would not know her any more, nor the garden where she had heard the cuckoo with the dawning understanding of a child, nor the lakes where she had kissed Angela Crosby for the first time, full on the lips as a lover. The good, sweet-smelling meadows with their placid cattle, she was going to leave them, and the hills that protected poor, unhappy lovers, the merciful hills, and the lanes with their sleepy dog roses at evening, and the little old township of Upton-on-Severn with its battle-scarred church and its yellowish river. That was where she had first seen Angela Crosby. The spring would come sweeping across Castle Morton, bringing strong, clean winds to the open common. The spring would come sweeping across the whole valley, from the Cotswold Hills right up to the Malverns, bringing daffodils by their hundreds and thousands, bringing bluebells to the beechwood down by the lakes, bringing cygnets for Peter the Swan to protect, bringing sunshine to warm the old bricks of the house, but she would not be there any more in the spring. In summer the roses would not be her roses, nor the luminous carpet of leaves in the autumn, nor the beautiful winter forms of the beech trees. And on evenings in winter these lakes are quite frozen, and the ice looks like slabs of gold in the sunset, when you and I come and stand here in the winter. No, no, not that memory, it was too much, when you and I come and stand here in the winter. Getting up, she wandered about the room, touching its kind and familiar objects, stroking the desk, examining a pen, grown rusty from long disuse as it lay there. Then she opened a little drawer in the desk and took out the key of her father's locked bookcase. Her mother had told her to take what she pleased. She would take one or two of her father's books. She had never examined this special bookcase, and she could not have told why she suddenly did so. As she slipped the key into the lock and turned it, the action seemed curiously automatic. She began to take out the volumes slowly and with listless fingers, scarcely glancing at their titles. It gave her something to do, that was all. She thought that she was trying to distract her attention. Then she noticed that on a shelf near the bottom was a row of books standing behind the others. The next moment she had one of these in her hand, and was looking at the name of the author, Krafft Ebing. She had never heard of that author before. All the same she opened the battered old book, then she looked more closely, for there on its margins were notes in her father's small, scholarly hand, and she saw that her own name appeared in those notes. She began to read, sitting down rather abruptly. For a long time she read, then went back to the bookcase and got out another of those volumes, and another. The sun was now setting behind the hills. The garden was growing dusky with shadows. In the study there was little light left to read by, so that she must take her book to the window and must bend her face closer over the page, but still she read on and on in the dusk. Then suddenly she had got to her feet and was talking aloud. She was talking to her father. You knew. All the time you knew this thing, but because of your pity you wouldn't tell me. Oh, father, and there are so many of us, thousands of miserable, unwanted people, who have no right to love, no right to compassion because they're maimed, hideously maimed and ugly. God's cruel, he let us get flawed in the making. And then, before she knew what she was doing, she had found her father's old, well-worn Bible. There she stood demanding a sign from heaven, nothing less than a sign from heaven she demanded. The Bible fell open near the beginning. She read, and the Lord set a mark upon Cain. Then Stephen hurled the Bible away, and she sank down completely hopeless and beaten, rocking her body backwards and forwards with a kind of abrupt yet methodical rhythm. And the Lord set a mark upon Cain, upon Cain. She was rocking now in rhythm to those words. And the Lord set a mark upon Cain, upon Cain, upon Cain. And the Lord set a mark upon Cain. That was how Puddle came in and found her, and Puddle said, "Where you go, I go, Stephen. All that you're suffering at this moment I've suffered. It was when I was very young like you, but I still remember." Stephen looked up with bewildered eyes. "Would you go with Cain whom God marked?" she said slowly, for she had not understood Puddle's meaning, so she asked her once more, "Would you go with Cain?" Puddle put an arm round Stephen's bowed shoulders, and she said, "You've got work to do, come and do it. Why, just because you are what you are, you may actually find that you've got an advantage. You may write with a curious double insight, write both men and women from a personal knowledge. Nothing's completely misplaced or wasted, I'm sure of that, and we're all part of nature. Some day the world will recognize this, but meanwhile there's plenty of work that's waiting. For the sake of all the others who are like you, but less strong and less gifted perhaps, many of them, it's up to you to have the courage to make good, and I'm here to help you to do it, Stephen.